running quarterback. Seems like they're willing to get into that, not just from the quarterback, but with their halfback as well.
And they're going to have to, especially being scored on first there. As you see, there's only a minute left in the first quarter. Of course, nothing they're going to have to stress about just yet, but you don't want to leave any points on the board if you can. You want to make sure that each drive is effective and you're scoring as much as possible. A missed throw, getting sacked, but getting that incomplete pass off, so they're not going to lose too many yards, so they're going to start 2nd and 10 here.
Yeah, the defensive pressure, a little bit overwhelming there. Luckily, able to get that pass off, not force a sack in the backfield. 2nd and 10 right here. Incomplete pass means the clock's not going to be ticking. We've got about 90 seconds left here in the first quarter. Players optioning. Defense moving. You see that middle linebacker for Ohio State. They're threatening it. He's dropping back, though. The pressure comes. Cam Ward breaks one tackle, but the second one is too strong. Brought down in the backfield for a 10-yard loss.
Have to be careful there. You're dropping back for those passes, and those AI are eventually going to get through it. You saw the one break. Nice, but you're going to have to get it out of your hands at that point now. 3rd and 20, long way to go. We'll have to see it. You know, we've seen a lot of players, go try for those 4th down conversions. None of them really opting for the safe play. So possibly 2 plays left. Huge drop back once again. There's the throw right down the middle. Ooh. Almost intercepted. It is going to be 4th and 20. So right now, Ohio State's looking pretty good on this first defensive effort. And, of course, it's actually pretty nice. So we have the state here. So NC State arena, since field, we are using the neutral field for this one. They are going to opt for the field goal to try to get some points. It is going, and it looks like
close.
It is good.
Did that bounce off the bar?
It bounced right off the bar, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about that, at least getting 3 points from that field goal, so they're not going to walk away with nothing, but now it is going to be back in the hands of Ohio State.
Yeah, that is definitely a scary play. I don't know if you can feel good about it. Obviously, points on the board is good, but almost narrowly missing it is absolutely frightening. Ohio State with a nice little return right there. Gets it back to the 29. Chris, I don't know if you guys were the same on your broadcast throughout this regular season. Yogi and I were hunting. We were desperate to see a kickoff return touchdown. If we got one in the postseason, I would go crazy.
We got 2 yesterday from our
2 in one day?
2 in one match.
Wow.
1 from each team as well. It was pretty crazy. So we definitely could see it here today. Nice throw right down the middle. Misses that defender, so it's going to go right into the hands of the receiver. So they are going to pick up that first down. And right now we see most likely how they scored so quickly that first touchdown as well. So they're moving up the field pretty fast here. We'll have to see what they do at Audible, moving those receivers to the opposite end. We can see the routes that they have right now. Checking back, dropping, good throw onto the side. They're going to get that, pick up another first down on about the 20, moving up the field so quickly right now is Ohio State.
Yeah, they are absolutely progressing up the field. 20 seconds left, the clock ticking down on the first quarter right here. Quarterback dropping back, scramble to the left is open, chooses not to take it, complete pass, narrowly sneaks in, gets the first down, 10-yard line. We're in red zone scoring position here. Ohio State looking to extend their lead. The hurry-up offense. Wasn't sure how prevalent this was going to be with the removal of accelerated clock. Scrambling, passing back to the left, off target. Avoided the defender, though. There was pressure coming. The scramble was not going to be successful. That Miami defender was absolutely going to run him down.
2nd and 10. Still in a good spot here. See their options.
The first quarter. Running it. It's got a space. Touchdown, Ohio State. On the board for the 2nd touchdown of the match. Looking to extend their lead as the first quarter ticks down.
And I'm taking a look at the stats here. So we do have Butler versus CSMAC. Butler, of course, is the higher seed coming into this. They actually had 157 points scored in the regular season, 119 against. So they had a positive 38-point difference. But East Meck, though, on the other hand, came in with only 66 points scored for and 203 points scored against. So 137 negative point differential. So right now, there's a really big difference, but of course it's not over till it's over. You're here. Anyone can win. It's a great thing about these bracket formats is that, you can maybe not do so well in the regular season and then pick it up in the postseason and then make your run to state. So can't count anyone out just yet, but we do see Miami on their 2nd offensive drive of the game here. They'll have to drop back. They'll need to find a touchdown, though, if they want to try to stay in this game.
Nice pass completed. Quarterback Cam Ward had so much time to sit back in the pocket right there. I'm assuming, Chris, that what we're looking at here, we're going to see Butler playing for Ohio State as the higher seed. They do have home team advantage. Obviously, we have a neutral stadium, but the team on the right side is the home team. So until we get further confirmation, we're going to assume we've got North Mech playing for Miami and Butler for Ohio State. Cam Ward dropping back. A lot of time in the pocket. Doesn't need to scramble at all. Actually chooses to scramble forward. 3 defenders collapsing. Illegal forward pass. The play is broken up, but that was absolutely an illegal forward pass. The play is going to be deaded. 2nd and 13. Unfortunate choice there.
Got to remember, once you get past that line of scrimmage, can't get that forward pass going out there. So going to have to move back. 2nd and 13, as you said. Dropping, we'll have to see the options. Of course, we can see defenders having 2 in the back, waiting for another one of these deep throws. There it is. Oh, into 2 defenders. You don't like to see that. Possible interception coming out is going to be avoided for the time being. 3rd and 13. We'll have to see what they do. No real mix-ups in the plays here. Kind of going straight back into these, quick plays that we've seen. A run this time right up the middle is going to run into the line there. So 4th and 10. So picking kind of up to where they left off. Only 3 on that drive. We'll have to see if they decide to kick or if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, interesting to see what the decision will be here. Are we going conservative? Are we going aggressive? It's aggression here. North Mech going for it. 4th down. 4 minutes left in the second quarter in the first half. Very similar setup here for the offense. A lot of time to work with. Still 15 seconds. Hiked. Dropping back. Pressure coming.
Oh.
Gets the pass off, but that is going to be a turnover on downs. Butler is going to regain control of the ball, take it back. Man, early dominance for Butler here in the first half.
It is, and starting on that 39-yard line, they were able to do it from their own 29 and getting up the field quick, but
pressure.
Nice.
Oh, it's right caught. A lot of time. One man to beat. Does not get around the defender, but still a massive gain. They're going to get to the 7-yard line. 1st and goal off of only 1 offensive play.
This is why they are in that position. They are moving up a run right up the middle. They avoid 2, but really can't find that nice little lane through the side there, moving to the right. Did get pressure down, so it's going to be 2nd and goal, but they still have plenty of time to work with here in a good field position. Maybe can run it, but we see a couple of options as well for the throw if they decide to audible to that as well.
They do have that whole left corner of the Wolfpack end zone open up there. They choose to go for it. It's caught, slides, touchdown. Butler gets their 3rd touchdown of the game. They are having no issues accessing the North Mech end zone, scoring with ease. Butler is here, 21-3. Definitely dominating here in the first half. Love seeing this play. Don't know if we have other competitors out there watching, maybe getting some playbook strategy and stuff for future rounds. They're going to receive it in the end zone, take the touchback. They're going to start their drive on the 25-yard line. I love seeing that. We've been seeing teams definitely struggle when they take the kickoff to make it back to the 25. So I think if the kickoff team makes what I consider to be the mistake of kicking it all the way into your end zone, definitely take the touchback. I don't think it's worth it trying to make a superhero play.
East Mech with the throw. There it is, finally getting the conversion for it. Had a little bit of trouble last time dropping back, getting sacked, and, of course, then losing it. And then, of course, the forward illegal pass. We have to see. They have to tighten it up a bit coming out here. You need to score on this drive. There it is, a big throw. Again, they really like to drop back, which in itself, gives them some time, but also is a little bit risky as we do see defenders coming in. And if Butler picks up on this, gets a really nice sack, it's going to push them really far back. So East Mech moving up the field. Nice little quick pass there. Shrugs off 1, almost 2. But, I like to see this a little bit more. Really quick play, gets them up the field. They get 8. Not a first down, but you're still in really good position to keep going forward, and that's kind of what they need at the moment.
Yeah, an 8-yard gain on first down is ideal. Got to love 2nd and 2. Basically gives you a free play even if you miss this one, as long as you don't turn the ball over or get sacked for a huge loss, which, speak of the devil, Cam Ward gets brought down deep in the backfield by the Miami defense. What was 2nd and 2 turns into 3rd and 14.
Little bit of caster cursing coming out, Justin, here. Right as he said that, the sack came out, but we did talk about that dropping back. Have to be careful with it a little bit. And there it is. When you drop back so much, you're just at risk. And there it is, Butler picking up on those cues and then forcing that loss of yardage on that 2nd down. Now it is 3rd and 14. Again, a quick play, but just throws it over the head. And there it is, 4th and 14. At this point, I don't really think you go for it. I think you just try to kick it. I know they feel
what they're going to call.
I know what they're going to call.
Yep.
But we'll have to see. if it works out here or not for them. They have to make this play work.
No
there
running
it is.
backs, a lot of options. Chooses a short pass. Definitely not going to get even close to the first down. That's going to be a turnover on downs. Butler picking the ball back up right at the midfield. Gotta say, we need to see smart decisions here in the postseason if you want to make a deep run into this conference championship bracket. This is the time to play that smart, that Nick Saban style football. Like we're not in the backyard. We're in the glory of the conference championships here. Pass wide open, caught, get out of the way, ref. It's a touchdown. Butler on the board once again. They only need one chance. The first play they make is always a big one, and it always gets them either close to the end zone or all the way in.
Butler definitely reading this game really well, figuring out the defense and offense from the side of East Meck, and right now they are just playing their tune. And, you know, they don't even have to go for the two-point conversions. I don't know about in your region, but in our region, it was two-point conversion city. Whether or not it was successful, it was always two-point conversions. But here we're seeing a little more conservative play with those field goals. There it is, the fair catch is going to be taken in the end zone. So good job on them realizing maybe it's not the best to run it up, and they're just going to start on that 25-yard line.
Yeah, we saw about 50-50 between two-point conversions and extra points. I feel like kids love it, but they also just want the guaranteed points. And I feel like score-wise, it's just like raw numerical data. There's no objectivity about if I get this, we make it. It's like objectively the best choice is to go for the extra point there and just take the guaranteed one. Miami running it absolutely stuffed in the backfield, not even going to make it past the line of scrimmage. Got to see some changes here from North Meck in the strategy as we get into the final minute or so of the first half. I feel like the pass game is definitely solid, and they show some signs of brilliance. Pass caught, absolutely leveled at the 40-yard line. 3rd and 5, reasonable third down. What I would like to see really is while we see the North Meck player dropping back and stuff, scramble to the side a little bit. Cam Ward is an incredibly mobile quarterback. Pressure nonstop coming. They're throwing blitz at him every single time.
Yeah, and when you see your opponent keep dropping back like that, it just gives them the accessibility to get around that offensive line and then get to that quarterback. And East Meck is going to have to start figuring this out and kind of start adapting their plays a little bit more so they stop losing yardage on these plays and getting the sacks off. There it is, an incomplete pass once again on 4th down. It's going to turn it over right to the side of Butler once again. And honestly, they haven't even had to worry about any kickoffs. Every time they get the ball now, they're starting in such great field position. And as you say, at maximum, we've seen them only have to use about 3 plays to get into the end zone here currently. There it is, dropping back, looking for the pass, going to get pressured, trying to scramble, but is going to get taken down for a loss of 2. So finally, we do see East Meck putting some pressure on the Butler offense here for a loss.
Yeah, they are absolutely putting the pressure on. I really do feel like East Meck is kind of playing on tilt right here. They're making tough decisions. Obviously, we're running into a little bit of adversity here, facing off against tough opponents. Nobody in this conference championship is a pushover, but gotta stay stoic, gotta stay strong.
There it is coming out. They're looking for the pass. They're going to have the incomplete. So 4th and 12. So we finally see the pressure being put on. Maybe if they can get the stop here, they will allow themselves to get some points on the board as well. 23 seconds left in the first half, though. We do see Butler going for it. Of course, why should I even question it at this point? With how well they've been playing, of course, they can go. They're looking for the option there at the throw right down the middle. They're going to find it. And there it is. First down. And in such great field position.
They're going to take the timeout. Got a little bit of time to work right here. 16 seconds left on the clock. Still 2 timeouts. Potential time for definitely 2, maybe 3 plays, depending on the selection. I expect to see him maybe go over here to the sideline, or is he going deep? What's the choice? A quick pass. It's the first down. Big defensive error there. Unforced. Completely unforced.
You hate to see that if you're East Meck. It's right there. You could have gotten the tackle, stopped a little bit of the momentum, but instead they just missed completely. And here it is, 1st and goal once again for Butler. They're dropping back. Great pass to the side. Can they dive in? They won't need to. They hit the pylon, and they get right in there.
Wow, with time ticking down in the first half, Butler gets into the end zone once again. It's been complete domination. Oh, hang on. It's going to be good. The Wolfpack pressure, even though technically Ohio State's on the home side of things, they still felt that pressure from the crowd there, but it truly has been domination in the first half from Butler, 35-3. Not even close at this stage of the game. On the bright side, it's still the first half. Anything that your opponent does in one half, you could do in another half as well. You just got to go into the halftime and really take a look at what you're doing, what you need to do, what are your opponents doing. I feel like the key is through the pass. Nice, up the middle. Time runs down. That's going to be the end of the first half. A little bit of a glimpse of greatness there the last second. Hopefully that's not the only big play that we see out of East Mech, but overall, definitely need to get back to the drawing board, come up with something different. Interesting look here, an onside kick to start off the second half. At least that's what I'm assuming I'm looking at right now. It is. Grabs it with one hand. Okay. Pulled down safely for Ohio State. I don't know if we would ever see a real football player try to grab an onside with one hand. 99% of the time, they're just going to fall on that ball and take it for free. But, hey, the AI sometimes does some amazing stuff.
Here they are picking up the run to start. Nice gain of a little 6. So interesting enough, though, I thought it possibly would have been Ohio State that had to kick off first on there, but it actually was Miami who kicked off first, and then Ohio State picked up that first touchdown off of theirs. So Miami, though, they kind of feeling the pressure. I thought maybe they'd be starting the ball in the second half, so they had ended it the way that they did. But here it is, Ohio State already up 32 points. Moving forward, first down will be secured there, and right now they just cannot be stopped.
Yeah, I'm loving the play call. Lots of variety here. We're seeing a fair bit of runs, and we're seeing a bunch of variety within the pass plays as well from Butler. Short passes, long passes, and just nice and easy runs. 2nd and 6 there, a 4-yard gain. Nothing to blow your nose at. I mean, that's a respectable gain. Do that 2 more times, and the chains are moving. So pressure coming from Miami, but gets the ball off. That is something that through this regular season we have noticed is a big skill gap between the lower tier players and the higher tier ones. The ability to dump that ball from your quarterback's hands when you feel the pressure coming and just deny the sack seems to be fairly reliable in terms of the game, in terms of just getting the timing and just pressing it right as they come at you. So love seeing that minute little bit of tech from the Butler player.
4th and 2 off of that gain from the run. As we saw them earlier, definitely going to go for it at 2 yards. Why not? Again, you're also up when you're up 32. Yeah. You're pretty safe even if you turn it over here as well. There to run. We'll actually get stuffed.
There we go.
So finally a turnover for the side of East Mech, but they have to start converting. We are in the second half. Only 5-minute quarters, so you have a little bit less time to play with, even though the accelerated clock is not on. So you have to start being efficient with the plays here. Off to the side, the right, getting the run up with the gain of 7. This is what I like to see.
Yep, smart play call there, and absolutely this is the time when East Mech needs to make their move. Butler looked so dominant for the first half, but a small stumble here to start off the second half. Could it be the window that East Mech needs? Dropping back, passing up the middle, caught, knocked out.
Oh, no.
Is it a fumble? It is. No. Are they ruling incomplete or are they ruling a fumble?
They ruled
a fumble, turnover. Ohio State picks it right back up. That is tragedy. The moment they saw a glimpse of light through the window, the blinds slam shut. Once again, Butler putting their foot on the throat of this East Mech player.
Here we see them running up. They are going to go ahead and get their slide into safety to get that first down a little bit safer. But going straight into these quick plays, realizing that they may not have the optimal defense formation coming out of East Mech right now. Going to play this to their advantage once again.
Or he's sending them deep. Pressure coming, though. The dump, so solid again. Seems to really have that timing down. But Miami, they are getting access to the back line, though. It's just the question is, are you leaving up too much deep down the field when you do that? Can Howard find the timing for a deep pass? Pressure coming once again, scrambling. Just barely gets it off. Flirting with danger. So close to getting that sack. If you're East Mech, got to feel like you're right on the precipice.
3rd and 10. They can convert. We have seen them do it before. Looks like they're going to go ahead and set up for a possible run play here. But no, we see the passing options coming out from the routes. Looks like they're trying to make some different changes here. There it is, coming right up the middle again.
Caught.
Oh!
Around 1, the 30.
Juke.
Sidestep. Oh, chooses not to go for it there. Big gain, gets to 1st and 10 on the 11-yard line. It was scary. The blitz was absolutely coming from Miami, but the timing was right when that backfield left off, there was space to be made. Pass caught to the left. Trying to break the tackles, not able to. It's going to be a 5-yard gain here. Getting so close to the end zone. Interesting. The tight end for Ohio State on fire right now. Goes and overthrows his man. His man had beat his defender. He had a look right there. If you accurately place that pass, you're in the end zone. You got 7 points. Or 6 at least.
We do see them setting up for the run, trying to force their way through, not going to pick up anything on that play, but going straight back into it for this 4th and 5. So, again, if they lose it here, they're still in pretty good defensive positioning. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. We see a couple different options for the running backs here. They're dropping back. Can they find an open one, though? They look to the side.
Oh, wow.
Nice stuff on that play there from East Mech. So, again, another turnover, really limiting the scoring here in the third quarter, but they have to start scoring their own.
Yeah, we also are in dangerous position here for East Mech. Cam Ward in their own end zone. Oh, so close to an interception. so close to a pick six. That was dangerous. Obviously, when you're in this sort of a position, you want to get a pass off quickly, but truthfully, the true football strategy is to run the ball right here. Is that what we're going to see? Formation looks a little bit more optimal for that. It's just so dangerous, needing to drop back when the defenders could come and potentially force a safety. Quick pass caught. Defender dives and miss. It's a foot race. Restrepo to the 50, the 40, the 30. Looking back at him over his shoulder. Is he going to make it?
Nice.
Touchdown. East Mech on the board with their first touchdown of the game. Get that man a track uniform. He needs to be on the track team with the feet like that. I mean, we'll put him on the dance team with dance moves like that as well. Great play. A light in the darkness for East Mech.
And that's what you need. You need to start it with one at a time. And there they finally were able to get some points on the board here, but they do feel pressure to go for that 2-point conversion. Of course, they are down by so many. There it is. A nice pass into it. They will convert. So it is. They have knocked it down to it. Oh, a little bit of connection issues, so hopefully that gets resolved there. But again, finally getting some points on the board after being stopped so much from Butler in the first half there. Second half, they still have plenty of time to do it. If they can start forcing more of these turnovers on it and maybe even in better field position, they can just start putting some points on the board. That is all they need. We'll have to see how Butler reacts, though, to finally getting scored on.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure can cause some cracks in the armor, some kinks that East Mech might try to wiggle their way into. They're at a 24-point deficit, but to be fair, we did just see them complete a 2-point conversion. So if you can manage to do that 3 more times, it's just a 3-goal match. What can they do? Defensively needs to be the focus for East Mech here. Finally, some progress on the offense side now. We need to make a stop. We need to put these Ohio State high-powered offensive players in timeout. No. Gets the first down. Good pass up the middle. We're Ohio State, Butler, they're loving these short pass options. It seems like, I don't know if the coverage that East Mech is throwing is particularly heavy downfield, but they seem to be 100% accurate on those. Scrambling to the right, gets around one, chooses to try and make the first down, but going to get pushed out slightly before it. 2nd and inches here in the third quarter. Earlier I was talking 2nd and 2 as a potential ideal position. 2nd and inches is the true ideal. Butler not going to take their free play, going to take the smart run, get the first down right away. Love that. Fits right in with their overall kind of style of play that we're kind of learning here through this first game of playoffs, watching them. Smooth, short passes, and then a deep stab that usually ends up being very effective.
We actually see them playing down the clock a bit here as well now, so using that to their advantage. But there it is, a short little throw. Just enough to get it up, but not going to really get too much on that play. Actually, it looks like it
was it incomplete? Yeah, I don't know. It looked like he brought that thing down, so I'm not sure what that was. But the referees are going to rule it incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 10 here. Fakes the run. Scrambling to the right. A lot of space in front of him. Definitely going to get the first down. Nice, smart move. I love seeing the players take care of their quarterback as well. Sometimes we see people be a little bit more dangerous with their quarterbacks than you would if it was a real human. But they are absolutely making the smart plays right there. That's the kind of play I really want to see East Meck do. Cam Ward, I promise you that guy is so fast. You drop back as soon as the blitz pressure comes, you turn that shoulder and you scramble to the side. It opens things up in front of you. It gives you the run option. So hopefully East Meck is looking at their opponents.
All right, and we do have graphics on the bottom here. So, of course, we were telling the names, but we can finally see it there as well. A good gain of 2. Again, they're just kind of, moving the clock here, just letting it run because they are up, by 24 points right now. So they're in a really safe position to continue to run that clock down. And there it is. We're going to most likely see the third quarter clock run out in a second here. They're actually going to offer one more play before it, though. There it is. Big throw down the side, and it's going to be incomplete, but into the third quarter. So right now, East Meck is definitely starting to feel the pressure a bit more. 5 minutes left, and you have such an uphill battle to climb at the moment.
Yeah, their time is definitely ticking down. I love seeing that clock management from Ohio State. You wouldn't think to do that in the third quarter, but when you have a big lead like this, always be thinking to the future of the game. If you can run some time off in the third quarter when they're not expecting it, then you might not need to run it off in the fourth quarter when they are expecting it. So definitely like that choice. Pressure coming in the backfield. The pass is caught for a big first down gain. Butler manages to just narrowly avoid the defensive pressure. There was a player in the backfield, definitely being controlled by the East Meck player, but he was just a little bit off target.
Right now, they still want to score. You want to get as many points as possible on there to help alleviate any issues that might happen down the field. If East Meck just somehow turns on the burners on offense, you want to keep your deficit as high as possible for the side of Butler. Here it is, 2nd and 1. Just should run it up right up the middle, get that first down. There it is. Again, in really good field position. Again, we've seen them do so well on the conversions once they get around this 15-yard line as well here. So will they be able to score again, or will East Meck finally get those stops that they need? But they really need to force something, not just a fourth down, but they need to get a turnover. They need to get an interception or force a fumble out so they can get the ball right away.
Yeah, absolutely. While the 24-point difference is vaguely reasonable to overcome at this point, if Butler manages to get into the end zone, manages to extend that lead even further, that might make the gap unovercomable. So unsurmountable. Let's see what East Meck can do with their back against the wall. An option right in the front. Takes it. Big hit laid down. 3rd and 4 on the 8-yard line. Hurry up offense coming. They're going to choose the mesh. A lot of space over there in that left side of the field. A lot of players bunched up on the right. We're going to send our tight end over. Standing in the pocket. Passes complete. Butler once again gets into the end zone. The pass defense is not there for East Meck. Every single time they want to gain yards, they can go to the short passes and they can get it. The extra point as well as good. 42 points on the board for Butler. The first round of the conference championship looking very solid for the Bulldogs.
We just see it. Just once they get into that, 20 to the end zone there, they usually just convert on it. So finally getting back into that position, we do see the fair catch waved out so they can start with that touchback. But right now, East Meck, the clock is ticking. 3 minutes and 29 seconds left until this game is over. They need to start pulling out some of these more risky plays to get down the field as quick as possible. We'll have to see how Butler responds to it, and if East Meck can convert on these. We do see the drop back, but getting pressured. We'll get the throw off right at the last second.
Ooh.
Shrugs off the defender. 1-2. Able to pick up the first down here. They're going to call the timeout so they can stop that game clock. Respect the decision there because they need to start figuring out how they can get up the field a little bit quicker.
Definitely. Even the Miami cheerleaders are looking a little despondent right now. They know that their team is in dire straits here in the fourth quarter. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made, a lot of plays that need to be capitalized on. I feel like the chances there, this is the really difficult part of the game where, like you said, you need to take risky plays, but risky plays have risk associated with them as well. Here's the play. Cam Ward dropping back. Quick pass to the left. It's caught. A defender in front of him. One defender in front of him quickly becomes 3, and the run after the pass is going to get stopped. 7-yard gain, though. Nothing to be mad about. But at this point, we got to go deep. We got to make some plays. We got to get some progress up the field.
We do, and we also have to see, those mechanics coming. We have to run out of bounds. We have to figure out ways to stop the game clock from going because you need to make sure that time is your friend. But right now it is not right up the middle, and that's a little too risky right to the Butler player. They're going to pick up a interception, and that might just be all she wrote.
Yeah, that left outside linebacker there for Ohio State was just creeping up in the middle of the field, reminded me of Luke Kuechly a little bit, reading the offense, seeing their play call, and just being in the perfect position to snag that. Wasn't even a difficult interception, just happened to be right where he needed to put his hands up. Early pass from Butler, going to be complete once again. Solid yardage after the catch as well. Going to get them a nice gain on top of the first down.
It is, and almost doing the exact same play themselves there and showing how to get it done, throwing right up the middle, able to get that first down. Again, they can just go ahead and score here and maybe even get the ball back over onto the side of East Meck and not worry about it too much. But there it is, massive throw into the end zone. Ooh. It will be incomplete, just a little bit over the head of that wide receiver there. They did have one defender coming in as well, coming across. That could have made it a little bit dicey, but missed both of them. Here we are, 2 minutes, 24 seconds left, 2nd and 10, again in really good field position for the side of Butler. Will they be able to convert, or will they start kind of playing more of the mind games here going into it?
Yeah, let's see, handoff up the middle, 32's got a hole, find it, one defender to beat, number 7. He's going to make the tackle at the 7-yard line, 1st and goal. You got to stop that run. Obviously there's a hole there, and he found it, but someone's got to wrap that man up. Well, got to wonder about the defensive play call. They probably were expecting pass, and the run came out at the perfect time. Butler in the red zone here. Usually all it takes is one. It's going to take more than that this time, at least 2. And on the bright side, we are in the goal position here, so if you stop him a couple more times, he'll probably go for it on 4th. I mean, he's got the big lead, so he'll probably go for it. So technically you need to stop him 3 more times. Let's see what we can do. Swinging to the right, huge pressure coming to pass. Great timing on that, 32. Bails his quarterback out of pure desperation. Not a huge gain, though, 3rd and goal on the 3-yard line.
No, it kind of almost looked like he was pulling them out so he could get that throw to an open receiver, but still gets hit. As you said, 2-minute warning. We'll stop the clock a little bit more in favor of Miami at the moment, but when you're right there at the end zone, okay, they will stop it, so 4th and goal. They need to get the stop here at least so they can get the ball back in their hand, but they still have such little time to work with.
I do feel like, interesting. I was going to expect a short pass, the classic Butler. Let's see what he had. They set up for the run, but option to the right in the pass. Oh, no! Wow! The Miami defender fully dove, contacted the ball, but it popped up right into Butler's hands. That's absolutely, I don't even know.
He has to clip that.
Yeah.
They have to clip that play.
The game is working against you. Sorry, East Meck. At this point, I've been critical of a lot of the choices, but that one, I don't even know if you did anything wrong, man.
No.
Honestly, he did everything right, and the ball, it's just, hey, Butler, I was going to say go buy a lottery ticket, but we're dealing with high school students, so I don't even know if that's legal. But either way, the universe is definitely working in Butler's favor today. That was insane, man.
I have no words for that. That was just crazy in itself. It just popped right into his hands. Can't get any more lucky than that. You probably won't even see that in a real game, most likely. Here it is, though. Finally, East Meck has the ball back. See if they can work anything out here. Can actually get stopped right on that first down. So they're going to pick that up. But a minute 47, we have to start seeing. I know they got intercepted last time, but you have to find a way to get up a little bit quicker, get it back into the hands of Butler, and then get a stop. And you have to do that a couple more times. They're already down the 38 points right now. Finally, a run up the middle, going to get stopped 2nd and inches, but the clock is still ticking. You have to start calling your timeouts. You have to either start running it out of bounds to stop that clock. But as we see it, it keeps going right now.
Yeah, we might be just seeing someone resigning to their fate. It is a little bit too much of a gap to overcome with just 78 seconds left. The run game is looking solid here, but it's a day late. It's $1 short. We needed to see this in the beginning of the game, not in the 4th quarter. 3rd and inches here for East Meck. Dropping back, passing up the middle. It's caught. That's going to be a first down. That's one way to stop the clock. You can get out of bounds, or you can make the chains move. It's not going to stop them permanently, but in the time that it takes to get those chains up, you will not lose any time. Here's the play. One back in the backfield. Looking at his options. Bunch of pressure coming in from the left there. Also that middle linebacker, Simon. Will he blitz? Will he go? He's dropping back. Oh.
Ooh.
Man, the Butler player was sitting on that middle linebacker and perfectly moved into position. That wasn't even like AI moved in there. He completely read it all himself. I watched the Drini video. He did talk about this kind of being the optimal defensive setup with one player, the main person being controlled, sitting in the middle linebacker and using all of the hotkeys to throw different. Man, Cam Ward has he's broken so many tackles in the backfield. Will it be all for naught, though? 3rd and 18. A lot of options. I mean, you got to go deep here.
Let's see.
Room to scramble to the left if he wants it. Chooses not. Nice
Ooh.
pass. And maybe Restrepo gets to the end zone again. This guy, number 7, he's making something happen today.
They are, and that's what you like to see. And, I like this, though. As you said, you may be a little too late already, but at least they're playing it out. At least they're still trying to get in that end zone. At least they're still trying to get points on the board, and I respect that. That's what I like to see. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way that day, but you like to keep a good mental attitude. Keep going, keep playing those games out, and see what maybe you can do. Get a little bit more play time in. It could be your last game of the season, but, play it out. Play it to completion. We love to see it here, getting that extra point on the board. So great job on them finally getting that second touchdown of the game. Here it is, though, 4th quarter, 31 seconds left. We'll have to see if Butler just kind of decides to play it out, or if maybe they just go for another massive play again to get into the end zone.
Definitely. It's good seeing a little bit of consolation there at the end. At the end of the day, this is the conference championship tournament. This isn't a regular season match. This is not a trivial opponent you're facing off against. You're facing against a top 8 college football player in the CMS region. So no shame in taking a loss. There's lots of quality opponents here. And honestly, quality competitor yourself, East Meck. I would say kudos. There's been moments of brightness, moments of brilliance. And I think a little bit of work on evening it out, maybe getting a little bit more consistent throughout the game as a whole. And there's potential bright future in the college football world for this East Meck student.
There is, and here we see, though, possibly one of the last plays of it, a massive throw down the field, almost intercepted. That would have been a nice little icing on the cake for East Meck just to end it, maybe with a possible turnover. But here it is, 10 seconds left. We're going to go ahead and see the last play of the game here, most likely, when they decide to. Here it is. All right, perfect.
A lot of options. He's going to know he's going to go deep. I mean,
yeah. I
would probably take the amicable route of just running the clock out, but these students are looking for points. They're going to find one. Smith versus Powell. Jukes, hang on. Hang on. It juked me out too, but ultimately gets past the defender. That's all he needed. Great play there. I didn't see what the clock was like. Do we have any time left on it? No, that's going to be the buzzer beater. Butler taking the win here in the first round of the conference championship, 55-18 over East Meck.
Great game by both. Unfortunately for East Meck, it was too little too late when they start to find the rhythm. Butler came out swinging, kept it going that whole time. 3rd quarter was a little bit rocky, so maybe they'll want to rewatch the VOD before they go into their second round game today and see how maybe they can clean it up after that 2nd quarter, so that when they face whoever they face next, that they don't have a potential comeback in their favor. East Meck, though, great job coming back, showing some good signs of life in the 3rd and 4th quarter. Unfortunately, will be knocked out here, but great competition throughout the season, especially getting into that top 8.
Yes, well played to both students. Congratulations to Butler on advancing forward to the semifinals. Consolation to East Meck. Great played overall. That's going to do it for the college football, our first match of the day. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back with some more gameplay real quick. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting into some Overwatch 2 now in the second game of the day. Still the first round, so we're just in a different side of the bracket, and we're into a new region. We just left CMS. We're headed to the east over to Sandhills. Chris, I know you're our Sandhills guy. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. We actually have two really good schools coming up. Durham School of the Arts and NC Cyber Academy, so it should be really good. Both of them actually did really well in the regular season. We actually had some really tight gameplay. We actually even had to have a play-in as well yesterday for that 8th place spot. So, of course, it is really close across the board in Sandhills for Overwatch, so we should have a really good game going today, as well as we have some format changes. Do you want to let us know about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the regular season here for Overwatch 2, we were running best of threes, and we were using a predetermined map pool. Just with so many games going on, it wasn't really capable for us to handle that with the students. But now that we're into the playoffs, we have less teams, we have stronger teams. We're moving up to a best of 5, and the teams themselves are going to be allowed to choose both the map and the mode. So the first map of every single best of 5 is going to be control. The last map will always be escort. And then in the middle, the players will get to choose between flashpoint, push, and what's
hybrid.
the other one? And hybrid as well. So there's a little bit of room there, more room for skill expression. Players are able to more tailor the maps to the specific characters that they might be skilled at. If you're a Pharah player and you got forced to play in week 6 onto a map that sucks with Pharah, it was a little unfortunate. This way, you can kind of choose, at least in 2, maybe 3 if you get the early advantage, some choices that are more beneficial to you and your team.
Right. So, again, we do have some really good teams coming out. Of course, so I'll kind of give it a little rundown. So we do have Durham School of the Arts will actually be our second place team. So they came in second at the end. We do have NC Cyber Academy will be the 7th place team. But as I said, we do have really, really strong teams. As we see it right here, both teams so Durham School of the Arts was 6-0. They only dropped one map, but NC Cyber North Carolina Cyber Academy was 4-2, so they only dropped 2 games. So again, really close across the board for all our teams here.
Well, so to clarify there, so Durham School of the Arts, they were 6-0. They never dropped an actual match, but they did drop one single game within that match that they won.
Just one map.
And that was the only difference between them and the first seed?
Correct.
Wow, that's impressive. So then I imagine you're really expecting those 2 top teams. Who's the other team up there?
So Westover High is the team that did not drop any maps across all gameplay. So we could be potentially seeing 2 of the undefeated teams going against each other at the end of the day. But again, as I said, you know, a 4-2 team is nothing to laugh at as well. You have to be careful with those as well. We'll have to see how it plays out. It could be really good. But, of course, on Durham School of the Arts, you know, at the time that they did did have some subs in as well during the one map that they had to drop. So we'll have to see now that they have their full 5, will they be able to bring back that aggression that was able to win them that series as well once they did get that full roster back in, or if NC Cyber Academy can kind of, you know, put some pressure on them and say, you know, even though you're a 2nd seed, we're going to, you know, take this from you and move up the rounds here.
Yeah, so speaking of rosters, like I know that Durham School of the Arts, you and Eli both huge fans of those guys. We've watched them a bunch. Can you tell me a little bit about the players? Do they have any like superstars, anybody that like myself who is completely new to the Sandhill side of things, or our viewers might need to be looking out for in this game?
Yeah, so Durham School of the Arts, they have Swag Boy, who's a
Swag Boy.
Yeah, so Swag Boy, love the name, but he does, true to his name, he swags on everybody he's been playing against. A really aggressive tank player, really fun to watch. So we'll have to see who he brings out. Really aggressive, and what you like to see in the tank is really putting the pressure on the enemy team, you know, which allows the rest of his teammates to really coordinate with each other and then pick off the remaining players. So with Swag Boy, they have a lot of confidence in him to be able to play his heroes to perfection, not die on them, knows the limits, gets in, gets out when needed, but just, you know, goes completely. And we're going to see a lot of him most likely. We'll see a lot of him most likely. A lot of the cams are usually on him. You know, at one point, I actually think he got a 40-player kill streak without dying in one of the matches we watched him in. Yes, he went absolutely insane that game. You know, and it's really hard to stop him. You know, he likes to play, again, those engaged tanks, you know, which you really like to see out of someone that can put the pressure on the back line of the enemy team, and then allows the rest of your forward to take out that front line as well. So they play really synergistically well with each other, and a lot of the plays coming out of him are a lot of fun to watch as well.
Nice. That's awesome to hear. I honestly, you know, I'm probably like most people when I was asking you like who the superstar is, I was expecting you to tell me a DPS player. I thought you were going to tell me there's some cracked soldier player or the Cassidy who just can't be beat, or like I said, a Pharah who's insane. To hear that it's like an off tank like that is super awesome, super excited. I feel like that's really the dirty work for Overwatch teams. And they're usually the silent reason you win or lose, but it's awesome that for Durham that they're not just the silent one, they're the loud reason why you might win or lose. So super excited to see what Swag Boy and them can do. They are the higher seed, so they're going to get choice in that first map on Control. I wonder what map they'll choose. I know you said he's a big Wrecking Ball player. I know Ilios is a really good map for Wrecking Ball. We saw a lot of Wrecking Balls dominate on that map over in the West for my region. Do you think there's any particular one that they might look at?
I'm not sure. Everything that we saw him on, he really knew all the ways to get back and forth. He knew all the, passages to get through where all the health packs were, so that if he didn't have the healer, he could jump to the health pack, get to it, heal himself up, wait for him to get healed back up, and then jump back in once the cooldowns were off. So I can't really say that we may see one favorite over another. Maybe on some of the push maps we might see a little bit more, the robots that you push back and forth. He did really well on that. Escorting the payload, it was really hard to stop him on those. So we'll have to see what they pick. I'm not sure if maybe they had, done this beforehand. They are a team that really likes to work together. In their chat, they're always talking together and playing with each other as well. So they probably have a format that they want to work with. So we'll have to see what they decide to jump in for as well. But I'm wondering also if NC Cyber Academy maybe has watched some of the past games. We upload all the games for them. We've also casted Durham School of the Arts a lot as well. So if NC Cyber Academy has done their homework, then maybe they know exactly what's going to happen. And of course, there's some heroes that are really good, like the Brigitte, like the Reaper as well, who can do some really good damage to those tanks. So maybe they'll find a way to combat against them. So we'll have to see how that goes down as well.
Yeah, definitely looking at NC Cyber Academy. It'll be interesting to see what they can do. Obviously, they've known who their opponent was since Tuesday, since they played that final match to qualify in. They saw that they were the 7th seed. They knew that they were going to be facing off with the 2. So with those resources, they did have some time to maybe scout. And with how notorious Swag Boy is, hopefully they've came up with some preparations and some strategies against that. Is Wrecking Ball, is that like the kind of a character that you can provide like counters with based on your picks? Do you pick characters that go up in the air? Like obviously it makes sense that like a Pharaoh or an Echo might be able to avoid the Wrecking Ball engage. I assume you wouldn't want to be playing immobile landlocked characters like Cassidy or something.
No, yeah, you definitely want to pick someone that has some CC. Definitely get someone like the Lucio, who's also speedy, can get around a lot, good shields, but the boops also as well to get them off and get their players, back and forth. Will definitely be something pretty good that they can look at. Possibly the Brigitte as well, who's a tanky healer as well and has the shield, could do very well. You don't want someone that's immobile, someone that's squishy, that he can kind of, get on and kill fairly quickly. But a lot of it also may not come down to picks, but also how well NC Cyber Academy can communicate as a team. Do they kind of allow him to do what he's doing and just try to go forward, or do they try and turn against him and maybe pick off 1 or 2 DPS and then turn on to him at the time being? So we'll have to see how they communicate with each other. It is a team game. So when you play against something that has maybe a little more niche for a certain team that they're playing, like maybe their tank goes off on their own a little bit more, you have to find a way to move as a team to get against that, because 5 is always better than 1. So if they can turn and get a good kill on him, then it's going to be a 4v5 in favor of NC Cyber Academy. So we'll have to see what they do there. But again, with a player that is so good on that, maybe they're already expecting that. So maybe we see something different come out with them as well. Maybe they, decide to pull something out instead. I've seen them on everything from Winston to Diva as well, and they played all those heroes to perfection also. So it's not like they're just a one trick. They definitely know how to play that tank role really well. So we'll have to see how they play and how NC Cyber Academy tries to counter it.
Yeah, definitely. I like the idea of using the teamwork to kind of counter a superstar player like that, not just trying to do it and match that skill level. Let's take a look at the bracket today for Overwatch. We'll see what we've kind of been about to get ourselves into. So over here on the left side, we're looking at the top 8 teams from the Sandhills Conference. There's Westover sitting up in the number 1 seed. And then down the third match, there is the one that we are about to jump onto. It's going to be Durham School of the Arts and that NC Cyber Academy A team. Love that they're A. They actually have 2 teams. Wow, impressive for any of our schools here to be able to field 2 full rosters in a big team game like Overwatch is very impressive. A lot of big teams there. Obviously the most likely outcome would be potentially Westover and Durham School of the Arts progressing through and meeting in that conference championship finals. But the beauty of single elimination tournaments, the beauty and the curse, if my competitor background in me, has to mention that it might be a little bit of a curse, but it's just potential upset city. All it takes is one team coming in extra hot this morning, coming in a little bit more fired up, and you could upset one of these top teams. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility. I'm definitely going to be rooting for that. This is Sandhills. I've got no dogs in this fight, so I will be unashamedly rooting for the underdog in all of our matches.
Yeah, and as I said, they're so close. If you take, like, I was looking at the Sandhills table, and JP Nap A was 5-1.
Oh,
so
wow.
These teams, across the board, have a really high win percentage getting into this. All of them at least 4 wins going into this as well. The only team that didn't was NC Virtual Academy, who actually ended up having to play Durham School of the Arts in their last match, or their last series of the regular season on week number 6, but they're 3-3, so still have 50% win rate.
Yeah.
So going into this as well, and all of them have a positive map ratio as well going into it. So looking at that, all these guys are competitors. All these teams are competitors coming out here. All of them have players who are ready to play and winning as well.
Yep.
So with the best of 5, it turns it on its head as well. You have that extra map to maybe let go at one point. But then, as you said, since the loser gets to pick the map going into the next one, maybe they can start finding a way to play that to their advantage. So maybe if map 1 doesn't go in their favor, they figure out what may go well for them in map 2. They pick that and then pick up a win. And that momentum can swing back and forth throughout the series.
Definitely. Those are like the intangibles around esports that are so hard to quantify. As someone who is a former coach, I know that is truly what the coach, what that teacher liaison in the room with these students could be doing. They could be looking forward to future matches and stuff. We are getting very close to getting in the game, so it'll be super exciting once we get that going. I think that there will be a lot of fun match stuff going. Control. I'm super excited to see how this map goes.
All right, so we are going to jump into it. And again, starting on Ilios, one of our favorite maps to start on throughout the series. I believe we started on it twice in week 1 and 6, respectively. So getting into it here, we do see on the side of Durham School of the Arts, truly Philip, Swall, Swagboy, and Vaughn versus NC Cyber Academy, Dapper, Gearshift, Scotties, Mint, and Solomon. NC Cyber Academy, we actually casted on week 6 as well. We can expect some Reaper coming out of them. They actually did really well with the Zarya and the Reaper, so getting that shield on to Mintz was actually allowing him to get in with that Reaper, get some damage off, then he can use that Wraith form to get out safely to get back to his team. He also dropped some massive Death Blossoms that were getting quadra kills, triple kills throughout it. So we'll have to see how they do, because they have a really aggressive player on their own. But there it is, Swagboy actually choosing the Winston to start out as well. Really good for this map, Actually, oh no, he swapped right back. He's throwing me for a loop there, getting back on to the Wrecking Ball. Of course, they have a little bit of time to pick on that. So we'll have to see what both teams go out here. Both of them deciding to pick up Anna as well, the Bastion on NC Cyber Academy. Also, Solomon did really well on that hero yesterday. But on the opposite side, we do have the Sombra for Durham School of the Arts to get those hacks out.
Nice. The Sombra, love that character. Looking to get in. Swagboy goes up, getting aggressive on the Wrecking Ball here. May pressuring this Reaper out. The Wraith form gets him to safety. Sleep on the Swagboy. Can he stay up?
And there it is. That's what I was talking about, getting that CC onto them. But it doesn't matter. Once he just picks that up, gets in it. Great stun, so they'll take him out. So it looks like they were able to do their homework. Great CC on the Swagboy. Will take him out first. And they're able to pick up some counter kills on that. So they are able to pick up the first couple percentages to get this map started. And, this is it. They did their homework. As I said, they figured out where he's going to come from. They focus on him first. Once he's taken down, they can shift their attention to the rest of the players and pick up the kills there.
Yeah, that CC really was what they needed. That came out of the Sigma, right? That was the combination of the Sigma and the Reaper locking down that tank. It's really going to be on Dapper Uzi to play strong on the tank side for Cyber Academy if he's going to be able to match what Swagboy can put out. We do see Swagboy switching off of the Wrecking Ball right back to the Winston, so an early change there.
Yes, and the Winston does have that really, that big jump that they can get back and forth. It looks like May did not have her ice block, but both of them are going to get out with 1 health apiece. She's able to get healed up, but that's just enough for them to get 2 kills there. They should be able to pick up this point and start get their first percentages of this. There it is, Swagboy jumping into the back line like he normally does, getting that kill. And just, again, that massive jump allowing him to get back to his team. So the Wrecking Ball didn't work, but again, as I said, that wasn't the only hero he has in his pocket. This Winston, he's been so good on it as well throughout the season. They are already on fire, as you can see. They are getting the percentage. Look, May does have Blizzard online as well right now, so it's a massive CC ultimate that they can use in the first one online. Also, Sombra about 10% from the hack as well, but look at that, Reaper at 92.
Yeah, Reaper and Sigma getting close on the Cyber Academy things. The Death Blossom is available, uses it, gets 2.
And as I said, massive Death Blossoms coming out of Mint. It's been so good throughout the season there. Sombra has the hack, but they're waiting. They have a couple of people down, but the Winston has used his ultimate, and there he is going to pick up 1 kill. Can we see a hack come in and possibly get, you know, some of those cooldowns off for them? Can they use it? She's trying to get the flank, but go ahead and gets the teleport out, looking for it. There it is. Massive hack onto 3 of them. Can they pick up the kills? They're trying to look for Solomon, but they haven't been able to find it just yet. Mince is getting really low too. Can they get both of the DPS? But she's actually going to fall first. But May getting the kill onto Solomon. They're trying to follow up for a second or third. They still have control of it and forcing NC Cyber Academy off of it when they tried to get onto it there. The May wall is blocking the Ana. Good kill from both of them. Will they be able to get the second one?
Signal.
There it is. Both of them.
Put them all down, but it's Swag
almost
Boy.
A team kill. Only Solomon left the line, but Swag Boy wants to go for it. Can he? He's actually forcing them all the way back to their spawn point.
87% and counting. Durham Soda, they're pressing the 90% barrier. If NC Cyber Academy can't make it back in touch, this could be the first point. They've got a couple ults to work with, and they've got a Reaper who can definitely get there in touch.
There's the Blizzard coming out to stop them, though. They're going to get a triple kill. This should solidify the first point of map number 1. And there it is, the May being so annoying with that wall to stop them first, then knowing they have to funnel through it, throws the Blizzard down, they get the kills, and there it is, Durham School, the Arts picking up the first round on Ilios.
Great use of their resources there, able to completely zone away the Cyber Academy team, not even able to get there in touch and force overtime. Got to commend them on the use of the ultimates. For Cyber Academy, they were pretty solid. They had that first control of the point, and then at the end there, they did have some ultimates to work with. You saw Dapper Uzi throw the Sigma ult down. I feel like he was expecting some backup from Gear Shift and from Scotty using the Ana ult, using the Moira ult, but that was the only one that was able to come out, and Dapper kind of knew, seemed like that they weren't going to be able to get back in touch, that they had enough resources to stop them, so got to use those appropriately. And really kudos there to Durham for using everything at their disposal.
Here it is, a little bit of a scarier map for some people, especially going against some Winston when he has their ult. Can definitely knock them for a swim, but if they go for a swim, they're not coming back. There it is. He's jumping in.
Wow.
Look at that punch. First kill, and this is exactly what you expect from Swag Boy. Gets in there. Great use of both the range and the melee. One of the best uses I've seen from any player in our conference so far. He definitely knows when to throw out those melee punches as well, which I think is a great mark of a tank player, not only using the gun, but also using melee at the same time. You have that in your disposal to get some damage. There it is, picks up 2 kills in the back line, instantly jumps back to his team. They already have control, and this is just their MO. This is their signature on how they like to play. He gets in there, gets the kills after they get low from the DPS, and then jumps back to his team. But as you can see, the Sombra also sitting up at the top there, having that teleport to get out. They're going to start marking some of the players, so good utilizations of the pings to know where everybody's coming out from. But here they are. You just have 2 people sitting back, 2 people sitting in the back line, and then 3 people sitting back on the point as well. Blizzard online once again. This May so good at getting that ultimate set up as soon as possible. But he's jumping in. A hack from behind is going to allow them to possibly get some damage on here, but the May did fall first. The Diva trying to get onto the Sombra, but she's going to go ahead and jump out right now. Brigitte still on the point, holding it. So they're really good, but the ultimate from the Winston is going to go ahead and pick up the first kill. It's keeping them once again. They just cannot get on this point. When Swag Boy is in the back line, drops the shield to keep himself alive, picks up a triple kill so far. May's going to get demegged. She is so vulnerable when that happens, but it looks like they're going to back off a little bit. They did what they needed to do, and this is also, you know, what they do. They know their limitations. They don't go too far ahead. They jump back when it's needed, and here they are, 71% already.
Yeah, they are playing absolutely lights out right now. The combination of the Winston and the Sombra getting access to the back line, finding picks whenever they needed. Dapper Uzi fell once again there. I have to say, Swag Boy is getting most of the credit, but these DPS characters, the Mei from way downfield, the Sombra also pulling their attention behind, is softening up the NC Cyber Academy team and letting Swag Boy make those highlight plays. I feel like this combination of three is looking so good right now.
There it is. Ben's trying to jump back, use that Wraith for him, but looks like they may not be able to get out. Massive Blizzard is going to find all of them. They're going to get them all. There it is. The bomb was dropped, but they're most likely not going to pick him up as the wall has worked against them. Team kill into round number two. Durham School of the Arts is on fire right now.
Yeah, they look absolutely dialed in. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they need to do. Let's check out Swag Boy's play of the game right here. He probably had more than Overwatch could try to choose from. It's not going to be the Primal Rage. It's going to be that big Blizzard that we saw to end the game, to end the second point. Man, I really feel like this is what we want to see when we're talking about top-tier Overwatch. We're talking about team play. We're talking about resource management. And Durham School of the Arts, these guys are putting everything on display right there.
They are. And again, as I said, not only they had a lot of play. Swag Boy has a lot of play on that on the Wrecking Ball, but look at that Winston. It didn't work out. They instantly made the change. So they don't force anything, and next thing you know, they just cannot be stopped. So now we have to figure out, can NC Cyber Academy, can they start figuring out how to combat against the Winston now? You know, he's a lot more tanky than the Wrecking Ball. He has a shield that he can drop, but then the massive jump to get him out to safety as well. And that ultimate does so much damage when he turns it on. He's able to juggle people really well with it as well. As we saw, he gets the kills, but it's not only that. As you said, the DPS were following up exactly as needed. The massive Mei Blizzards came out about
the
4 or 5
as well.
as well. You know, they can't be stopped, so we'll have to see how the adjustments are made. You know, of course, that is a really tight quarters, you know, on Ilios. So we'll have to see what NC Cyber Academy, maybe they mix it up a bit. Maybe they go for a different style map so that they can, you know, widen up the field and maybe make it so that he can't really jump on everyone at the same time, or those hacks aren't able to hit as many people because of the field. So we'll have to see what they do there.
Yeah, Durham as a higher seed did get their choice of map there on that guaranteed control that we're starting all the series off with. So obviously they're going to pick what they're most comfortable on, what matches their play style the best. Can NC Cyber Academy pick something as well? I hope that they've looked at what Swag Boy, at what this whole Durham School of the Arts game plan is, because I don't think it's just a Swag Boy thing. The whole team is on that play style. You see Sombra, Sal is constantly in the back line. Honestly, in the back line more than Swag Boy is, which is impressive with how often two choice. Really hoping to see something maybe close quarters. Obviously, like a good Wrecking Ball and a good Winston can still perform in close quarters, but maybe when they're on something they're more comfortable on, now that they've had a game to watch to kind of deal with it, they dealt with it actually pretty fine there at the beginning. So the adjustments mid-game didn't go in their favor, but maybe between games, they'll be able to find something, a nice little recipe, a nice little way into the armor of Durham School of the Arts and kind of force things to go into a better position.
Right. And again, as we've been saying, it is a team game, so if they can find a way against them, they should be able to maybe come back, take a map as well as the best of 5, so you're not in the weeds just yet. You still have some time. Take time picking your map, figure out which maps you've been really good at, or maybe you know a little bit better. Maybe they didn't perform as well in Ilios, but maybe they can go to maybe something like Blizzard World or something. They'll do a lot better there as well. So we'll have to see what they choose. This is kind of where those strategies start coming in that you didn't really have in the regular season. Now you can pick your maps. You can take your time to figure out what comps will work well on those maps, especially knowing what the enemy team played in the first one. You can make those adjustments going into the second one.
Yeah. Let's take a look a little bit at North Carolina Cyber Academy, what they did good, what they could do better. I feel like obviously the first point where they got so close to capturing it is an easy one to talk about. Mintz looks really good on the Reaper there for a little bit. Had that huge Death Blossom on the first point. As soon as he got it, he popped it, got 2 kills right away. So I like that. I hope we get to see that player stick with that character and kind of find more time. I feel like there's 2 ways that you can handle the aggression that a team like Durham School of the Arts is throwing at you. You can either pull your team back and you can try and peel away that dive, or you can invest heavily into the dive as well. You could say, sorry, supports, if you die, but we're going to go and we're going to try to kill theirs. And I think that could be the way, because thinking at what Durham was doing, we were so focused on what was happening around the NC Cyber Academy backline, but there was 0 pressure onto their supports. Their Anna never, I mean, I didn't even see her on camera. She was so far back and so safe. So getting some pressure onto those healers, cutting off the lifeline that Swag Boy is playing through, because he's playing aggressive. He's taking lots of damage, but the supports are able to keep him up. So I think maybe investing in some dive of their own, some pressure into that back lane could be a way into game 2.
Right. So, again, all these adjustments you have to make on the fly, but, we'll have to see what they do. This is why we give them the best of 5. We want to see these adjustments being made throughout it. Again, 7th place versus 2nd, so there might be the gap there. So we'll have to see how the adjustments are made. You have to make it in your favor as well. But again, you can't be too deterred from game 1. You have to realize how it's being played. You may have noticed it a little bit because they did have some good adjustments that they made in the first one. You did see them take out Swagboy early on that wrecking ball, so they know that they can do it. They just have to figure out how to adjust it from the wrecking ball to the Winston now, in my opinion. So maybe the wrecking ball comes back out. We see it a little bit more, but if he goes to the Winston, how will they turn on that as well? Sigma did really well. A good sleep from Anna possibly could put him down, but again, with the Winston, they have that shield. So how do you get past the shield at that point? And, they'll have to make the adjustments going into it. And I think they can do it because they did show that they could. But we'll have to see what they favor because we didn't see too much of them outside of the games yesterday. They did do fairly well on the push map that we saw on the last one on the escort. So on that pushing the payload, they did really well when they did have that. They had the Zarya, as I said. They had the Reaper as well. So maybe they can swap to that and allow, instead of, focusing too much on an engaged tank, figure out a way to get Mints in there so that he can do the damage on the backline and get out safely. So I kind of want to see that Zarya come out again, maybe because the gravitational pull that they had as well. Last time they had a massive 4-man gravitational pull that ended up allowing their tank to be the player of the game yesterday as well, even with the 4-man Death Blossom. So it'll be really cool to see how they pull that out also.
Push could be a good choice for them. It seemed like that game was most even when neither team had any ultimates. Once ultimates came on board, it really felt like the Durham School of Arts synergy was really able to shine. So I like the idea of push where you get out there, nobody has any ultimates. You might win that first fight, get some good push, maybe change some things, push it really far, and then once they start, if they do make a comeback and push you back, then they've got to get the robot back to center and then back that way. So that might be something there that they could look for. Honestly, though, the main thing is just don't lose sight of the fact that this is a best of 5, that you still have chances. Obviously, throughout the regular season, we've been playing best of 3s this whole time. So if you lose the first map, you instantly feel like your back's against the wall.
Right.
This is a best of 5. Completely different situation here. You can try this one. Obviously, they're the higher seed. They get to choose what map they want for round 1. So you expect them to win it. I mean, it's a nice bonus if you come in and you upset the higher seed on their favorite map on control. But most of the time, the higher seed's just going to win that, and you need to look to beat them in the later halves of the series.
Yeah, and as you said, push, I did hear it is going to be push on Coliseum will be the next one. So as you said, maybe they do figure out that this is going to help them out a little bit more. No ultimates, you get the robot pushing back and forth as well. So, but on the opposite end, though, this is kind of where we saw some of that really big play coming out of Swagboy on the wrecking ball, because at this point he has a lot of ways he can get in and out with the terrain, using that grappling hook to get him in and out a lot, and then jumps on the back line. So we'll have to see what they do if they can combat against it. They did really well in the first map with the wrecking ball shutting him down, so it could be possible that they force out the Winston and maybe they're not too used to the Winston on these push type maps, so it could go in favor of NC Cyber Academy.
I do think that this team, while if they were able to, if NC Cyber Academy was able to get off in an early start, then push would be good for them. On the other hand, if Durham School of the Arts starts hot, wins the first fight, and then you let Swagboy and Sal get deep into your base, and the cart is just allowed to be free push because they're clearing so much space and making so much, it could be rough. So I do think they made the correct choice. Now, will they be able to make the correct decisions in the game to put them in the right position to win it? We saw them make some good decisions in the beginning of game 1, so I'm hopeful about the start of game 2 as well.
Mm-hmm. So, and again, I want to see NC Cyber Academy come out with that aggression again. I want them to jump on Swagboy again, get him shut down early, but I want to see that move into the rest of the time as well. I want to see that they can, utilize it and figure out a way, but I also want to see them go back to some of those heroes I saw yesterday that really helped them out. Keep them on, get the Soldier 76 back out, keep the Mints on the Reaper, but maybe bring out the Zarya as well so she can get the shields on to that Reaper so he can get in there, be aggressive like he likes to, because he knows his limitations really well on that hero. So he can get in and get out. The issue is that when he gets in there, race walk, but doesn't have that shield to help him get back out, then he's going to fall to the really aggressive tanks that they have, as well as the Mei who has that shield, the freeze as well. So, and then once she headshots you, if you're frozen, it's game over.
Instantly over, yeah. Yeah, I think that definitely if they're going to win, it's going to be through Mintz. He seemed to be the light in the darkness there for them in that first map. So I would agree. I'd love to see them either change up their draft so that they can do it. Obviously, picking Zarya, scary to me as a layman for Overwatch. You don't have that big, I can throw a shield in front of my players type stuff. I'm more of a Ramatra or a Reinhardt style tank player myself. But there's a reason I'm not playing because I'm not that good at Overwatch. So the fact that we have players who can pull out that, we have teams that can make such a high skill level composition work like that, super exciting.
Yeah. And again, it comes down to the synergy of the teams as well. We did have really good synergy coming out of NC Cyber Academy yesterday. I really want to see that again. We didn't get to see it too much because they were just such on the back foot going into that one. You have the Diva coming out with the Reaper, not too much you can do there with each other, but, you know, find a way to empower the Reaper, like you said. If he's going to be the one who's going to be on fire for the NC Cyber Academy today, you know, use him. Make sure that they're utilized to their top talent, and he got a massive death blossom in that first game that we saw out there as well. Unfortunately, didn't turn the tide of the game, but we know it can come out. So we'll have to see what they decide to do there. And I'm really excited to see how they go on this push map. I don't think we got to see it too much yesterday because they did such a good job on it when they did play yesterday. So we'll have to see how both teams go into it. And I really want to see what will happen if Durham School of the Arts is put on the back foot. A little bit last match, but not too much. Oh, they only got about 60% taken away from them, but instantly they jump in and they, you know, pretty much put their foot on the gas and then took it through the rest of the map one. I want to see the adjustments they make. I want to see possibly if they decide to stick to those comps if they get put on the back foot, because right now we didn't really see much of a switch off except for Swagboy. He stayed on that Winston. Once he got onto it, he stayed on it. Everyone else stayed on the same things, and they're really proficient out of them. So is there a way for NC Cyber Academy to knock him off? Maybe if they aren't playing as well, they stick onto that because they're so good at it. But I want to see what happens if they do have to get forced. I may want to see them get put into a situation where they're not as comfortable. And I think NC Cyber Academy can do that.
Yeah, the Cyber Academy was definitely able to get the first stop onto Swagboy into Durham School of the Arts. Let's see if they'll be able to get a second one maybe in this second game. Let's jump into game. Let's see what we've got. We're on the push game mode on Colosseo. An exciting, a very beautiful map. Love this game mode. Love this scenery. No player changes or anything. We are going to see the same 10 players for both teams right now. A little bit of loading time as we get in and as the players choose theirs. Let's introduce this game mode. Basically, push is a mode where both teams are going to start on opposite sides of the map. In the center, there's going to be a robot. When you have control of that robot, meaning you're the one around it and the other team are not, the robot will start progressing towards the other player's base. The progression, the distance that you make will get you the win. If you progress all the way and you get that robot into their base, you automatically win the game. If neither team can make it all the way there, whoever gets the furthest push is going to be the team that wins.
Yes, and here it is. So there it is.
There he is.
Jumping on the wrecking ball. As I said, this map we have seen him play once before in the regular season, and just their knowledge of being able to get around this map was insane. But as I said, look at it. We do see the Zarya coming out here as well. And actually the Juno being switched on to for healer. So we do have a little bit of swap up from NC Cyber Academy. They did do really well on this map with this comp also. So I'd like to see what they're making these adjustments.
Wow, what a rollout.
Yeah, look at this. He knows
they don't even know
how to get up to the back line.
Solomon, look out.
There it is. Look, he just gets there onto the back with the Sombra, and the rest of the team is already up, and they've already taken so much damage. And it's just so hard for them, especially being on squishy characters like the Ana, like the Juno. Look, and they've already taken out 2 members. So he gets the damage on there and then allows his DPS to kill. But he's just on the back line. They can't do anything. Then the Zarya has to turn her attention to him, and the rest of the team just picks up the rest of the kills.
Complete devastation on the first point, all off of the back of Swagboy on this cute little wrecking ball. It did not seem like Cyber Academy even knew to expect that rollout right there. They had no clue what was happening. Part of me maybe thought that Gear Shift would look to the left, see him, and just sleep him, and there might be a crazy scenario where they could ignore him and go push to the point, but he was able to get that flawless engage off and secures the control of the robot and a very heavy early first push here on Colosseo.
I mean, look at that. Look at the distance just pushing upward and upward and upward. Plenty of time left. They've already hit the second checkpoint right there. Look at that. already look at that, jumping on the Sigma, gets stunned, but Sigma has no backup right now, no healers to help him. And Swag Boy's just going back and forth, gets the kill right there with the help of Sombra, who's always helping and assisting Swag Boy in the back line. They just have such good synergy with each other and trust that they know it. There, he instantly picks up the health pack because he knows where to go. Look at the Sombra getting chased down, but she has to teleport. Yep, she's going to go ahead and get out there as well, and then waits for the rest of the team to follow up on it. And this is the synergy that they've had. They've played these comps so many times together before that they know how to play with each other. Swag Boy jumping in, finds the lone healer and jumps on the Juno. There it is, Sigma.
She got behind a shield.
Will it be enough? She's trying. Look at that aim, though, from him as well. Just not missing at all. There it is. The Sombra finally jumping on the back. Swag Boy goes in. We have a switch, but can Juno get some damage? Can they finally get the damage? No, Sombra's going to get out and get 2 kills from Swag Boy. There it is, the Brigitte saying, well, guess what? I have a shield. I'm a tanky healer. I'm going to smack you with my mace. Get a kill there, too. And once they're down, they just all fall back to back. Blizzard online, Hack online as well. 2 ultimates for the side of Durham School of the Arts. And there, Dapper Uzi had to swap over to the D.Va, maybe feeling like it's just not, as you said, not enough utility to keep the teammate alive. But how much do you have on D.Va? You have the defense matrix, which helps against some of the projectiles, but at the same time, are you going to try to engage on the backline when Swag Boy goes on yours? So is it just a battle of who can kill the backline first? But Swag Boy already doing his job, jumping back. Maywall will get taken down, but it's not enough. There's the hack onto the 4 people. They're following up on it. Minefield also on live. Will he drop it? 10-player kill streak already for Swag Boy, but it's not going to matter. 2 are already down for the side of NC Cyber Academy. D.Va trying to do her best to get out, but again, we see another 3, 4 people fall. It's just pandemonium on the side of NC Cyber Academy. Durham School of the Arts didn't even have to use any ultimates besides that hack in that engagement.
Yeah, I love the trigger discipline to not use anything else. Once Sao gets off such a great ultimate like that, you do not need to invest anything to make it happen. Truly fighting for control of the point right here. Throws the Blizzard down. They are looking to get control and potentially win the game.
Minefield Blizzard combo, killing everybody. 4 down. The last one, Dapper Uzi, is going to fall. This should be enough to push it to the end. Swag Boy, insane on this push map. It was NC Cyber Academy, and he said, guess what? It's your map. Just kidding. You're locked in here with me, getting kills, picking up the Ana, trying to find their way back, but it's not going to matter. A second team kill in the matter of 2 minutes. That will end this one in barely any time at all. Durham School of the Arts is just on fire.
Yes, complete devastation in the first 2 maps. No issue at all in the beginning stages of their first round matchup. Let's see Swag Boy once again getting the highlights here. Kudos to Truly for setting him up so well with that Blizzard. Honestly, man, this Durham School of the Arts team, they're a real threat to win this conference championship. And honestly, it looks like they're playing a different game than other Overwatch players. Their tank is not on the objective. They have 2 flankers. Everything they do is looking so dominant. They're really not running into any resistance.
Yeah, and again, they're playing, as you said, they have the Sombra in the back line who helps with that flanking, but then they're playing the Mei who has that self-heal and self-invulnerability. Yep. So if they get jumped on, or Mei's is like, oh, I'm going to freeze myself up. And then you're using Brigitte, who's a tanky support player who has that shield to also help out the Mei. And then you have the Ana who has to CC with the sleep. So they're playing around knowing that their tank is going to jump into the back line, that another DPS is going to jump into the back line, and they're playing safe characters to play along with it. But then on top of that, synergy-wise, these Blizzards have been massive.
Yeah.
Swag Boy got play of the game, but the Blizzards set it up. Blizzards comes out, starts freezing everyone, drops the minefield, and then he can get on them and start killing everybody. So again, this is one of the teams, and I'm not sure how it was for you in Western, but I have not seen a team as synergistic as I saw Durham School of the Arts and Sandhills.
Yeah, there have been teams who look close to it, but nothing specifically like this. I really feel like this 3-man combo of the Mei, whatever Swag Boy's playing, and the Sombra, they are just a force that nobody can stop. They are a natural disaster sweeping in that is just going to wreck anything in their path. You got to come up with something different. And I also really love the Sombra pick. I really think that it's allowing Swagboy to play. She's keeping control of health packs. She gets back there. She knows which ones she's hacked, which ones the opponents have access to, and Swagboy is able to play away from his supports, but still find some sustain around those packs because of how Sal is playing.
Great. And I did hear we are going to be going to Flashpoint. So again, this is, once again, will be NC Cyber Academy's pick. So they're trying to swap it up. And we'll have to think, you know, and maybe at this point, you have to realize it's not just the map. You know, you have to figure out the team composition to get against this right now. So it's team fighting once again. So Flashpoint, again, team fighting. So really big team fighting, you know, again, well, it is a team fighting type of game. Yeah. But when you think about it, going into it, you have to figure out a way to combat against the Swagboy going into it. You know, you have to figure out, maybe it's not just him, maybe go against the Sombra or figure out, but they're utilized so well. I think they had some of their most success when they were on the Zarya before they switched over to the Diva. I don't really agree with the choice of going to the Wrecking Ball, trying to mirror it, because you're trying to go against someone who knows a character to a T. You can't really try to mirror that. You have to figure out what you're good with and figure out a way to play against someone with something that's working for you. So I'd much rather them go back to the Zarya. Of course, they don't have the shield for everybody. It's just a singular shield for themselves and then one of their teammates. But figure out a way to maybe stop the bleeding a little bit, get those ultimates back up, and then find a way to get Mints really rolling into map number 3. That one, we weren't able to see it much. Again, as I said, Swagboy on Calicio, he knows all the pathways. It's a really hard one to get against them because there's so many places for them to hide. This one's a little more open. You are going to be on a controlled point. So, of course, it's going to be a little bit more of that centered around team fighting as well. So maybe they can get against it a little bit. So we'll have to figure out what they're going to do. It actually looks like we may be having a Durham sub.
Interesting.
We'll have to see who comes into that.
Potentially looking to get someone maybe warm for some future matchups. I mean, it could be the map choice as well. Like, who knows? Maybe we haven't seen any real change up in, like, the supports and the side of things. So maybe one of those characters, like maybe it's just not a good May map, so we'll sub out Truly and we'll bring someone else in. That is going to be enough talking from us. We're going to get into game 3. It's Flashpoint on Suravasa. Let's see what we've got. All right, and we are loading into game here on Suravasa, Durham School of the Arts. Who are we switching out?
So Key Signature is actually coming in here. So that looks like it will be a support, as we still have Swow, Truly, Vaughn, and Swagboy. So, of course, Swagboy is not coming out there at all. But I kind of agree. Like you said, maybe get some people warmed up in here as well, just to help them out, give them a little bit of time. You know, get their fingers warm, get going a little bit. Truly on there as well. Looks like it was one of their subs. So Truly coming in also on the May. So we still have the May, Juno. Yeah. Swagboy.
Oh, Doomfist.
So we actually did see some Doomfist on Swagboy when we watched Durham School of the Arts on this map as well. Again, these engage heroes are really good.
They are. It's a lot of similar stuff from Swagboy. Actually, no, switching back to the Sigma. He just wants to mess with our emotions. Yeah. And then on the Cyber Academy things, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but Mintz is switching off of Reaper onto the Sombra. So once again, trying to match. Let's check out this absurd rollout from Swagboy again. First one to the point by a large margin, even though there's another Wrecking Ball.
There is. We actually have a triple mirror. So we have May, Sombra, and Wrecking Ball all mirroring each other right now. It looks like
just the two supports that are
different. But there it is. It's so hard to combat against a team that knows exactly how they're playing. Sleep comes out, but he's just going to keep rolling along. Look at that. Poor Anna trying to do her best to dodge, but the aiming is so good. The tracking from Swagboy is, again, just something that's, oh, look at that. A kill from Truly on the Scotties. What can they do here? The wall comes out to try to trap him, doesn't trap them, ends up trapping Swagboy, but he gets around with the grappling hook, gets in there, instantly picks up a team kill, so they should get this first one. Again, we did have a control map earlier. Flashpoint does differ a little bit. They do have to control the point, but it is moved in real time. So once whoever gets 100% on this, it will swap to a different part on the map, and then they'll have to move to it without it stopping and then re-going. So again, if you don't know the Flashpoint, that's a little bit of a rundown for it for our viewers out there. So we'll see kind of similar to it, but there it is. And we'll have to see what NC Cyber Academy does. They have a little bit more breathing room if they lose this first point to get their ultimates up. But there it is, Dapper Uzi trying to go in and jumps onto the May, but instantly gets walled off. And then just complete obliteration there from the side of Durham School of the Arts. Juno picking up the kill off the back of their teammate, but look at that, Sombra already on fire. They jump into the rest of them. That is already 3 down. We see the May trying to shield themselves up, but it is a May on May battle. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be Truly, saying this is truly my hero instead, and picks up that kill. Minefield already online, as well as the hack. Can we possibly see a combo ult come out from both of them? They don't need to use it yet. They already have 88% and not really letting NC Cyber Academy anywhere close to this one. May Blizzard online as well. Wow, this is actually trifecta combo if you think about it.
Yep.
A freeze into a hack into a minefield would just obliterate the enemy team if they get those all out on the same time. Right now, we kind of see NC Cyber Academy backing off. The second point will start coming up in a few moments, but look at that. Just a flawless first point for the side of Durham School of the Arts.
Yeah, no issue there, taking control of things. The backline access continues to be free and easy for Durham School of the Arts. What can Cyber Academy do? Nothing. Solomon falls right away, still has his ult, still getting picked. It's looking very, very difficult. They do have the Brigitte ult, and they're getting close on a couple. Sombra and Ash getting close there. So if there's any chance when you can make it, potentially you have a fair shot at contesting this second flashpoint.
They do, and Juno picking up a 10-player kill streak is pretty crazy going into this. Look at that tracking from both of them. They're going to pick up the kill on the Sombra. They don't even have to think about using ults there. There it is, a great ice block. It's going to keep the May alive. Swagboy goes right in off of that to pick up a second kill, 10-player kill streak. We see 10-player kill streaks coming out for everyone. Dapper Uzi finally getting a kill for their team by dropping the minefield. Everyone has ult except for the Sombra and the Wrecking Ball, but Wrecking Ball, Swagboy saying, you try to take mine, I'm going to swag on you with hamster. Jeez, look at that, taking out the rest of those mines there.
Oh, he missed it. Truly, we're telling people, we're going to send that to your teammates.
You got clipped on stream for missing that, unfortunately. That's about the only win NC Cyber Academy has had at the moment. And there it is, 70% already on the second one. And the only one has been hacked.
Are we going to use any of these ultimates? That
I am not sure at this point.
We had them for the start of this point. Got to use them to contest. Sal on the Sombra, causing some chaos in the back line right now. Dapper Uzi needs to get in there. Found his way into the back. Not close on the minefield. The hack goes down. The Brigitte coming in.
Great hack, but drop the beat, keeping everyone topped up. Great Blizzard to follow up on that as well. They're going to pick up 2 kills to stop this contention from the side of NC Cyber Academy. Dapper Uzi trying to do his best to be taken down. There goes Solomon next, and that should be the second point taken for the side of Durham School of the Arts. Finally, as you said, we saw 2 ultimates come out there, but now hack is back almost online for Durham School of the Arts. Juno, Swagboy on that Wrecking Ball, as well as the Sombra, should all have their ultimates for this third point. And this is it. It is do or die time for NC Cyber Academy. They need to pick up this point or they will lose the map and lose the series.
Yeah, their backs are truly against the wall right here. They did hear my request, and they did throw every ultimate at that second one, but it was not enough to bring it back. Swagboy causing some chaos in the backline. Shows his face, and minefield coming out. Goodbye. Wow.
And that is, again, the knowledge. The instant drop down, knock them up, get the damage, drop the minefield, they all die. Now, they have no healers. The rest of the team is falling. This point will be able to open the contestation now. And there it is. Already at 26% again after that, though. They still have Juno ult. They still have the hack as well. So they have these 2 ultimates to none on NC Cyber Academy. The closest one is Dapper Uzi at 79%, but that's only minefield as well. So they have to be careful. Look at this in the back line. He just knows he's going to flank. They should know this, but they're not looking back. They're not checking for it. They do get a kill.
Okay.
Great hack, though, coming out from Sal is going to keep this push from happening once again. Despite getting the kill on Truly, they get a massive hack out, and it saves their team. And there it is, just the team play once again from Durham School of the Arts comes out on top.
Yeah, gear shift on this Ash has just been a buffet of kills for anybody on the Durham side of things who can get into the back line. And with these players, you know that they've got access to it. I do feel like maybe we needed to switch off the Ash for something a little bit more mobile, something that could maybe survive. But
honestly,
75% for
this
Durham.
Anna, if you're going to switch, if you're going to copy anything from during the School of the Arts, it should have been the Lucio. The Lucio would have been great for NC Cyber Academy instead of this Anna, the boop, as well as the boost that you get from him. But there it is. They're trying to do the best there. Michael dropped on it, but can they contest it for long enough? 2 kills already on the side of Durham School of the Arts. They're about to take up the Anna as well. They finally get it. Swag Boy takes off truly, but is it enough? Oh no, it may not be enough. They get it. He's going to jump in there. He's taking enough to take those mines. He drops mines of his own, but it's game over anyways. Durham School of the Arts coming up with a massive and just statement 3-0.
Yeah, looking very, very solid right there, showing why they are one of the teams that we have to look out for as potential conference champions here in Sandhills. We hyped them up, and they absolutely delivered with everything that we threw their way. Sometimes you worry as a commentator when you hype up a player, when you hype up a team, but these guys had no issue stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, and Swag Boy, as you saw there, second player of the game, getting that on
all three.
All three.
Yeah.
You know, he can't be stopped. The Wrecking Ball on the push map, Wrecking Ball on the Flashpoint, and then Winston on the Ilios with control. He can swap it up, and he knows it. As you saw there, he knows exactly where to go. He drops the minefield, gets those kills, and then the rest of the team follow up. But as I said, the synergy between this team is just crazy. You would think for a high school team that maybe they had never even played before coming into this, and they just look so good now, and it shows the difference from the skill levels of the teams that have probably been practicing together, you know, and have been able to make adjustments throughout the season. For, again, as I said, Durham School of the Arts may be in second. They did drop the one. It was when Swag Boy wasn't there at that time. You bring him in, and then it is a completely different game at this moment, and he just did so well. But, again, the other 4, you can't leave them out. They followed up on his plays. They made his life easier by picking heroes that work well with him and as well can do their own thing, and they picked up an easy 3-0.
Yeah, Durham School of the Arts looked awesome right there, proving why there are potentials to win this tournament. Artists on the canvas that is Overwatch, they did everything they needed to. Congratulations to them. Best of luck in the semifinals, which they just earned their spot in. That's going to do it for the Overwatch, our quarterfinals. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back for some more college football action just in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We have finished our first round. We have finished our quarterfinals, and we are getting ready for our first college football semifinal. I have traded out my Chris, my co-commentator, for a new one. I've got Eli. How are you doing, Eli?
I'm doing good, man. This is so exciting. This has already been a lot of awesome action in the day already, and I can't wait to get into the semifinal match. It's only going to get more competitive from here.
Yep, super excited to see what we have. We've got Hoke County taking on Grays Creek, two top dogs in the Sandhills College Football Conference. Let's jump into game, and let's see what we've got.
So I do have to somewhat correct you here. So Hoke County, both A and B started as the 7th and 8th seeds today.
Oh, really?
Both upset the 1 and 2 seeds.
Wow.
So Hoke County B, who actually barely made it into the top 8, now playing for a chance to, well, they've already earned themselves a spot, at least in Wildcard Weekend, now playing for a spot to go ahead and go straight to states.
Exciting to hear that the postseason has been friendly to these Hoke County students. They came to play today, and getting some upsets is super exciting. We're going to see both teams today, Hoke County and Grays Creek, electing to play Alabama, so that will only be slightly confusing to us, but we do know, obviously, Hoke County on the left over there, Grays Creek on the right. Let's see what they've got.
Yeah, so far, we would also like this bar to be moved so we can at least see the yardage at the bottom of the screen here and the score, of course. So we'll get that sorted out for you guys here shortly. There we go. All right.
Beautiful.
Production on top of it. So we're 2nd and 11. It looks like Hoke County with their first offensive drive.
A lot of time here, dropping back, pressure coming from the defense, but he's going to get that pass off. It is not going to be a sack. Going to be able to maintain that 11-yard third down look right there. A little bit of a pause right here. Obviously, we've got a certain amount of those per half per team. That's kind of how the rule works here for college football.
Yeah, typically what we see at the beginning is sometimes they'll be moving players around. Maybe they want to have a player reserved for the end of the game, or just move the players around in general for a variety of reasons. I'm sure if you guys watch those Drini videos, he might explain some of the rhyme or reason behind that, but looks like now that is done, we should be getting into the next play here shortly.
That's right. 3rd and 11, Hoke County on the offense with these white jerseys, Alabama. They've got a lot of receivers on the left side right here. One halfback, right side of the field, wide open. A lot of time in the pocket. Scrambling to the left. One defender to beat, but just gets dropped for a loss. 4th and 13. Me and Chris in our first game of the day, Eli, we talked a bunch about the play call choice. Are we going to see punts? Are we going to see 4th down attempts?
4th down attempts, typically what they go for. These players are not playing classic old man football like we like to call it sometimes. It said we are going for the win in every situation. This is very risky, though, because if this turns over at this part of the field, it is bad news, but it will find the catch and might even find some extra credit as well. Finally gets taken down at the 44-yard line.
Love that vision, able to wait, let his defender make some space between the cornerback, run the full route, and hit the perfect timing. The perfect pass is going to get them the chains moving. They're going to be on the Grays Creek side of the field right here. It's a run play to the right, 2 defenders, one dives and misses, but the other ones are there. They corral him to the left side of the field, and they bring him down for a 6-yard loss. It looked like it might be amazing once the defender went for that dive, but still, no forward progression. It's going to be difficult to get forward when you're not making any progress.
That's exactly right. Grays Creek has been playing excellent defense. This pass will get caught, however, will get stopped short of the first down. 3rd and 5 to go, but honestly, Hoke County has really only had a handful of plays that have actually made forward progress. So, I mean, shout out to Grays Creek for some phenomenal defense as of yet. They'd like to be highly effective here in this 3rd down to force another difficult situation. What does Hoke County go for here?
Oh, it's a QB scramble, gets through, gets the first down. Move the chains, keep progression going forward. I'm loving seeing the Grays Creek defense. You saw him. He lined up that middle linebacker, kind of feigned that he was going to blitz, but then pulled him back and went into coverage. But Hoke County saw that, recognized it, sees the opportunity for that QB to just take the wide open middle and get the first down.
Exactly right. And a nice spin move here from the running back, and it makes some solid progress, 7 yards gained. But you do have to have an open mind in every single play. You've got to be keeping an eye on all those receivers. Who's open, who's not? Is there a giant gap in front of me? If there is, you should probably run straight through it. So I love to see the recognition on the fly here. That's part of the reason these players are still here.
Yeah, the run game seems to be important here for Hoke County. This one's going to be a pass. A lot of time in the pocket. Oh, gets around one. First down is open. Maybe the end zone is open too. Oh, to the 1 yard line. Hope County, they get everything they want aside from a touchdown, but first and goal on the 1. This is about as primo of a real estate position as you can get on the football field.
You're exactly right. Curious if they just try to force it straight through. Looks like they do and are successful in it as they earn the first touchdown of the game. Probably going to go for the extra point as well. Typically no good reason to go for the 2-point conversion, but I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen some very aggressive players here in this region.
Yeah, and if you just upset a top dog in the conference, you might be feeling yourself, but smart to play the measured game, to take the easy points. No need to get a little too hyphy and make a mistake early on when this is just the first drive. You know, Grays Creek, they've had a look on defense. Now they're going to get a look at some offense and maybe get a chance to even things back out. The Burgundy, Alabama team is going to be receiving it. Here's the kickoff. Straight down the middle. Lots of distance, too. Will they elect to take the touchback? They do. Smart choice. They'll pick it up on the 25.
Always an interesting decision. We've seen both strategies employed here. Typically, more often than not, the touchback going to produce more yardage, though. Pretty difficult to find your way all the way to that 25-yard line on the receiving end. Now, Grays Creek with a chance to show what they're capable of on offense.
Hands it off, running to the left, but up the middle. Finds a spot. Solid gain there, 6 yards on first down. Both teams looking to establish the run early. Makes sense with them both playing the same team. Alabama has a very strong running back, but this team is absolutely skilled in all regards, both defense and offense. Grays Creek going to run it right into 2 Hope County defenders, and they're going to get shut down right away.
They get 1 singular yard, though. Slight forward progress. Would certainly like to find that first down.
Ooh.
Looks like they are eyeing it.
Whoa.
And find a somehow slip right through multiple defenders, and they could go all the way to the 15-yard line. Incredible play there.
Really interesting choice. I don't know I'm not even familiar with what exactly that play call was. They hiked it directly to the quarterback, who looked like he was in the halfback position, and then just running it right away, scrambling to the left. Milrow making his move again. Slides just shy of the first down. Very smart play. That is what I would consider a realistic college football play. Sometimes we see these players, when we're talking about a digital quarterback, they'll leave them out there to just get obliterated. But in the first quarter, very smart to preserve the integrity of your quarterback. Injuries are on in our format, so got to be aware of that.
Absolutely. One of the first throw plays we have seen from this offensive drive, and it's the right time to do it. They find an open player in the end zone, touchdown. And are they going to tie it up here? It looks like the extra point will be what's gone for. And so far, almost done with the first quarter. No separation at all between these two. Hope County, though, going to be the ones to take the ball next.
Yeah, the first punch was thrown by Hope County, and it landed. The second one was answered. Grays Creek matches them blow for blow. Both Alabama teams are on the board. It seems like we might be in store for a back and forth match. Our first college football match was back and forth in the beginning and then kind of got blown out there in the second half. Let's see if we can keep this one competitive throughout the whole series. Grays Creek, good kickoff, good defense on the kick return. Hope County, they're going to pick it up on the 15-yard line.
At the time that he caught that, it looked like there could have been an open lane to run through, but all the defenders do come swarming through. Will end up being 10 yards shy of that touchback position, but we've seen how effective they were on offense in their last drive. I'll tell you what, though, Grays Creek a little bit scary on defense, and I think Hope County could have used those extra 10 yards. Yeah,
Grays Creek looked very explosive on the offense. They were able to score in just about a minute, whereas it took Hope County around 2.5. That being said, slow progress is still progress forward. Scrambles to the side, slightly makes it past the line of scrimmage. 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8 here with about 45 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
Yeah, not too worried about the time on their clock. Of course, they'll maintain their field position, assuming they still have control of the ball, but good to take note of. Like you said, took them a lot longer to score than it took Grays Creek to score. You'd like them to make some progress here. Looks like another scramble, and okay, I like that. Gets the forward movement on the throw to make sure that it's an incomplete pass. No yards gained or lost, but the down is lost instead.
cut it a little close on the timing there. I definitely think he might have had a chance downfield if he had tried to look a little bit earlier. A lot of time in the pocket right here. A wide open receiver caught and run. Hope County into the end zone for their second touchdown of the game.
And I love the celebration here. They did a awesome job, whoever developed this game, with the player celebrations.
That was me.
That's okay. Great job, man.
Yep. I was out there jumping. They put me in front of a green screen.
Got you all hooked up to the little.
That's right. The really skinny celebrator. That one. That one's me.
And they're going to go for the extra point as well. So, okay, we were talking about, hey, it took them too long to score. Maybe they heard us. Said, all right, let me just throw it straight down the middle and find the wide open receiver. Grays Creek. Got to be thinking about that one.
Yeah, very explosive play. Definitely, they heard what we were saying about Grays Creek and found the point of their own where they could explode as well. I do feel like that's kind of, that's why you run the ball. That's why you go for those short plays, is to set up for it. You draw the defense into the line of scrimmage, and then you open up downfield. So, amazing play right there. What will they be able to do on defense? Grays Creek dropping back, pressure coming. Gets it off, though.
Cannot wait too long to make a decision with your quarterback. They're going to be facing some pressure eventually. Now, if you saw the graphic there, it said that Grays Creek has only 5 passing yards. So, so far, the run play has been what earned them their position down the field in their first offensive drive. Will they elect to continue that? Does Hope County maybe catch on to that and start preventing these runs from effectiveness? Let's see if they could maybe get a pass play going here.
Yep, 3rd and 10. Definitely going to have to look for the pass. Options to Y up the middle. He's got to look.
Ooh.
Not going to make it for the first down. 4th and 1 as time runs out on our first quarter. Grays Creek, they're going to pick it back up, and almost assuredly they're going to go for it. If I see a high school student punt the ball on 4th and 1, I'm going to kick the door down, and I'm going to say, that's not a high schooler. There's no way they're making sound decisions like that. So here we go. 4th and 1. Snap is a little high, dropping back, scrambling to the left. Is the defender going to leave him? The defender does. He's got some space in front of him. One man to beat in front, one man behind.
Oh, wow.
Gets wrapped up from behind at the 15-yard line. That is, and I have never, across all of the Western matches that we've been watching for college football, I've never seen so much emphasis on the quarterback running the ball. Sometimes we see people scramble to the side, but Grays Creek is so heavily indexing in this.
Yeah, it's been very effective. Why not, right? And a great juke play is they're going to find the end zone, and Grays Creek just seemingly picking options that the defense is not ready.
He didn't even press the juke button. He just did it with the left right on the stick. That was nice.
Finds, however he got it there, and now they're deciding to make some separation here. 2-point conversion. What's the option here? Might just run this one in, and they should do so as the 2 points are good, and Grays Creek take a 1-point lead.
Very risky decision there. It's going to pay off. It's going to get them the lead. That one was absolutely a little bit looking like Vegas. We're all Alabama, so I assume he's betting it on red, not black. And it did come up that way. They're going to gain a 1-point lead right there.
We talked about how confusing is it if you're a spectator here? Like, which Alabama are you rooting for?
Everybody leaves happy.
Are all these people just
technically these are all Army fans? They're not even Alabama fans.
Are they just like sneaking into the stadium while they do in-house scrimmages right now? Like how are all these people watching an in-house scrimmage? That's what I want to know.
They have a good show in front of them at least. Even if they're watching it, doesn't matter who's playing. As long as the score is close, it is absolutely exciting. Hope County picking up their drive at the midfield right now. 1st and 10. Pressure coming from the right. Pass is good. One man to beat. Actually, more than one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He fought for that, but
turned into a little acrobat move.
Yeah, I think he's trying to show off.
I think his celebration got tied into his actual tackle. You start dancing before you even get brought down.
Might have a breakdancing career if he can't make it to the NFL, does that receiver. However, now Grays Creek going to try to look for some good defense like they've seen before, but look at these open lanes that these quarterbacks continually find. Got to be careful there.
It's almost like the defense is very, very worried about the deep pass that really hasn't came.
Right.
So it's almost like just the threat of it is more scaring them and opening it up. Really love seeing that, though. I feel like that's really the beauty of why you scramble to the side like that is you tell the defenders, hey, either come forward and stop me from getting the first down or stay back and stop my wide receiver from getting the touchdown. Ooh,
There
nice
it is,
spot.
though. Speaking of touchdown, great recognition of the situation. Now, the question is, will they go for the 2-point conversion? Because as it's okay, no. Unless this is a fake out. I saw that in our last match that there was a couple of fake 1-point plays. Yeah.
Interesting.
Both sides did it back to back. So.
Wow.
But nope, the upright is good. The Grays Creek, I mean, probably happy to see that. Now they can pretty comfortably go for extra points and still maintain their lead.
Yeah, just drive it back down, hopefully get in the goal, and you just kick the extra point and maintain it. I do feel like it's probably a smart call for Hoke to just keep steady and on the course, keep it within a field goal. Let's see, can any of these defenses make anything happen, or will it continue to be an offensive showcase? Passing up the middle, It's caught. Wow, nice catch in the middle of the field, a big gain right there to start the drive.
Yeah, that was a difficult catch. It was a little bit behind the player, but fortunately able to slow down just enough to make the catch. Here we go. It's going to be handed off to the running back. He's going to find his way through in a very acrobatic little somersault.
They look like Faker.
Yeah. I didn't realize he had an extra dash for that play.
Great play there, running it up the middle, 6-yard gain. Feels really good. A lot of defensive up the middle. Big run. Actually gets the first down. I feel like Hoke County recognized that the run was planned. They did not send anybody downfield, but still were not able to stop the run.
Same exact play back to back, both times making enough yardage to find that first down ultimately. Now let's make it 3 times in a row, and they're going to almost get the first down. 1 yard to go, but, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Does he go for it 4 times in a row? I feel like, I mean, why not at this point? But is it going to be expected?
Looks like a slightly different formation here. 2 wide receivers off to the right. Running it, though, to the right side again. Gets the first down.
Okay, so he went left, 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 and then right all 4 times, running back the one to make the play. This is where I feel like maybe he goes for the switch up. No, it's going to be the same. So the no mix-up, it's kind of hard to predict that they do the same thing every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's progressing forward. Nothing negative is coming. The Alabama defense is struggling to handle this. They're like, man, I thought that running back was on my team.
It would be funny if when they switch sides, you literally just see the players just walk to the other side.
They're like, man, it's tiring playing both sides of this game. But, hey, on the bright side, it means you get to both win and lose. Like I said, everybody's happy. 3rd and 6 here. I do think this is where we see Grays Creek mix things up, whether it's a pass play or just a different run play. We see Hoke County's defense establishing themselves a little bit. This could be a big first stop for, I think this might be forcing the first 4th down that we've seen all game. Passing to A on the left. Gets the first down just barely there. The pass was good. Didn't gain a lot after the completion, but it was enough to move the chains.
Yeah, Grays Creek, you saw on that little indicator, has been more aggressive on defense. And there's really not been a single sack on the side of Hoke County, and they're just going to find an open lane and walk. Oh, they do get taken down right in the corner.
They might challenge that if that was a real football game. I don't know if you would. 1st and goal on the 1-yard line. You're just going to take it and probably just run it in this game. But in real life, they might challenge it. I mean, he hits the pot. That left foot, I don't know. The ball has to cross the plane, not the foot. That's what it is. Smart move not challenging it. You would have been wrong.
The challenge can actually change the outcome of certain plays in this game, by the way, and it's going to be another run play. This time the defenders ready for it, have enough bodies in the box to slow that down. 2nd and goal still, though.
They are going to push them back 2 yards, though. They're on the 3 now, not just the 1, so a little bit more space to work with, but a little bit further from the goal. Scrambles, passes, it's good. Grays Creek answers back once again. We're seeing 2 evenly matched opponents back and forth, firing left hooks, right hooks. The point after attempt this time, no more 2-point conversions. It's good.
At this point, I mean, since every offensive drive has been successful, where does Hoke County find their way back into the lead? It's going to have to be a 2-point play, the way this is trending, or some type of interception if they're going to have back-to-back drives. But I tell you what, Grays Creek's been running the ball so much. Where do you find the interception?
Yeah, you could maybe hope that their running back gets tired, and you could maybe force a fumble of some kind. I know that you could try to option your defense more into ball stripping, but a lot of risk associated with that. It's huge. Airs it out way downfield. 4 defenders. They are going to knock it down, not pull it back. Risky play there. Obviously, time was ticking out in the first half, so maybe seemed it as fair, but they catch that. They run it back. Those points are on the board. Risky stuff right there.
Yeah, a little bit less risk, though, right, because the half's running out. As long as you tackle them, it's still going to switch over regardless into the next quarter or into the next half. So I don't blame them for that play there.
Yeah. I mean, it would absolutely have to be a very random scenario where they intercept it and they make the huge run back that it really does come back to bite you. So nothing real wrong with it. But
yeah,
listen,
less risky at first than it was at first glance.
Yeah, and I love old man football. So I always see those scenarios and I'm like, oh, no, it can't happen. We've played so good for the first half. It would be a shame for a random little for fun play like that to give the defense their one look that they need. That does seem to be the tale of this game. Offenses having no issue progressing up the field and scoring. I really feel like it's going to come down to which defense can get a stop on the board first up.
I have to agree. And this just in, old man J-Dog likes old man football. But here we go. Grays Creek, like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have had so many running yards. I would love to see the graphic with the difference in their passing and running yards because it feels like they've only passed a handful of times. And these run plays, I mean, if you're on the side of Hope County, you got to find an answer.
Yeah, I don't know how many yards they're averaging on each run, but usually it's not negative. And when they go for the passes, it's high percentage. Not seeing a lot of misses, not seeing a lot of errant passes being thrown that could be intercepted. So both teams playing quite cleanly. 2nd and 10 right here. Grays Creek scrambling to the right. The defense looking to pass him. No, he gets around one, gets the slide off. A big gain on the run there for Jalen Milrow.
Yeah, sparing the player getting tackled, like you said, don't want to make them injured or fatigued. That player's been so consequential to their success so far. And here it is, the handoff. Once again, if you just gain a handful of yards every time you do that, ultimately you find a way to the end zone. That has been the play for Grays Creek.
Yeah, 2-yard gain on that run. That one was stopped fairly well right there. QB option to the forward, gets wrapped up, somehow gets 5 yards after contact, even from your quarterback. That's the new type of quarterback that we see in the game of football. There's no more Tom Brady sitting back. You've got a superstar athlete who isn't afraid to lower his shoulder and just run over a defender.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Somehow fighting his way all the way to one before. And look at this. Just finds
sidestep.
Wide open route. Maybe juked a little bit too hard there as they ultimately shoulder check to the next defender. But who cares? You get the first down and made a ton of progress.
Yeah, they're progressing super smoothly. It's going to be a run to the left, the same hole that they've been looking to exploit over and over. 6 yards on this one. It's a solid gain, and they're getting closer and closer to that scoring position. We're in the red zone now. 2nd and 4. Same spot. Sidesteps into the mix.
Ooh.
Makes it through the scrum of defenders, gets the first down, and we're in scoring position as time ticks down on the 3rd quarter. A 1-point lead for Grays Creek. 1 quarter to play. It's a nail-biter.
This is coming down to the wire. You got to imagine Hope County should have another chance at offense, and they're going to be asked the question, can they go for the extra point to at least tie it up? I mean, this is kind of trending towards overtime, assuming this goes to the end zone and Hope County matches back. Let's see. We'll just find that
wide open.
Open route.
Risky.
Yeah, goes through the high step celebration a little bit early, but can you blame them? It's been a little bit too easy for Grays Creek to maintain this lead.
Yeah, I was really hoping that we were going to see a Hope County stop right there, that they were going to force this Grays Creek player to make a tough decision, maybe on 3rd or 4th down and goal position. Do I go for it? Do I kick the field goal? Pretty sure they would have gone for it based off the point differential, so the opportunity was there. But it's Grays Creek once again continuing their successful offensive drives. They're going to get to 29, an 8-point gap here between Hoke and Grays. It does seem like we're going to need to score and maybe get a 2-point conversion successful. I felt like it was a risky play in the moment, but now that the game has progressed and they've held on to that lead,
that's been the only
nice pass.
It's the only difference maker, and yeah, I mean that's a great way to start your offensive drive. Just go ahead and get that thing all the way to the 50. Feels like they have had no success on defense on either side, really. I mean, these players are so good on offense. Grays Creek, I think that's their path to guarantee a victory is to find a stop here if they can.
Yeah, it would be absolutely demoralizing to get stopped at this point in the game. Passes it to the right. Spin move around one, sidestep around the other. The first down is good for Hoke County.
Love this little fancy footwork here. The spin move will certainly have earned them a little bit of extra space there. First down seemed a little bit too easy. Will they go for another? Okay, player doesn't even open his hands to try to catch it.
He didn't even know they had a route that they were intending to run. The quarterback tried to throw it to him a little earlier than he expected, and he didn't even know. Bounced off the side of his helmet, ends up on the turf. Second down, dropping back, passing to the left, caught, running. The tight end for Hoke County has been a very reliable look for them. He's found the end zone a couple times. He finds the sidelines over and over.
Hoke County, 261 passing yards, only 60 on the side of Grays Creek. Let's see. Will they find the end zone here?
Running the ball up the middle. Does not find a pocket. Finds the shoulder of a massive defensive lineman. And gets knocked over right beside the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10. 3 receivers on the left here for Hoke. It's a pass play. Optioning to defend the right. Oh, sneaky little sidearm throw. I don't know if that was legal or not. I'm going to trust the refs with the fact that they didn't call the penalty. We might need to ask Commissioner Nick about the legality of that throw.
Yeah, that was a risky one, too. Could have easily been intercepted, so probably thankful it's just an incomplete, but runs into his own teammate, and now will get sacked. 9-yard loss, 4th and 19.
That's tragic. I think it was the right play, that scramble over to the left. The space was open over there, but was not able to get around his big old lineman and just got found in the backfield. 74. Got to keep that motion moving forward. You're too big for me to get around, man. It's like when you're trying to pass a tractor trailer on the highway. You sometimes just got to let them get out of the way of on their own time. 4th and 19. The crowd getting loud here, Hoke County. They need to clutch this play up. This could be the first defensive stop that we were looking for.
Okay, timeout. I kind of like this. So you want to think about your play here, right? It's 4th and 19. This is a very big moment. This is the first time either side has been tested on offense, and they have had some long plays, but this is so risky right here, right now. You got to think if they're not able to score this, that could be the end of the game.
Is there any world where this Hoke County player is considering a field goal? Down 8, 4th and 19? No. Okay. We'll
Definitely not.
Leave that alone. Let's focus on the play right here. 3 defenders on the left. Fakes the run. Leaves the running back to block. Defense coming. Passes it. He pulls it in. Does not get the first down, though. It's a turnover on downs. They got 18 yards, but they needed 19. The defense comes up big with the first stop and the first unsuccessful offensive drive of the entire match.
Not only that, Grays Creek still has an 8-point lead here, and they're back to business with these run plays. Don't get any progress out of that one, but you got to imagine they're going to be comfortable running down this time as you do see that clock winding down in a hurry.
Yep, we're approaching the 2-minute time in the 4th quarter. Grays Creek sitting back. Pass play at this time is questionable, but ends up being successful. That was scary, scary, scary. The defense was so close to sacking that quarterback in their own end zone and getting that safety. That would be one way to close off an 8-point gap. That would definitely be a wild one.
It was also pretty close to an interception at that. It's going to just wisely run it right out the corner. So we'll pause the clock, which...
Very smart.
Yeah, they actually probably don't want that, right? I mean, at this point, they're okay with this clock winding down a bit.
Yes, actually correct. Very correct.
And now finally he does get taken down. Now I think this accelerated clock going to get pushed down.
Look at this possession time graphic up there in the top right. Grays Creek, while the score is close, they have dominated over twice as much possession time as Hoke on their drives. They do an amazing job of burning out the clock, of moving the chains, of keeping their drives progressing up the field steadily. And they're looking really good here in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, shoot clock might just spell disaster. Hoke County has to turn this over somehow. Need to somehow force a fumble or an interception, but I think Grays Creek going to be a little bit too smart for that. Should be able to guarantee themselves this win here.
Definitely need to start throwing the kitchen sink at Grays Creek. Got to force everything. Option into pass stripping. Here we go. One-on-one, way downfield. Smith misses it. Williams pulls it in, high steps over to the right side. Grays Creek gets on the board when they didn't really need it the most, but just to widen that gap and give them some room to breathe in the last straights of the fourth quarter. Amazing play.
Yeah, I mean, now up by 15, they can probably go ahead and start microwaving that Hot Pocket, start getting ready for the finals, because this is going to be essentially impossible, I think, for Hope County with 30 seconds to go. They got to score.
Instant score into an onside kick with a fumble recovery into a touchdown is about the only hope that you've got, and if that's the case, it's going to be a sad day.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe a once-in-a-lifetime situation is what they're looking for here. But we'll watch how this one concludes. Ball in hand. Where do they?
Time sending everybody downfield. Burning a fair bit of time, though. Okay, passes up the middle. Look out, ref. Okay.
Almost pass it to the referee. Imagine the ref.
The ref just was like, I am not moving. The ball hits me in the face. That is life.
So be it.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you hit me, we'll just call the game right there. How about that?
Nick was, when I was casting with him, he was more interested in what the referees were doing. It's like, why is that guy standing right there?
Nick, stop watching the refs. Just for some context for everybody, as the last second comes out, Commissioner Nick is also active football ref for collegiate high school games and stuff, so that's why he's so concerned with that. Love that. 10 seconds left. Going to get a first down here. 9 seconds, clock ticking. 7 seconds. They're going to call the timeout, even though the chains were going to move. It's all coming up Grays Creek here in the semifinals.
Yeah, might as well just knee it out here. But it will be thrown. I mean, why not make it
intercepted? One turnover. Just run out the clock here, and that is going to do it. The clock's going to tick down to 0. It's going to be Grays Creek claiming the win in the semifinals and advancing to the grand finals for the Sandhills Conference Championship.
Congratulations. We got to point out the fact that Hope County made kind of an unexpected path to get here, upsetting either the 1 or 2 seed. Both Hope County players upset both of the top 2 seeds. So I don't know which was which.
This is the B team, so they beat the number 2 seed.
They beat number 2 seed.
Yeah.
Okay. So regardless, though, coming in as the 7th seed and then finishing it to the semifinals, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the wild card weekend as well. So they'll have another chance after today to see if they can qualify. But I mean, Grays Creek holding strong. They won their first match in a blowout. I want to say 51-16, something like that. And Hope County gave them a run for their money here.
Absolutely. It was back and forth through the beginning right there. I think Grays Creek definitely met an opponent that they can feel happy to beat. It was neck and neck. Grayson Fairfax, though, eventually claims the win, claims his spot in the finals. Super excited for that. Did you know his name's Grayson? Grays Creek, Gray's son?
Wow. I mean, it's almost like he's supposed to go to the school. Yeah.
So, I think it's named after him.
Maybe.
Gray is his dad.
That's crazy to think about. I mean, I don't know how that timeline works. Time travel certainly a thing in Sandhills apparently, but we have an updated bracket for Sandhills to take a look at what else is going on around. So let's take a look first at these round 1 matchups. Looks like
we'll see those 2 upsets that we talked about, the Hope County teams.
Yeah, so Hope County now have been eliminated. Grays Creek finding themselves in the grand finals, now waiting to see if they play against the other Hope County player or Riverside Durham. It's going to be interesting to see. I think the first round might be incorrect here.
Yeah.
I think those are
not
the
sure what
Overwatch.
we're looking at, but all we know is that Grays Creek 100% advanced to the finals, and they will definitely wait the winner of the other semifinal. We know that Hope County made it, so they're definitely playing in there. Whoever their opponent is, they'll be in for a tough bet. I mean, the fact that we watched the B team player for Hope County go toe-to-toe with such a skilled opponent, and the A team player is waiting on the top side of the bracket up there, it's very scary because the number 1 and 2 seeds for this region were big dogs for a reason. I believe they were both undefeated. So
right,
very, very, very amazing stuff.
Definitely impressive stuff around for college football. We will have Overwatch coming up next, but we're going to go to a quick break before that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Any minute now. There we go. Hello and welcome back to the conference championships. This has been already an extremely exciting day of action from both Overwatch and college football. We've got Overwatch coming up next. Are you excited for this next match, Chris?
I am excited. We had some great Overwatch early. You missed the Swag Boy game, but we are switching our attention over to the western side now. So I'm excited to see it. I don't know much about these teams, but I did a little research ahead of time. And Northwest Guilford and Kearns Academy, Northwest Guilford's 6-0. Kearns Academy is 4-2. So some top heavy hitters from this side going at it in the round number 2.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's pretty likely these two played against each other, and if Guilford's the undefeated team, they were the one that came out on top in that prior engagement. So let's see. Have they done their research on their opponent? Have they gone back and watched the VOD of when they lost to this team? I don't know. We'll have to see. But, yeah, you say I missed the match with Swag Boy. I was actually out there in the production room watching it, and he was putting on a show, certainly on track to make it to the grand finals today, but they do have one more match ahead of them as well. Looks like they're going to be playing up against JP Knapp in their next match. So the action is getting more and more intense. You cannot afford to lose at all. This is a single elimination structure, so last chance for a lot of these teams.
It is, but as we talked about earlier, we are in a best-of-5 format now, as well as letting the losing team pick the map. So last time we were wondering if some of those losing teams maybe could pick it up, but so far we've seen a couple of 3-0s, so the teams that are coming out on top seem to know their way across all the maps, so they've been pretty strong. So we'll have to see how this goes for both of these teams here. As you said, Northwest Guilford already 6-0, but again, maybe having that map strike may allow Kearns to pick up some of the wins and maybe get a little bit of an upset going into this match here. You know, we love to see the upsets. They always make for such fun storylines as we head into states in a couple of weeks as well. So we'll have to see how this game turns out. But again, as I said, I'm not too familiar with both of these characters or both of these schools. You know, we've seen a lot of different teams pick up a lot of different comps, but usually we've seen a lot of Diva lately, a lot of the Sigma on tank. Soldier 76 is a big one as well as a Reaper, so I can expect maybe seeing some of those come out, since those are some of the, you know, characters that a lot of people like to pick out. Orisa as well, another one. So I'm kind of interested to see what we'll see out of these teams, how they stack up each other comp to comp as well.
Yeah, Reinhardt, another good pick in the tank side of things. I feel like I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more Reinhardt. I feel like he's a great champion. Certainly better in some game modes than others. You know, in those choke points, that shield can be so effective, as well as the shattered that can come out and just completely deny access to an entire part of the map. So it's going to be really interesting to see, but I feel like the unsung heroes, we just talk about DPS and tank all the time, but what about the support players? I feel like some of these games are actually won by the support player making a clutch play to keep that tank alive, to keep that DPS player alive. So I'd love to see all of my support players step up and show out this weekend. This a very important role, and one that I feel like we don't talk about enough.
Right, and speaking on that role, though, Moira has been a really big one that we've seen a lot, and of course, she's really good with the healing, especially her role that has the healing and the damage capabilities. She puts the buffs and debuffs on everyone as well, so it really helps out her team when she does that. But we do have Lucio has been another big one. Those drop the beats are massive on it, but we're going to go ahead and enter the game. Lijiang Tower will be our first map here, so we do see the control coming out. You know, that's what we're going to start with. So each first map will be controlled. You'll be able to pick which one you want to go to, but here we are starting it up. We'll have to see what they pick. Here we can see the time to assemble the heroes, where you have a nice little sky view, drone view of all the fun. As you know, Eli really likes when we go and see the nice you know, views of the maps and everything here.
Yeah, incredible map design across the board from Blizzard. Shout out to the team that puts these maps together. Yeah, they're a little bit cartoony and fun, but there is so much attention to detail in every little corner. I mean, you can even shoot a basketball while you're waiting for the map to start. So it seems like they thought of just about everything when it comes to the player experience here. And we saw, I think in our last one that we casted, we saw players that were hitting the basketball shot every single time, and that's the mark of a player that probably plays this game quite a bit.
That was very true. Yeah, but speaking of comps here, pretty much on point with what we were talking about, but we do see Echo on Kearns Academy coming out with the Kiriko, and then on the other side, north of the Guilford, what we haven't seen much is the Tracer. So we see some changes coming up out of the western region that we haven't seen too much in Sand Hills here, so we'll have to see how this plays out for both teams. right now. Of course, we're waiting for the control point to unlock in 7 seconds. Both teams are fighting for control.
Wow.
Here it is, though. The Renata is going to go ahead and get the first kill onto the Sigma. So tank on tank action will end up in a kill right now. Northwest Guilford coming out on top should get control of the first point and start getting that percentage taken up for them.
Yeah, Doge was in the mix so fast on that tank play, but unfortunately gets taken down. Just took way too much damage before the rest of the squad was available to follow up on it. Not sure where the miscommunication is there. Was the team not fast enough to keep up with Doge, or was Doge moving too fast? Not sure. Regardless, Kerns are going to have to clean that up if they're going to come out on top. And now being forced into this tiny stairwell here. Where's there to go? They're going to have to take another route out, I think. But if you look through the shadow of the observer, you can see that they're watching all the approach angles, and they've already accumulated over 30% on the point.
They have, and look at this. Cassidy already has the dead eye available for them, just hitting so many of these shots there. If they're loading it up, can they find anyone? They only have Doge in front. They're trying to find someone else as it loads up, but they couldn't find it. Still get the kill on to Doge on the Orisa, so that's not going to be too bad for them. They end up getting killed after it, but at least they got to use it first. Not too much coming out, but it'll still keep them in control of that point. Right now, the Ramatra does have their ult online as well, so much damage comes out when they do turn that on. They don't need to use it just yet, so we'll probably see them keep hold of it for a little while longer until we see a push from Kerns to try to get on the point. This may be it right here. Will they decide to use it or not? But there it is. Drop the beat coming out of Lucio. Is going to keep his team held up for the moment. The great Orisa ultimate is going to help them pick up 2 as well. 2 down for the side. Northwest Guilford, they will most likely have to jump off for the time being as the Ramatra ult has ended as well. There it is. They finally have control at about 75% after Northwest Guilford had that. So great use of the double ult out of Kerns Academy to finally get control of the map and start getting some points on the board.
So impressive the way Kerns got all the way behind the point in a way that Northwest Guilford did not expect, utilizing all their ultimates and resources like you said. Next fight is brewing though, as Northwest Guilford first to fall. Cassidy goes down, as does the one both Cassidys actually are taken out in the beginning of this fight. Now, what do Northwest Guilford have? No ultimates even close to being online yet, but it's not going to stop them. Microbolt going to be blinking around the map, trying to do their best to stay alive. Unites with their healer and look to reposition before they re-engage in this fight. Kerns Academy getting a lot of time out of this.
They are, and once again, just using those ults, and they forced some ults out of Northwest Guilford as well. So we see that the Brigitte, the Juno as well, both of them had to use their ults, and we're still waiting for the Tracer Pulse Bomb to come back online as well. Cassidy still has theirs, and then the Sombra also at 94% on Zombie Boy. So those are going to be 2 massive ones if they can keep hold of it. They're at 63% right now. Swinky Pants getting a great kill on to Scotty Games, so they should be able to get a little bit out here. Will we see the hat come out or not? Looks like they might try to save it, and I agree with this. Wait for Scotty to come back up at the moment, and then kind of reset going into this. You still have a little bit of time to get back on it, and there's no ult on the side of North Guilford. But look at this. They're just cleaning up house, and I wish Kerns had just backed up and waited, but now they are staggered.
Yeah, they tried to force that situation. Northwest Guilford going to comfortably cap this now. You have to imagine now they're forced to put, with little time and a perfect shot coming out from, I don't know how to say this player's name, Big B maybe, but regardless, they're going to land a 5-player kill streak. Swanky Pants going to try to stop this last push coming through, but it does not feel like it's going to be enough for Kerns Academy. Overtime will burn down. Northwest Guilford, first point on the board.
What a great Deadeye coming out of Thigby at the end there. And unfortunately, it just, Kerns Academy, they died. They had 2 people die, and it was fine. They still had about 20% that they could give up before having to force that overtime. The issue is just that instead, they let themselves get staggered instead of getting off of the point and then regrouping with their DPS. They had 2 great ults up with the hack and then the Cassidy Deadeye, but when that happens, you sometimes you have to have some patience. You have to back up. You have to understand that it's not over until it is. So this time we'll have to see if maybe they make some better choices at the end there. Oh, there it is. The basketball went in just as Eli was talking about earlier. But, this one we do get the restart. Oh, they're hitting it back to back, like you said. They're practiced as well. But we do have some swaps over. Thigby is onto the far end now, and then it looks like we have the same for Currents Academy. I agree with it. They did well at the end. Just need to make some minor adjustments going into the next. But wow, Bear actually knocks Doge off the map, so they get the kill there to start off a strong round number 2.
Once again, Doge first to fall in the first engagement. Is that going to be ultimately the difference maker? It feels like the biggest difference maker so far. If your tank falls early, it makes the fight so much more difficult for the rest of your squad to come out on top. So it's going to be an easy first cap for Northwest Guilford. Now going to try to hold off the forces.
It is, and that Pharah coming out clutch. There's so many places you can knock people off on this map, so it's really nice on that end as well. As Eli said, you can't go swimming in this game mode, or you can, but you're just going to die if you do so you have to be careful with it as well. They're getting onto this, so the Pharah's going to have a little bit of trouble. She can do the projectiles through that, but at the same time, it is a little bit harder to hit everyone. You do get some splash damage, but so far, working out pretty well for them. But we do see Currents Academy moving into it, forcing off Northwest Guilford. When they don't get knocked off the map, they finally can get on the point here. So good job by them getting back onto it. Hacks, of course, going on to those healing units so that the enemy team can't get them, and it helps out your team as well a little bit. There it is, Orisa using that shield. Actually, back to back there, but a great stun coming out. Spiky Pants, it looks like they are going to trade Orisa for Orisa, but it is going to be in favor of Currents Academy at the moment. Actually, great pulse bomb right at the end. It's going to get the kill onto more, so they're going to turn this around. Northwest Guilford is on the front foot at the moment. Great job by Micro Bolt getting that ult off at the last second. Unfortunately, wasn't able to rewind, but still got the kill and allowed their team to recapture the point.
Clean plays out of Thigby. Not only that, he's earned his ultimate, so he's ready for the next engagement. Swanky Pants has ult online as well. Currents Academy now trying to push in from the one side here. Swanky Pants trying to push them off. Gets 2 players down to low shields, but now with the bonk off the map, Valve will find out if they can swim. The answer is no, and they will go to the respawn screen. That is massive for Northwest Guilford. They've already got 55% and bound to get more after that play.
Oh, what a great kill, finding the flank, and a missile barrage is barely going to miss the kill onto the Cassidy, but they follow up with it. Can they get the hits? They can. That splash damage is so strong, and they get the kills there on the Cassidy, who is separated from their team. So not only are they spearing people off the map, but they're also getting the kills that they need. A hack onto Macro Bolt is going to allow them to get the kill onto the Trickster. She's so squishy. If she gets hit, she pretty much will die most of the time. But there it is, Mario ult coming out to see if they can start an engagement there. But great counter by Swanky Pants to get that damage out with that ultimate. They are going to find the kill, though, onto it. Drop the beat. Going to assist with the team as well. Are they going to use it? Looks like they don't have to just yet, but they still have it in their back pocket if they need it. But this map is so back and forth between both of them. There it is, Thigby trying to make sure that they can get to the 99%. There it is, overtime being forced, but 2 kills coming out. Thigby and Bolt may allow them to keep control of this for the moment. Can they? But no, Kearns will finally get control of it and start getting it. But now they are on the last bit of this map. They have to keep control for the rest of the remaining time, or they will lose map number 1.
This was an incredible retake, if we're being completely honest. They were down multiple players, found a way to capture the point. Northwest Guilford just 1 percentage point away from closing this, but 4 dead now, make it all dead. Kearns Academy will lose game 1, but they fought pretty well. One thing that I'm noticing about Northwest Guilford is just their ability to play around each other. Of course, they're going to play for a few extra KOs here, but it's not going to matter. That point all but secured. But I'm so impressed by Northwest Guilford's positioning around the point. They're constantly sending players around the backside, playing through the front side, just watching every possible approach angle that Kearns Academy could go for and not allowing them any space to work with at all.
It is. Let's watch this play of the game here. Thigby doing such a good job. Look at them finding where the team are coming out. Using that height to their advantage. Then missile barrage, knowing they have to come through that door. That was the kind of the icing on the cake. It didn't really do anything to the match because they're already winning at that point. But of course, if you can get that player of the game highlight, always go for it if possible. Great job by Northwest Guilford, though. You know, there was some fight back from Kearns Academy, so they definitely have the tools there. But it did seem like Northwest Guilford played around their ultimates a little bit better. They used them a little more synergistically, so they're able to get majority of the kills in the team fights when they did happen.
They also never really lost their cool either, because they were always the team that scored first. They got the first points on board. Kearns Academy fought back in both points and were able to get on the board, but they did not falter at all. Northwest Guilford coming off spawn with a lot of precision and teamwork coordination, able to shut down the point and ultimately finish the game in both cases. The second point, a lot more contested than the first, but it's going to be interesting to see. Does Kearns Academy have the answer in the next game? They get to choose, by the way, so we have a structure now where the first point is always control, but in game 2, the losing team gets to choose if it's going to hybrid, push, or flashpoint. And they also get to choose the map. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe Kearns has the opportunity to pick their best game type going into game 2 and maybe could turn the tide here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they'll go for a hybrid or possibly a push, because Flashpoint, of course, is really similar to the control. The only difference is of course, the Flashpoint is going to be you'll keep moving on to each one instead of it resetting each time. So maybe we see push or maybe we see hybrid and see what they do there instead. Maybe they can get a little bit better of a team fight advantage for them, because we saw it there. But on that map, especially where they had some points where they could get knocked off, they seem to be getting thrown into choke points, and that's where Northwest Guilford really started to shine. So I want to see what happens if they go into like possibly a push or possibly that hybrid to see if they can pull out the team competition a little bit better there.
No, I have to agree with you. It felt like the Northwest Guilford rollout was extremely effective. They're very good at the very beginning, but in a game mode like push or hybrid, you know, you have to be good throughout the entirety of the match. It can't just be having a good rollout, because really what won them that game was in the first 2 points, their ability to just get complete control of the map, get those early points on board. That's kind of like an insurance to where, you know, you just got to make sure you can retake it at least one more time throughout the end of the game to close things out. So it looks like it will be chosen as Blizzard World, so a hybrid game mode. One of your favorites. I know we might get a peek at Heroes of the Storm. If you guys don't know Chris here, he won't tell you himself, but I'll tell you he is a Heroes of the Storm world champion. But so a big fan of other Blizzard games. You know, I've been playing Blizzard since I was a kid, so this map is a lot of fun. Love to see the StarCraft and Warcraft themes on there as well.
It is, and again, as you said, hybrid. I really want to see how Kearns Academy comes out with this. If they're able to defend well, but also on the attack, are they able, as you said, if they can get onto that control point and then start getting the push and then maybe play around a little bit of the longer game instead of just having to stay in the 1 point as well. We'll have to see how it is, but we know how strong Guilford can be in those choke points, so we'll have to see if they can even make it past that point as well. Right now, they had a really good team composition set up in the last game. That could translate to this one as well, so we'll have to see if they make any adjustments here. But we'll take a look at these probes, of course. Always fun. StarCraft, one of the first games I ever played back in the day, and was a Protoss main. I know a lot of people may not like that, but I
rush into carriers.
Pros. Of course I did rush into carriers.
Carriers,
you know how it is.
So strong.
Dark Templar as well were a lot of fun to play.
Archons.
Yes, Archons.
Yep.
And then, but there we also see the siege tanks as well. And actually, so a little bit of a change up. Thigby moving from the actually they're making a full-on role swap possibly here. So again, I know Hazard might be a little fun to think about playing, but he is actually banned, so no use of Hazard at the moment. Everyone, we have to play with the ones that we are given. No new champions can be played at the moment. So as much as I would love to see him, his kit looked like a lot of fun. We do have to stick to the original cast that we had throughout the regular season, which means Thigby will be moving over to Sigma, and Swinky Pants actually moving to a DPS role on that Torbjorn. So we'll have to see really good defense set up here. Torbjorn, of course, with these little turrets here to help him out. But on the opposite side, we actually do have Kiriko coming out and the Symmetra as well. So we'll have to see the changes there. And actually, the Sojourn is going to get the massive kill on the turret first, so it's going to take out a little bit of that assistance. We'll have to see how they move in. They're moving in pretty well, not getting choked out like we've seen some other teams. The Sigma shield, of course, great for that. Wow. Thigby is going to get the first kill right there to assist their team. Great job on this starting defense for the side of Northwest Guilford.
Is that Doomfist on Scotty Games? I think he was the tank player last game.
So that actually is going to be the Sojourn.
Sojourn, okay.
Sojourn,
tank player on Kearns here.
Kearns is going to be the Ramatra on Doge.
Oh, I see.
Yep, so no Doomfist just yet. We did see a little bit in the last game from Swagboy, but a bit of a hard character. I'm not sure the best in this game mode here. But wow, look at that damage coming out of both teams. Able to get 1 kill apiece. But again, it is a little bit harder for those attackers to get through this choke point, to get the first capture, to get that escort come out. So they want to get the payload out as quick as possible. Of course, you see the time in the up right-hand corner, 2 minutes, 40 seconds for them to capture the point, and they need to get that before it runs out to 0 here. But right now, they're having such a hard time. Great ultimate out of the Sigma is going to allow them to get the kill onto the enemy tank right now and stop this push once again.
So impressive to watch Thigby just seamlessly switch from DPS to tank and having so much success already. You can tell that his tank style is heavily DPS oriented as well, just outputting so much damage. Kearns does not have the answer. 3 going down in that engagement. The ultimate still online for Swanky Pants as well. So just look at this. They're just applying so much pressure to that choke point. Like you said, you've got to somehow find your way through if you want to make any kind of objective progress.
So they did switch over to right now we see the Orisa coming out instead. Kiriko going to have actually 3 ultimates online, but another great pulse bomb from Macro Bolt, who's been so good on this Tracer, getting another kill. Once again, she sticks that on you and you're a DPS, you're most likely going to feel the pain, and then she can just rewind out. There it is, another kill. So actually picking up 2 kills on that side. So they got the turret and then got the kill onto the Torbjorn. They might be able to push in a little bit here. They do have the ults to do so as well. There it is. Actually, wow, drop the beat being used, but only on themselves and the Orisa there. Kiriko is going to fall. It may not be enough for them to stay up, as Thigby is going to get the counter kill on the other tank. Scotty Games finally taking down the Brigitte, but right now, is it enough to get onto this point? They have almost 2 out of 3, but they couldn't quite get that second checkpoint up just yet. There it is, Sigma using that ult. What a great ult, pulls them up, throws them down, gets a double kill. Macrobolt going to follow up with the 3rd, and there it is. They stop the push once again with just under a minute left. Kearns is really feeling the pressure.
This has been so impressive from Northwest Guilford. They come out strong on the map and mode chosen by Kearns Academy. They chose this because they were confident in it, but Northwest Guilford said, we can beat you at your own game. They've been so effective in just disallowing any type of objective play here. 38 seconds left in this round for Kearns Academy to try to move this a little bit further, but this is really not a lot of progress at all. Northwest Guilford would like to keep it short.
They're trying to get on this point. They realize that they have to get this payload up, but it's not good. They finally get a kill, but they're going to get countered with 2 of their own to fall to only the 1 of Northwest Guilford. Can they find another one? Nope, they're going to have Kiriko fall as well. With the Sojourn, they have 3 down with 9 seconds left. Look, can they get any more? They cannot. What a defense coming out of Northwest Guilford. They should keep it without even the payload coming up. And then this means that all they have to do are get 2 checkpoints when they go on attack to win this game.
This has been unreal domination so far from Northwest Guilford. You have to imagine if they can keep up that level of slaying prowess, they should have no issue at all finding more objective time here. Only 64% capture progress on the side of Kearns Academy. Northwest Guilford now have their work cut out for them.
That's all they need is a 64.3% to get this win. And I'm wondering how they're going to change. I think we'll see a little bit of a change in Northwest Guilford composition, as the Torbjorn may not be the best going into the attacking side, as he's more of a stationary defense type character because he wants to set up that turret to assist them as well. Kearns, I'm wondering what changes they need to make at this point. You know, their comp that they actually played probably would have been a little bit better on defense than it would have been on offense, but we actually see the May and the Junkrat coming out. I do like this. Really, the wall basically can be set up to stop them from being able to get through that point, possibly force them into a different choke. On the same side, again, here we see the Ramatra. I do see a Hazard out, and Hazard is not allowed, so we may have to get that fixed here in a moment. As we do not allow Hazard to be played here. I believe that was in the rulebook. New Hero.
It's not moving, though, so I don't know. Let me pop into their chat real quick.
It has been changed to the Doomfist at the last minute. They keep teasing us here. Back to the Sigma as well. But we do see actually the Morga coming out for Northwest Guilford, and then the Genji, which is pretty interesting as well. So really get in your face type of heroes for attack. I like to see it there. Anna also being changed as one of the supports. Kearns, though, I do like their defense. Pretty good defensive comp that we see right now. Sigma, of course, with the shield, good damage. And there it is, the May Ice Wall to stop the attack. But you don't want to get into their face too much. Get it up, back it up, let that Junkrat do that damage from afar. Let just let the splash damage come out from the mines and the bombs. So just let them do it and just kind of be a nuisance on the Mei. Try to get that ult built up. But right now we see Northwest Guilford trying to get in. Thigby taking a lot of damage, but doing a lot of damage on their own as well. The Morga, of course, so tanky. And of course, can just get in there if they need. Right now, we'll have to see if any adjustments are made. They are having a little bit of trouble. Anna does have the stim online already. But might want to save to use that with it. There it is. Actually uses the stim on the Morga. They're jumping in, but they haven't been able to find a kill just yet. He's getting in there, gets the kill. Finally, they get to. This may be all they need to get in. There it is. The Genji doing the flank of what Genji does the best. Can they get the kill on the Shio? They do. They find it. They're on the point, and they should be able to start getting some of the capture now. There it is, going up. They get the kill. Scotty falls as well. That may be it. They may not have enough time to get back. There we see the Genji playing some offense there, trying to keep them back, and that is it. They capture that second checkpoint and end game number 2.
Just brute force their way in there, quite literally, with the Maga charging in, and that just goes to show you, if you trust that your teammates will follow up on your play, the best thing is to get into the mix as quickly as possible. Don't waste any time, but we're going to see the play of the game here. This was from Thigby's Sigma, and this was on defense. And look at him just barreling through, finishing off all the damage that his teammates had started on. Great, impressive stuff from Northwest Guilford. We're starting to see why they're undefeated.
Yes, and a lot of that I think comes down to their knowledge of the game. Maybe they were watching those Jake videos, as you know, those pro coaches that we had. Maybe they watched the team composition, because their team compositions worked really well with each other. They knew what to get, what heroes to pick on defense, what heroes to pick on attack, and that's what you really want to see out of a team that did as well as them, is showing why they are the top team, as you said, or one of the top teams in their region. They pick a great comp that works synergistically with each other. They play well off of each other. Then you have players who can swap roles, like Thigby did as well, gets onto that, and then plays it almost flawlessly. That gravity well that we saw, he pulls them up, pulls them down, then gets extra kills after that, is so impressive.
I'm so impressed by any player's ability to switch from role to role. I mean, this is a game that you have to have such a different play style based on your role, based on your champion. They're having a high success rate with multiple champions in multiple roles, and seemingly like you can't even tell the difference. I don't know which one of these players is the main tank player for Northwest Guilford, because they all look so good at each of the jobs that they have chosen to do in each of these games. And it's almost like they know they're going to win, and maybe they're like just giving each other a little bit more practice on different roles. It's hard to tell, but all that I know is they're playing extremely well. Right now, Kearns Academy, they've got the choice again since the hybrid mode was chosen. It's going to now have to be either push or flashpoint for Game 3, but they will have the option to choose the map once again.
They will, and now I'm just wondering at this point, what is Kearns? I want to see them maybe fall back a little bit to the comps that they played on map 1. They looked really good on those. They just had a little bit of, you know, the synergy, the ults that they needed to be tightened up a little bit, used well with each other. So maybe we can see them move back to that. But Northwest Guilford, I don't know what they changed at the moment. They don't really need to change anything. They've been winning, and I like the fact that they can roll swap. And, you know, you said maybe it's practice. I actually think that they knew exactly what they were doing. It looked like they knew what they want to go into on this type of map mode. They swapped over because possibly maybe Thigby didn't play as much of the Torbjorn, but had some of that practice on the Sigma, so they swap over, and that they know they can swap roles. So Coach G can swap roles as long as it falls within the competitive rules. There's just 1 tank, 2 DPS, and then the 2 healers. So as long as you fall within that, you can play it. And, you know, Overwatch is big on that, you know, being able to swap between different roles and help your team out, of course, you know, shows how good you are as a team and the player itself. So again, Northwest Guilford, they have a lot of, it seems like, knowledge about what they want to do on each map. They come out, execute it fairly well. Kearns Academy, on the other hand, they seem to be swapping around, not really knowing exactly what they want to do. Maybe they don't know the comps that really fit some of the maps, you know, to a T, so they're trying some things out. I would like them to kind of move back to what they know, you know, play some heroes that you're really familiar with, go into this Game 3, you know, with a winning mindset, play a map that you maybe have a better win record on, and then see if you can bring it back 2-1.
It's great advice from Chris. Looks like the decision has been made. They're going to go on to Escort Rialto, which is ready to go. We are loading in it now. And this is going to be very interesting to see. Love this map. Reminds me of Venice here. This this driver of the boat is a robot and is missing their lower half, unfortunately. But No, you're exactly right. It does feel like Northwest Guilford a bit more studied, a bit more prepared. Like they have been preparing for this moment. Player in chat jokingly saying hazard versus hazard. They know that it's not allowed, so they will be not doing that. Looks like they didn't get the joke because they have been corrected. He is indeed banned. But yeah, I would have loved to see a player like Swagboy on the hazard. That would have been fun to see. I think a little bit of fun stuff going on here, and we're going into the opening here.
Well, let's look at this. I'm not sure if it will stay, but we do have actually a massive change up with Legendary now on the Ramatra, and then Swanky Pants switching not only from tank to DPS, but from DPS now to healer on the
Bigby too, right?
Yeah,
Or no, he's on Widowmaker now.
Yeah, Bigby is going back to DPS, getting on the Widowmaker. So we just have a whole bunch of swaps around. Maybe they are just trying some stuff at this point, or maybe they're just all, you know, practice on many different of the heroes, but they're going to come out with this with the side of Kearns once again on the attack. So Northwest Guilford on defense. Pretty good defensive setup here. Of course, the Widowmaker has a lot of high ground that they can utilize in this one with a lot of these buildings to get those snipes off. Unfortunately, it looks like Zombie Boy is going to fall to their death there. There is a lot of water on this one. Again, you cannot swim, so remember that. You don't want to jump in the water in this one. I guess all those robots made it a little bit, you know, electricity, so they a lot of currents running under there. But if we see a couple of, you know, deaths here that are kind of self-inflicted on falling off there. Actually, great snipe coming out of Bigby, though, on that Widowmaker. Maybe, again, maybe they just have certain calls for certain maps and they play any role, but there it is. The Widowmaker finally getting taken down by the Lucio, but after getting 3 kills himself, it is making it really hard for Kearns Academy to get this push up. 3 minutes. They haven't even gotten to the first checkpoint just yet. There it is, the Genji with the deflections. Will it be enough? It will. They actually pick up 2 kills. They can finally start moving up. So with 3 down, we do see the Swinky Pants swapping over to the Moira here instead. So maybe they didn't feel too well and just getting a swap over to a more traditional healer, I would say, in this current meta now, though. But the rest of them saying the same. Actually, we're seeing the Winston come out from Legendary, so they're going to see if maybe they can put a more aggressive comp on here to get onto the side of Kearns. But Kearns doing a really good job on Escort so far.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe it is my theory that's a little more correct. Are they having fun switching? Like, yeah, you should be a malleable team that can do a lot of different things, but this different? I mean, completely different tank player in each game so far. And so far, Northwest Guilford has not looked as strong. Swanky Pants on that Mora and does get taken down. Now Legendary, what can they do on this tank so far? Kearns Academy with a strong start in this one, their strongest yet in the series.
It is. They do have dropped the beat as well, so what a great ultimate from that side. Of course, a massive shield on anyone that it hits. Basically, is almost like another life bar, essentially, when it comes out. Doge taking a lot of damage, Scotty as well. But we do have the missile barrage as well as the stim pack online. For there it is, the stim pack being used on the Winston, but he doesn't have that ult just yet, so it may have been a little preemptive. But great missile barrage coming out of the Flower player. Can they get any kills? So Drop the Beat came out just in time to keep everyone alive. They are forcing Kearns Academy back at the moment, so they have stopped the push just a bit. But a couple of them are now starting to fall.
Wow.
Can Northwest Guilford get back on it? It looks like, okay, so they have stopped it for just a bit. Cassidy still has the Deadeye, but great job out of both teams so far. But look, they're back to pushing it once again.
So impressive, the bounce back here. Zombie Boy on the Genji, survived with a sliver of health and also got a couple of KOs. Somehow has stayed alive throughout this entire thing. The ult comes out but gets taken down instantly. And Thigby now back on the Cassidy, maybe deciding that that is his favorite champion. We did see him on that in the first game. And back to familiar territory is he.
There it is. They get the kills, but it's still not enough to stop the push at the moment. They have gotten to the second checkpoint, so they get additional time coming out here. Despite a couple of them falling, they are getting counter kills onto Kearns Academy right now. It looks like they have found maybe their comp to use a little bit to stop a little bit of this push from Kearns, but again, Kearns is doing really well on this map. They have a lot of time to still work with on this last leg of this escort here. They get back onto pushing it. They don't have any ults just yet. There is the Winston Rampage that is available for them right now. There it is. He decides to use it at such a good time. He has so much health during this, and he's knocking everyone back, but he hasn't been able to find a kill just yet. And on top of that, he is going to lose the Cassidy at the moment. Maybe went in a little too hard and was unable to find the kills. Kearns Academy taking advantage of that. Zombie Boy will fall, but they have been continuing to push this whole entire time for Stim. Online, they would have probably wanted to have used that with the Winston ult, but now they have to use them in separate. Ramatra actually being changed over to right now. Kearns Academy, halfway through this last leg, are looking so good.
Microbolt on the Illari, if I'm not mistaken here, still learning these champions. But they look very impressive on the support role. They're extremely accurate on all of these shots here, making sure that their teammates are topped off. Northwest Guildford looking a little bit better here. Doge gets taken down.
So the FAR are actually using the missile barrage during the bombardment from the Bastion player, using that time when they don't have their eyes on themselves to get the kill. We do see the stop there. The Anna was able to use that stim pack as well during that time, so they got a lot of damage out, but still drop the beat. More ult are going to be online, so two great utility ults to help Kearns Academy push out. We do have Northwest Guildford having Swinky Pants does have their ult as well, but that is two ults. They are drop the beat being used so they can try to get into this push. Can they find any kills during that time? The shield is off, though. It did keep them alive, but now they do not have that ultimate anymore. Ramatra is really close to theirs, but still has to get 20% until they can get theirs online. Scotty Games picking up the kill with the Mara ult. They're getting that push in. They're so close to the finish that they can taste it. Just a few more meters. Can they get the kill? But Thigby coming out massive on the Tracer swap to get those kills. But is it enough just yet? They're so close to this push. It's getting contested. There it is, being pushed up. Can they get the finish? And they do.
They get it with just 2 minutes left on the clock. That's actually still a good amount of time to leave now. Northwest Guildford finally feeling like the pressure might be on them a little bit. Yeah, they're up 2-0 in this series, but Kearns Academy kind of coming alive here in game number 3. Northwest Guildford have to not only secure all 3 checkpoints, but do so even faster than Kearns Academy, and they still had 2 minutes on the board.
So, yep, of course, if they do get the push in, even if it is under the 2 minutes and 1 second, what it will do is it will go back to Kearns Academy, and then they will have that amount of time added to theirs to push. So, right now, as you said, Northwest Guildford actually doesn't have the choice to not push all the way or not. Kearns Academy has set the standard for map number 3, and what a standard it is to get that escort all the way to the end. Great job by them, but now they have to figure out this defensive comp to stop the side of Northwest Guildford. Right now, we don't see many changes from the side of Northwest Guildford. They're kind of keeping in the similar roles. Brigitte coming out on Swinky Pants, so they're staying on support, and then Legendary staying on the Ramatra for the tank. So we'll have to see how this works out for them, because Kearns has looked so good on this map number 3.
Yeah, Kiriko coming out from Micro Bolt, so getting off of the Illari. Now Kearns Academy on defense, choosing the Bastion and the Ramatra. We'll have to see how they opt to play this situation as we are about to get right into the rollout here. This first fight going to be highly influential, in my opinion.
Yes, and this first fight is always one of the hardest for the attacking side to kind of get through this little choke point here. They seem to be doing a fairly good job right now. Maybe Kearns Academy waiting until this turn here to get some of the damage. Similar comps coming out from them right now, but so much damage coming out
behind.
Oh my gosh, the flank didn't work, and they're going to get 2 kills onto just 1 for the side of Northwest Guildford. It's a great job from Northwest Guildford coming out of the bend here to get the damage out. Look at that Ramatra damage, and followed up from the May. The May have been the pick here for the side Northwest Guildford. Already, we see 2 of them above 50% there for Northwest Guildford on their ultimates. They're coming out swinging.
Northwest Guildford looking so strong. It does not matter which player is playing which role. They seem to be so effective. The tank player is doing damage. The support player is doing damage. The damage players are, of course, doing damage. And now Kearns Academy, they would not like to lose their tank early. They have. Zombie Boy goes down to low HP, has to run away as well. Last couple members alive are scurrying to try to stay alive, but Zombie Boy does get taken down. Now Swanky Pants on the aggressive here with the rest of his squad, and not a single member of Northwest Guilford has been KO'd just yet.
Look at that shield coming out of the Brigitte. Of course, she is a healer, but that shield is always so nice. On top of that, you have the shields that coming out basically from everyone there, so it helps out a good bit. Blizzard being thrown down. Can they find anyone inside of it? Actually, no one gets frozen, but they are able to find a kill on the zombie boy. So actually a pretty good zoning ult forced a couple into the side of Northwest Guilford. So even though they didn't freeze anyone, they did get the zoning off of it. There they are. Can they find another, the fourth possibly? It looks like they can, and they are pushing with a vengeance on this second part. Look, they've already gotten past the first checkpoint and moving on to the second with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Love the skin on the Cassidy, by the way. Invisible robot, something or other there. I'd love to see what the Deadeye animation looks like once he activates that. Ult is online for Thigby. He takes a little bit of damage here. Have to wonder if he's going to throw it out. Doesn't have to yet, though. Both teams kind of trying to fight their way through this choke point here. And the ultimate comes out. There is the Deadeye as well, but he gets taken down before it can completely finish. And now this is the best looking fight for Kearns Academy in this round. They're going to get a clean team kill. Northwest Guilford have 49.49 meters on the board, only about halfway through their total time. But coming off respawn, it's going to be difficult before they can get back in position to push it.
It is, and it was a great use of the ults there. Unfortunately, I didn't really agree with that. Cassidy, it's really hard to use that. You are stationary at the time, and then there's not much you can do to defend yourself. You kind of want to use it after some C has been thrown down to assist you with it. And unfortunately, they paid the price. They have swapped over to the Reaper, so I do like this change, as Reaper has been really good. But there it is, the Legendary using their Ramatra ult to get some of the damage off. They want to get this push started back again, and it has been successful as they have in 3-4 kills. Zombie Boy, the last one alive with the Dragon Blade. But of course, they can't use that when the rest of their team is down, and Northwest Guilford so healthy at the moment. Rally is online for that Brigitte, but not going to be need to use just yet. We do see the flank coming out of Zombie Boy. Can they find any kills when they drop down? They see, though, this the Kiriko alone, but what a great turn from the Brigitte to get the kill. That is what you need. Your teammates to have that awareness to help out. They finally fall, but they're still pushing up to the second checkpoint, and they get it in such quick fashion.
Wow, they do not want this to go to a map 4. They don't have too much further to push. Keep in mind, 2 minutes left on the clock for Kearns Academy. We need to get this one all the way to the end. Looks like just one more team fight should do the deal.
All right, we're setting up. Looking at that, Kiriko with the only one with ult online. 15% away is Thigby, but on the opposite side, no one really that close except for the Ramatra and the Lucio, but they still have about 15% as well themselves to get there. There it is, 3 ult online from Northwest Guilford, and a Blizzard Death Blossom combination could be so deadly. There it is. It came out the Blizzard, but no follow-up just yet from Thigby. They couldn't really find a way in. There it is, the Death Blossom. They get 2, 3 kills, 10-player kill streak 4. They find it. That should be enough for them to push in. They're keeping the Junkrat from being able to come out of this room as 2 people on each side of the door said not today. And there it is. They finish up the push. Round 2 complete. We will go into a sudden death for both of these teams now. Both of them getting 3 of the checkpoints finished, but look at that time remaining for each of them. We have 3 minutes and 1 second for the side of Northwest Guilford, and then 2 minutes for the side of Kearns Academy. Kearns Academy have to be much more efficient in these next coming rounds.
It's going to be this next team fight could very well spell the difference in this game. Well, not only do they have to win this first team fight in this round, but also when it switches over to Northwest Guilford's push time, they probably also need to win that first fight. So how do they choose to do this? Do they keep the same team composition? Looks pretty similar. Looks like the Ramatra, Bastion, and Genji still online, as is the Lucio and Mora. On the other side, we got May, the Reaper, Ramatra, Kiriko,
and Baptiste.
Okay, is that the switch up here?
That is the switch up. So they are going to switch up the healer and get the Baptiste out instead this time, instead of the Brigitte as well there. So Brigitte actually did really well. So I'm wondering what exactly the swap over is onto the Baptiste here, but they probably have something in mind. So here they are. They're going to get going here with Kearns on the attack first because they had less time.
Okay, what's the setup here? Looks like they are taking a firm position around the corner of the choke here. It's going to be interesting to see how they try to get through. Okay, looks like a quick flank behind enemy lines, and Zombie Boy goes out immediately. I guess it's a high risk, high reward type of play. Maybe if you get one KO early, that could turn the tides, but it almost feels like that might have just spelled the end of the game in a lot of ways. Like we said, we had to see them come out ahead on this. They need some early progress to get as much as they can in just 2 minutes, but the not Death Blossom, but the Reaper taking the front line is going to do so much damage, and this is actually going backwards now.
It is. Once again, the Maywall just doing such a good job of getting them locked down. They're able to find the kills afterwards on it as well. Zombie Boy accidentally falling off to their death once again. Having a little bit of trouble there with the water. Kearns Academy likes to go swimming a little too much here that we've seen, but they're getting some push out, so they're finally getting some of that distance pushed on the payload at the moment. There it is. Thigby getting another kill once they've swapped over to this Reaper. They have been so deadly with it. But great job there. So much damage coming out. They finally get 2 kills on Kearns Academy. So once again, stopping this push, making sure that no one's getting on that payload from the opposite end. Gunji trying to do their best to get out and just link back up with their team. We do see Dode switching over to the Sombra, but Scotty Games getting taken out. So staggering another good death is Northwest Guilford. There it is. Death Blossom about to be online, and they can use it whenever they need at the moment. There it is. Also, the Baptiste ult being used to assist and give their team the utility that they need. Thigby, really good ult control, just not needing to use it just yet, knowing that they wouldn't get too much damage out with it at the moment. Genji in the back line, trying to get some of those deflects off. Riftwalk having to be used. There it is. Death Blossom coming out. Can they find any kills with it? No, as the rest of Kearns decided to hide at the right time. Drop the beat was used as well to keep everyone alive, and they are in overtime. They have to win this fight. If not, it would be the end of their pushing for it. Can they find any kills? They finally do. They find one. Can they keep going? Dragon Blade is online. Can they get the kill? But they can't. And now it is Northwest Guilford getting 2 kills of their own. 3 kills. Can they finally stop this push? It looks like they can. There it is. Round 3 complete. And only 45 meters pushed.
Not much distance at all. You have to imagine Northwest Guilford just need one solid fight. I mean, 45 meters, all things considered, pretty far for just 2 minutes. 3 minutes now going to be what Northwest Guilford have, though. So they have even more time to get some progress onto it as we take a look at the finished product. It doesn't feel like 45 meters, does it? I mean, they literally just went around the corner.
No.
So...
well, it was the 45 meters on that first point, though. So getting to that first checkpoint there. So again, as you see, where the payload is now is where the furthest that Northwest Guilford has to push to win this going forward. They do not have very far to push at all, as our lovely observer just showed us the distance between both of them. Thank you for that, because now that's all they have to push. And with how strong they have been in this last couple, it's really coming down to Kearns Academy now. They've swapped over to the Junker Queen, which I do like that as well. But we have to think that they have to bring out something that can stop them from moving. And that's pretty much just the first 2 team fights that you're going to see is about usually where we get this to push here. So they have a upward battle for them. You know, they really have to, you know, set up a huge wall and just stop Northwest Guilford from getting any progress at all.
Yeah, I like to switch up to the Junker Queen. We have not seen Valk on this champion yet, but we know how effective she can be if the player is proficient. Looks like we get some early damage down. Melees are coming out, but look at this. Northwest Guilford, they do lose Thigby, who has been their standout DPS player throughout this entire series. So this might actually be a good time for Kearns to push through. They took down one of the hardest players.
There it is. Another kill also will force back Northwest Guilford. Good job on them, though, understanding that the fight was over and that they need to reset. Zombie Boy has to be careful. It's going to have to use that ice block to keep them healed up. Shio also using the pump it up to accelerate that heal to keep them alive. Junker Queen doing their best, but you can't fall as the tank at this moment. It would be disastrous for your team They're doing their best and they're staying alive. But there it is, someone in the back line getting 2 kills. Legendary Swinky Pants coming on top, getting that Lari down from the Scotty Games. They have lost their healer on the side of Kearns Academy. There it is, another one falling. Zombie Boy is down. This is disastrous. They have to drop the beat now, but it may not be enough, as there it is, Northwest Guilford claim the push and take map number 3 and the series.
Wow. Undefeated through the regular season, now undefeated into the grand finals here in the Western Conference. They've been so impressive since the very beginning. Let's take a look at the play of the game coming from the Lucio. Not often that we see this, as they find a KO onto Swanky Pants.
Nice little boop into the water, then they find some ultimate kills after that. And that's where I said, Lucio comes out really well. Such a high-speed character, but has great utility as well with the healing, with the shielding that they have. Massive shield at the end. Unfortunately, you get to play the game, but losing kind of feels a little bit bittersweet at the end. You have a nice little play, but getting the win would be so much sweeter. Northwest Guilford, though, had a little bit of trouble on that escort, but were finally able to find the comp that they needed to bring it back. Such a good job by them understanding. We were saying that maybe they're playing around a little too much, switching everybody on their roles, but then it ultimately ended working out when they got onto that attacking side. Then they were able to get that, find the defense that they needed, limited Kearns to the push that they had, and then ultimately won at the end.
In my opinion, it almost felt like they're just kind of styling on them, because in 3 games, they played 3 different tank players. They had 3 different, one player played tank, support, and DPS in 3 different games. So I haven't seen that at all in our region in Sand Hills. So this is the first time that we've seen that, and to do so with such efficiency. They won every single game. That was just an impressive display. I don't know who is their best tank player, who's their best support. It's hard to say. I do know that Thigby was one of their strongest standout players on the DPS champions. He was putting on a clinic.
They were, and again, maybe there's something they're practiced on. I want to think that they're practiced on it, and maybe they just understand that there's a limited pool that they can work with, but having that limited pool on individual players allows you to maximize the pool that you have all together. So maybe they understand that maybe they're only proficient on 2 or 3 heroes in each role, but then if you're able to switch it up, it allows you for much more different comps. And of course, if you have some standout players in some specific roles, you keep them on there, and then everyone else matches it up, and they're able to go undefeated even into the postseason as well.
Very impressive stuff. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see how things are shaking up. Looks like on one side, we had Gaston Early College finding their way into the finals, and then at Northwest Guilford, of course, like we just watched. So that is going to be the conference finals. Winner of that match will go straight to states. Now, teams that we just watched are not yet out. If you made it at least to the semifinal today, that means you have a chance to play in the wild card weekend. There's going to be 9 teams, 3 from each conference, that compete on December 7th to get the last spot for each of these games. So, Kearns lost here, but that doesn't mean they're out entirely. They still have a chance to fight their way through the wild card weekend on the 7th.
Of course, and use this as a learning experience. Maybe go look at some of those Jake videos as well to get a little bit, in between that time. But for Northwest Guilford, you're coming out after such a strong performance going into the finals. You have to feel pumped up for that as well. I'll be excited to see what the result of that match is as well. But again, finals, imagine getting there. You're one step away from states, and after such a strong performance, you're going to want to go undefeated, if possible, going into states as well. Sets a statement for the rest of the conferences as well. We have so many good teams in Overwatch that we've seen across the day, so I'm excited to see who will end up on top.
Absolutely. So this has been an excellent day already. It's going to get even better, guys. Finals are on the horizon for both college football and Overwatch, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. The semifinals have all concluded, and we are getting into the grand finals for the conference championship. We're going to crown some college football champions here. We're going to start off with CMS. I'm joined with Eli. Eli, how are we doing?
I'm doing excellent, man. It's been an exciting day already, but we are coming to the very end. One player here will be heartbroken and unfortunately done with the season. The other player will go straight to the state championship. I guess the second place player shouldn't be too upset. They will auto-qualify for that wildcard weekend on December 7th, but this is our two top competitors in the CMS region. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
That's right. We've got Palisades facing off against Butler High School, the two top dogs in the CMS. They've proven themselves through the regular season, and it's time to prove themselves in the grand finals. Ohio State versus Georgia, two big teams here. Where are we at? We're at Temple. We're at the Temple University. Oh, a little bit of connection loss there. We're going to get these players back in, get them loaded back into the game another time. But I'm super excited to see this matchup, Eli. I'm expecting heavy firepower from both these teams. I'm expecting some smart defense. I mean, I have high expectations for this grand finals. Usually they're not living up to it in football, so hopefully finals they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is two powerhouse regions for esports in general in CMS. I mean, both of these schools produce some of the highest placing competitors in all of our VESL seasons, as they have for quite a while now. So I expect these two players to be very good. It looks like they are getting back into the lobby here, just making sure everything is squared away before we jump in. But yeah, it looks like Butler going with the Georgia Bulldogs. Looks like the Butler logo is also a bulldog. So
yep.
It makes a lot of sense.
The dogs are out in force. They're barking. They're cheering. Gotta love that.
Okay, so it looks like the lobby invite has been sent. We are online here in the conference championship, but winner of this will go straight to LAN. It's going to be exciting here in Charlotte. We're going to have a venue to be announced in the near future where everybody will come in person here to Charlotte. It's going to be a good time, and imagine these players really want to make it out.
Definitely the winners of this match, the winner, singular, will get to face off against the other conference champions from our other two regions. So we'll be grabbing one from each region, one CMS, one Western, one Sandhills, and then in about a week or so, we're going to have the last chance qualifiers. All these semifinalists who you've seen today, they'll get a second chance. They'll get to compete against people from other conferences, and only the top dog from that last chance qualifier will get to join the conference champions in that state championship in person. I know all the players want that. We want to see the best players go, and we might be getting right back into game. Let's see. Perfect. Yes, we are loading into game. Round two. Sometimes it takes two to make it right. Sometimes it takes two to make it out of sight, but we are fully in the game now. It's nighttime now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think this is the first time that I have seen a nighttime game, but hey, I think this is the time to do it when the lights are the brightest in the moment for these grand finals for the conference championship. It's going to be very exciting to see both sets of cheerleaders doing some fun stunts in the air here, and players are now taking the field.
Yeah, lovely backdrop. The background behind this match is beautiful, and it's hard not to notice. There's so much on the line here for both these players. Hopefully they can truly live up to the pressure that, one, that we're putting on them, and two, that I'm sure they're putting on themselves. You have to feel that a conference championship match, getting the chance to prove yourself as the best player would totally be awesome. Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
I was just going to say, lots on the line. I mean, keep in mind the winner of this has a chance at a lot of those not work tokens, which means they can get some very good prizes going into that state championship. But let's go ahead and check out the first kickoff of the game here. Looks like the ball will start on the side of Alabama.
Receiving the ball, going to take his time, gets through one, but runs into a defender immediately afterward. Going to take a look at the depth chart here. Pretty normal start here. Get the players you want in. Don't let the game decide it for you. You know who's on the other side of the ball. You know what weapons they have at their disposal. So got to game the system, got to put all of the pieces in the way they want. This is in my opinion, this is what we see like when we see a chess grandmaster organizing the pieces before the game. The game hasn't even started yet for these players.
Yeah, and the even teams functionality is on, but you can see here that does not mean the stats are not different per player. I think there's an even distribution of good players with good stats on both sides, so these players just making sure the best statted players are in the right positions here going into the early game. And I would imagine both teams going to do that at some point as well, but we will get zoomed out here in a moment so that we can see the scores on both sides, so just bear with us. Production's working on that right now, but so far, pretty normal stuff on the offensive drive.
Yeah, a run play to start things out, gets a nice little gain there. We'll see if they continue that. I do feel like now that we're in the top players, I'm expecting to see some smart play calls. Heavy blitz shown by the defense, running to the left, finds a slight hole, gets the first down, but not a lot to write home with after that. Got to feel good, though.
Yeah, I mean, 30-yard line, first down, that is more than enough to get started here. Certainly better than getting into a tricky situation. Looks like they're considering their options. Will find the short pass, going to pick up at least 4 yards there.
Yeah, I love seeing those quick passes to the tight end. Such a big, strong target. Very reliable at pulling it down and making slight progressions forward. You don't really want to send your tight end on a long, long route downfield. That'll wear out the big boy. Send him on the short ones. Let him put the hit stick onto a defender. Dropping back. A lot of time in the pocket. Defense coming from the left. Oh, great pressure from the defense. Looked to be a guaranteed sack. Somehow the quarterback makes the throw as he's falling backwards. Able to get the incomplete pass. Looks like about 3rd and 6. A lot of time. Pass completed. Falls backwards for the first down. We're at about the 50-yard line right now.
Slow and steady progression is all that matters here. You got to give yourself a chance to be the one to strike first, especially starting with the ball against an opponent who you should assume is very good on offense. So here we go. Another good pickup here. Run goes short. Will fall down in the corner, but just a few yards away from another first down already.
Yep, the first drive looking fairly productive here for the Butler side of things. Georgia gets through, finds a hole, but a little bit tripped up by his teammates as he tries to sneak his way through. Still good enough for a first down. The progress on this drive has been slow and steady. That's what you want.
Slow and steady indeed. No reason to get crazy with any big plays here. Don't want to turn this over and give up your first strike opportunity. Such a big deal here. Will take the ball and get all the way through the corner. Jukes left as well and might just find the end zone. Perfect play coming out of the Georgia Bulldogs. Butler going to strike first here.
Great play there, swinging his play all the way back around, made it look like he was going to the left, sends his man all the way to the right, and then just a little bit of fancy footwork, no spin move, no sidestep needed. Just throw him a little bit to the left, throw him a little bit to the right, and find your way in. Very well played.
And a near perfect kickoff. Let's see what the play is here. They will take the touch back, as I expect to see from these top competitors. It seems to have the higher percentage to end up in good field position. It's just so difficult to run in this game, it seems.
It really is. And it's funny that you would call that a perfect kickoff. I would actually say that a perfect kickoff is one that lands right at the 1 yard line. You want to force them to have to run it back right there. Sometimes we see the best players kind of try to game that. They aim their kickoffs for the corner and try to land it right on the 1 yard line. I feel like if you give the other team a touchback, that's almost a victory in their regard, getting it straight to the 25 with no risk associated.
Sure, yeah, no, there's definitely different reasons to kick it differently. I just meant perfect as far as the meter filling all the way to the top and then just barely missing after it had crossed it. But you're right, there should be, I think, a bit more thought going into some of these kickoffs that can sometimes make the difference in a successful or unsuccessful drive. So far, though, Palisades looking solid. Second down, only 1 yard to go. Don't pick up any, though. And good defensive effort out of Butler.
Yeah, a lot of pressure there. Found his way into the back line. If there was a pass play, he was going to get a sack on the quarterback. And since it was a run play, he was able to wrap him up real quick. Palisades dropping back. Quick pass to the right. Sidestep around one. Gets brought down after the first down. We're at about the 41-yard line. I'm really enjoying the varied offensive shot calls here from Palisades. We're looking on at Butler, looking to change some of his defensive options there, motioned a couple into an aggressive position, looking to make something happen on the defensive side of things. Butler dropping back. Actually, that's Palisades dropping back and scrambling. Slides for the first down. Comes up just short of it, though. 2nd and 1. Hurry up offense will continue.
Honestly, they don't have to do anything fancy. Same exact play that we saw from Butler. They're just making some steady progress down the field. Nothing crazy seen yet. Just solid football on both sides, both offense and defense, not really letting up now.
Yeah, they're not neither team is going for any majorly aggressive plays. They're definitely feeling both themselves out and their opponents out here in the grand finals. Obviously, a lot of pressure on both these players. Can they handle it? Can they step up when they need to most? I think so.
Yeah, another first down. These players do not seem nervous at all, making great plays left and right, both on offense and defense. This is looking like a real football game, if you ask me, as far as we have seen so far. Now, 2nd and 3. Forward progress still the name of the game here.
Cover 3 for Butler on the defense right now. They choose not to blitz their middle linebacker, but the pressure is still coming. Oh, I didn't know if that was going to be ruled a fumble or an incomplete pass. I guess it goes forward, so the offense is going to come up lucky there, but defense kind of smothering him right now. The Georgia defense is all over the place.
Yeah, barely got the ball out of hand there. I think they were a bit fortunate that it fell forward in that moment. Sees a pocket to just run straight through. Will take it, and also slides down to avoid
Get down, Mr. President.
any potential injury. Keep in mind, injury and fatigue are on here, so don't want to lose their quarterback early.
And these players have had a long day of playoffs, matches, through the quarterfinals, through the semifinals, so you know that their players are tired. That's absolutely how the game works.
Of course, we're joking that they are indeed AI and don't have a memory or
but the players themselves, fatigue is something that we haven't talked about all throughout the regular season. They've been playing single matches. Now they need to be prepared to play all day long.
Oh, that's a good
They've
point.
had to play 3 matches, so mental fortitude, mental endurance could be key here for the players.
And looked like a potential open pocket to run through, but instead goes for the defender, somehow misses that pass. A little bit shorter than the runner was prepared for, so got to clean that up. 3rd and 7. This is the most adversity faced by an offensive side yet. Let's see what the play is. Will they opt for a pass play to try to earn this first down or go back to the tried and true run play? Looks like they will find a wide open player who's just going to comfortably lay down as they earn the first down.
Yeah, so I saw Butler. They're leaving this middle linebacker, Allen, who you see highlighted right there. They're leaving him in the middle of the field to kind of defend against that QB scramble up the middle. But what that does is it makes him a little bit lax on the coverage, gives the option for the quick pass, which they took.
Yeah, this time, though, actually going to lose a yard as the running back will get taken down. Looks like some celebratory flexing out of the defender there, but can't flex too early. This offense has had no issue making it down the field so far.
Yeah. Will they be able to find their way into the end zone? The end of the first quarter comes about. Butler holding on to a 7-0 lead with Palisades. They're knocking on the door. They're in the red zone. But 2nd and 11, if you don't get a good play here, either a first down or a solid gain of yards, you could be in for a tough 3rd down opportunity.
Saw that average yards per carry so far, 4.9 on the side of Palisades. Want to increase that number. It's going to be a lateral pass, but that defender has gone straight through and will tackle him. Another yard loss, 3rd and 16. And this is looking difficult now for Palisades.
It really is. You got one more chance right here, and then the question becomes, do we go for it on 4th down? Do we kick a field goal? Obviously, if you're a Palisades fan, if you're a Palisades player, you hope that that decision does not need to be made. Got to go big right here. 16 yards between Palisades and the first down. Dropping back. A lot of time in the pocket. Takes the scramble option. 2 defenders in front, though. Not even close to the first down.
Oh, no.
9-yard gain. 4th and 7. The hurry-up offense continues. No special teams needed. We're going to do this on the offensive side of things.
What do they opt for here? It looks like there might be an open gap down the left side. Do they go for that? Does not appear to have
pressure.
Any. Yes, it is the open gap on the left side, but the throw is too long, and the ball will turn over. Huge situation now for Butler to take advantage of.
Yeah, they had the man in the end zone, but the defensive pressure just causes the quarterback to slightly overthrow it, and Butler is going to reclaim the ball, potentially look to drive up the field and create a 2-score gap between them and Palisades here in the finals.
Every single drive is so important. So for Palisades to drop on their first offensive drive, this now spells great news for Butler. Granted, it's still very early, but we've seen both teams typically able to score in a long pass immediately down the center. An explosive start to their second drive, and they look poised for another touchdown.
Yeah, great choice right there. Great composure by the quarterback, by the Butler player. The snap was a little high. Quarterback had to struggle for a second to regain the ball, but still maintained his vision, saw that wide receiver streaking down the middle.
Quick pass to the right side, immediately finding extra yardage, now just 4 yards away from that first down. And I like the quick plays here. It does not take them long at all to decide what they want to do. You see them flipping through the playbook here, but ultimately come to a decision fairly quickly. Now, what's the play to get to the center? Looks like it will be handed off to the running back, and that player gets deleted. I think if that was in real life, that player might be on a stretcher because I think his back just turned backwards.
Yeah, Palisades was all over that. Love seeing the player-controlled character get in there and make a tackle. Dropping back, passing to the right, caught, steps out of bounds at around the 27-yard line.
Very impressive. Butler having no issues at all moving forward. I mean, there's just been one play that they weren't even pushed backwards. It was just a neutral play so far. So if you're on the side of Palisades, you got to have a stronger defense here, especially now a touchdown down. You'd like to make something happen, and Askin, you shall receive. They get what they needed. 14 yards to go now on second down.
Yeah, maybe a little too fancy on that play call. Options the wide receiver over and hands it off to him, but the defense saw it coming from a mile away. 2nd and 14 here. Defense showed a lot of pressure, but brings them all back. Intercepted.
And look at this. Is there anyone to stop? Okay, it looks like Idian is
Wow,
on the way,
fast.
but the quick juke around, and this player-controlled player finally takes them down. But, wow, huge answer back from Palisades. That's exactly what they needed.
Great play there. A little bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of bull, and the red, not sombrero. What am I thinking of? Matadors. The Matadors. He showed all the defenders potentially blitzing, then pulls them all back to cover the pass, catches Butler off guard, and turns him over. That could be the play that Palisades needs to bring them back here in this first half.
And as you were talking, they get another 4 yards immediately off of that first down now on the 24-yard line. Not too much further to go. Defense trying to read the play here. QB goes out wide, finds an open target, and will be caught.
How did he catch that ball? He was completely back turned to the quarterback when he threw it. Amazing awareness, amazing play.
And apparently a video game decided to download an update at the wrong time. because
No, that was the enemy's playbook that he's downloaded here. Palisades, he sees the matrix, sees the time, fakes the pass, dodges the defender, and slides just short, about 4 yards of a gain there, 2nd and 6.
Okay. Palisades really needs this to tie it up. New lease on life. They failed in their first offensive drive. Want to find this right here, right now. QB has an open lane and will land just falling back into the end zone. And wow. I mean, talk about the first offensive drive failing, but when you need it most, finding that interception, turn things around and tie it up entirely.
Yes, defense becomes offense when your offense can't get it done. Sometimes it's the other side of the coin that needs to take over and give some opportunities to the team when you need it most. And they really did bring that back from the brink of defeat. The interception was about on their 20-yard line. He runs it back 60 yards, gets him in great position. And then the offense, once you give them that kind of a position, they would be sad to let that kind of thing slip from their hands.
You're exactly right. Now, Butler have to answer back. Ball back in the hand of the Bulldogs. First play was good. Next play is better as this is running so far. Somehow picks up massive yardage now all the way past the 50 to the 47.
Yeah, the defense struggled to react to the play movement that we saw prior to the hike. They optioned that wide receiver over. He comes over, and the cornerback does not come over and match him. The quarterback stays over there defending that side. Pressure coming pass to the left. Broken up by the defender. First down will not yield a good completed pass for Butler.
Yeah, unfortunately that one will fall short, but not too much where from that. Now 2nd and 10, finds a player right up the center. Referee almost got in the way there, but able to catch that one and earn some well-earned yardage.
Yeah, that referee looked like he had a Butler jersey on. The way he stepped out of the way there, he was not going to do anything to interfere with that wide receiver running his route. Hikes ball, sitting in the pocket, not choosing to scramble. Wait, scramble now.
Oh, that was
so close.
Very close to a bad situation, but it will just ever so slightly be thrown forward to count as an incomplete pass. Now, second down, 10 to go. What's the play here?
Looks like a pass. Obviously, they could be audibling. Sticks with the pass. Goes up the middle. Caught.
No.
Knocked out of his hands. I don't know if a defender did that. I don't know if some popcorn from the pregame did it, but the ball ends up on the turf. And Butler, 3rd and 10.
Okay. Really want this play to work out here. Don't want to get to a 4th down situation, but it will be another. Is that 4 or 3 incomplete passes in a row? And now, got a decision to make here. Do you go for the field goal? Does not look like it. Looks like some normal offensive plays are being chosen. Still 10 to go. Have not made any progress on this drive yet.
Lot of deep pass options being thrown out right here. I know the students love for the dump to the corner. They go to the right.
No.
Broken up. He had a good look at getting his hands on that one. I think it hit him in the hands, and he still dropped it.
I think that happened in almost every play this drive. After they got to this last first down, just could not get any progress. Ball could not find the hands of their opponent, and Palisades now with another chance.
Yeah, Butler seems to be a little bit shook, a little bit rattled by that big defensive play. They kind of, nice catch, way up the middle. Huge gain on the first play call. Gets Palisades a big advancement up the field. Yeah, it feels like Butler might be a little bit shaken by that defensive mishap they had. They were running the ball so smooth on that first drive, and then after the interception, they throw 4 errant passes and turn the ball over.
This has been so impressive from Palisades. Yeah, their first drive didn't work out, but everything since then has looked so good. They not only get the interception and then a touchdown, they now turn the ball over, have a chance to now take the lead now on the 14-yard line.
Hands the ball off, running to the right of his backs, throws a defender to the ground. It's going to be a timeout after the 5-yard gain. Palisades looking to play with this clock. 17 seconds left. You want to use all this time if you can.
This is so important here to get this score before the 17 seconds expire. You expect to see the players go out of bounds, if not to the end zone. Looks like it will be some forward advances. Probably another timeout here. Yes, it will be called. Want to stop that game clock. Give themselves the maximum opportunity to score. 13 seconds now left.
Yep, 3rd and 1. You will get a brief respite from the clock if you get the first down. They take the run. Defender makes the block. They get the first down. They choose to use their final timeout. Will this be the last play? Technically, have time for at least 2, maybe an absurdly fast 3, but definitely 2.
Here we go, 9 seconds. What's the play? They probably want to just end it right here, get the touchdown. Cannot make a decision, though,
Nobody's
and might
moving.
just see an open gap. And, wow, they are out of timeout, so the time should run out.
No.
And unfortunately, unable to conclude that drive, and that's massive for Butler right now.
That is the downside to being so close to the goal. You look for pass opportunities, and there's no room downfield. Everybody runs their route, and then they have nowhere to go. They just stand there. The defense just standing there watching the quarterback, daring them, say, hey, come scramble forward. I would love to put a big hit on you. And quarterback rightfully did not take that option, comes up just short. They do get the ball back as the kickoff comes to start the second half. So technically the drive ended, but they do get another chance.
Yeah, I mean, they went from the 15-yard line all the way back to the 65 or whatever. So this is not great for them, but they've got another chance, like you said. This is the tightest match we've had yet, and what a better time to do it than the grand finals of the conference championship. Both these teams have proven that they are the cream of the crop in the CMS region. And this is a risky pass. It's going to be intercepted.
You could get up and run. The game doesn't really let him do that for some reason off of interception. We've seen that before. In a real game, he could get up and run. But they call it down right there. Great defensive play from Butler. I feel like Palisades had the option to scramble forward. The defense wasn't ready for it, and he took a difficult pass that comes back to bite him.
Wow, so many changes of fate here. It's just going to take one of these players to capitalize. We're finally seeing the power of defense. I feel like throughout the season it's been such an offensive showcase, but these two teams so good at preventing their opponent from finding the end zone, and that's what's made this such a intense game so far. And it's going to be another long pass, but incomplete. Kind of an awkward little hop there to try to capture that one.
Yeah, scary position. That's another one of those situations where you're lucky you're dealing with a digital wide receiver, because a real one might not be cool with you throwing it up to the blind spot and leaving them out to just get leveled by a strong safety who they have no idea is coming. But here we go, 3rd and 10. Little squirrely on the movement there. Can he get his feet in? It's good. Caught. Move the chains. Progress things forward.
Yeah, nice little replay there on the out-of-bounds line in case you were a little bit concerned. I mean, what a good job the developers did with the replay feature. Unfortunately, these players just play so fast. They don't let us watch the replays too often, but already right back in the saddle here. Will they get across another first down? This is typically where these teams have really stepped it up on defense and stopped the other side.
Lot of choices here. Audibling around. Sends 2 wide receivers deep. One slotting to the left. Passing deep.
Oh. And it's
broken up by the defense. Incomplete pass. I don't mind a quick little jab like that on first down. It's obviously risky. They could intercept it, and they could get another chance, but first down is a good time for it. What will be the play here on second? It's a run up the middle. Past one defender. Gets through 2, just short of the first down. 3rd and inches on the 25.
Okay, that's a pretty big stop, though, because they have been successful on defense a few times. Preventing that first down is massive right now. Need to find their way over the line. They're just going to force their way to it, as is often the play in that situation. So all of a sudden, Butler looking so much better. The chance they have so many opportunities here to not mess this up.
They really are. The crowd getting into it. This is a good position. They've got a lot of room in front of them. Runs it, but the defense so quick to make it into the backfield of this Georgia team. They're going to wrap that running back up, pull him down instantly. Small loss there.
Very small loss, so not too worried about it. One less chance, though, to get this across the first down line. What's the play here? Looks like a couple of different options in front of him. Could potentially run it as the audibles are coming through, but looking for the pass now. Wide open receiver will get caught, but taken down by seemingly 700 defenders as they all look to cause some damage to that player.
Yeah, great choice right there. Threw it into the mix of the defenders, but placed it perfectly. 1st and goal on the 3-yard line. Not running it, passing it quickly to the right. Touchdown, Butler.
Wow, Butler has been so impressive. Going to take the extra point as well. No funny business here. Don't want to give themselves take a risky opportunity, especially with how powerful Palisades has been on defense. Doesn't really make sense to go for that 2-point conversion. And now, Palisades, they have to find the score here. They have had multiple opportunities and failed, but look at this. Off of the return, they might actually just go all the way. There's no one left. He is wide open. This is unbelievable.
Palisades.
Wow.
Pulling a miracle out of their back pocket. I have been asking for a play like that all season long. You weren't in here earlier when I told Chris that me and Yogi had been begging to see a kickoff return touchdown all year long, and we finally get one delivered in the grand finals. Palisades, we thought their back was against the wall, but turns out they can push their back all the way through the wall. It's no issue for them.
Like the Kool-Aid man coming in through the wall. If the windows, or if the door is closed, come in through the window. Oh, yeah, says Palisades into the end zone, tying it up. Now, what does Butler have as an answer? Probably feeling the pressure a bit now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, if you look at it objectively, there's nothing really to feel too bad about that. It's your special teams. It's not your offense. It's not your defense. Both of those sides of things are getting the job done where you need them to. It's just a freak accident. Do not look at it crazy. Just because they win the lottery doesn't mean they work their hardest to get up to that rich status. Sometimes just the dice just don't roll in your favor, and sometimes they roll in your favor if you're Palisades. So can they take this good fortune, and can they turn it into potentially a conference championship?
That's exactly what they're looking for here, and they're looking for a blitz on the QB, who does get the ball out of hand just in time before matters get a lot worse. They will get one of the downs taken off there, but should have found a bit more. Now Butler where they go for it. Another run play coming through and going all the way wide to get around this player. The dive is not good. And they might juke to the right. No, they don't even have to, just running straight through, and Butler find another touchdown.
They answer right back with just as explosive as a play. It doesn't come with the same poeticism, with the same craziness as a kickoff return, but there was the same amount of yardage ran. These guys, they're football players, but they look like cross-country runners with how much they're just logging the miles up and down the field. They need oxygen on these sidelines. I hope both teams came prepared.
Very impressive stuff out of Butler. We just got done saying they're feeling the pressure, and I wasn't sure about that extremely wide route to the left, but it turned out to be the right call. Able to get around 3 defenders, and no one could stop that man, like you said, running faster than a bullet train. But now the pressure is back on Palisades, who start their drive with an incomplete pass. And this is a situation they really have to score here because, I mean, we're in the third quarter. There's technically one more full quarter, but with the pace that Butler has been playing, Palisades would hate to turn this ball over without a touchdown.
Absolutely. The pressure is there. Howard dropping back, scrambling to the right, passes it to his man, gets hit after the first down. They're going to keep things moving forward. I like that option. I'm not too familiar with Mr. Howard here, the Ohio State quarterback, but from the eye test, he doesn't look that fast. So I like the choice of looking for the pass. Here we go, dropping back, staying in the pocket this time. Middle linebacker staying right there. Pressure coming to the right. It's caught, pulled down right before the sideline. Palisades, another beautiful pass.
That was massive. Didn't have a lot of options. Defender about to tackle the QB. Gets it out in time. Audible's being called here on offense. Not sure what the play is. Okay, ball is handed off, but 2nd and 12. Actually a 2-yard loss there.
Yeah, great read from the Butler student. Saw the play, controlled his defender the whole way, and was able to get into the back line and stop that running back from doing anything that he wanted to do. I love that. I love seeing the person who is being controlled. There we go. Wait, actually, we're bringing a strong safety over to right behind the middle linebackers. This could be a big blitz. What is the play? Butler sending the whole team. They're there. Oh, just short of the sack, number 5. If he had been paying attention, that ball could have been caught for an interception.
Could have been, absolutely, but instead, Palisades still have the ball, though. Not many chances left to advance this down the field. 3rd and 12. What's the play? Defense wants to stop this one short and put the pressure on. This could be a potentially make-or-break moment here for Palisades. Need to get this first down.
3 receivers to the left, dropping back, standing in the pocket, fires to the left side. It's caught. First down, Palisades. Progress up the map, up the field is happening. They're looking steady. They're looking strong. A little bit of a zoomed out look by here. Aguero, he's on fire. He's looking to bring the pressure up the middle. There it comes. Both are there.
Oh,
quick pass.
Wow.
Oh, so close.
Unfortunately, the Butterfinger slips right through that receiver. Looked like such a good opportunity, and unfortunately will be dropped. Doesn't matter. They still have plenty of opportunities, but looks like now, what's the play here? It's going to be another pass, and all the way to the corner.
Sidestep.
Huge catch, will sidestep, but unfortunately gets the legs tackled by that defender. Huge play, though, now 1st and goal.
Yeah, I think Palisades sees something here in the Butler defense. Butler throwing heavy blitzes at them, so Palisades looking to counter that with some short passes, allow the defenders into your space, and then throw the ball over their heads. It's giving him some success here in what was just the 3rd quarter. We take over to the beginning of the 4th quarter. 2nd and goal. This is a 1-touchdown game here. This will decide the CMET's conference championship for the fall season.
This is a huge moment right here. Butler somehow finds a turnover, would be monumental. Palisades cannot allow that to happen. QB doesn't know where to go, and okay, I like that decision there. It was starting to look bad. That player was certainly going to tackle 2 players, or 2 defenders would have taken him down, but now you've thrown away one of your opportunities quite literally. 3rd and goal, still 9 yards to go to the end zone.
Yeah, got to be thinking for a pass play, or maybe
Open
a sneak
pocket
up the middle. Passed it, nice, great timing. Right as the defender leaves his man to move up and pressure the quarterback, the ball over the head punishes the mistake by the Butler defense.
What do they do here? Do you think they take the safe, tried and true extra point, or do they try to take the lead here? I like this play. They said, I'm going to bet it all. I believe in my ability to score these 2 points. What's the play here? It's going to be probably a quick pass. No, it might just be ran, but it's intercepted. I don't know if that matters.
I don't know what it means either.
No, it's not going to matter. It's just going to be a kickoff. But that is, they bet it all right there. Now Butler.
Tragic.
Yeah, Butler in a position that they can kind of play a little bit. They could break down the clock a little bit. I mean, they could try to score this as slowly as possible and bleed out Palisades' chance to come back.
Definitely a missed opportunity there. I know that you want to. You just saw them switch to the chew clock play strategy call. They know what they're doing. I understand what you think and what you're going for there, but still just under 5 minutes left in the quarter. I don't know if you needed to go for that at that time. No, makes it through. Two defenders to beat. It's a foot race. Number one is going to win it, though. Not going to watch the back side of that Georgia player run all the way to his end zone. Not again.
Wow. 299 pass yards, by the way, for Butler. Has been so productive with these passing yards. Now, what is the play here? Butler, I mean, if they score and get the extra point, this would be a massive thing. I think deciding to burn as much clock off as they can before this trades hands. Can't burn off too much, though. You got to imagine maybe 2 minutes or so per drive, and they want another chance to have the last score of the match if it comes down to it.
Yeah, if anything, they might be progressing up the field too quickly.
Yes.
It might not hurt them if they get this touchdown, but if their drive comes up short, oh, wow, what a pass. Complete. Finds the gap between three defenders.
Ouch.
Catches a knee to the face. Lucky he's got a helmet on because that would have hurt. I mean, the knee. That guy's knee's probably hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to hit the face guard of one of these helmets on your knee. That is for sure. But first and goal, 6 yards to go. Butler will hand it off and go wide route to the left. Cuts through and then leans forward for a solid little pickup of 3 yards. Second and goal now.
They love that play call. I'm growing to learn about its validity, but I don't feel like it's that effective when you're this close to the goal line. You need some space on the field to create some confusion, to create some chaos. Quick pass to the left. He's wide open. That's a touchdown. Butler extends their lead to 7 right now, potentially 8.
Did not even think about the 2 point. And why would you put the pressure all on Palisades now? Palisades have to not only score a touchdown, but also another 2 point conversion in order to just tie it up.
And the timing is not great for them. Actually, it's okay because they get this touchback. They're going to resume and start their drive with 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining. So one play called, and then they'll get the 2-minute warning to artificially stop their clock. Then it becomes a 2-minute drill. You've got 3 timeouts to work with. Technically, this is not a terrible position. The game is in your hands. Obviously, you got to make something happen with a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, but that's the game of football. That's what we're here for.
Work is cut out for them. They know exactly what they need to do. Butler knows that as well. Should be able to step up the defense here.
So much time.
What is the play in the QB season opening? Tries to lean forward into the first down. 2-minute timeout has been called, like you said, but some solid forward progress from Palisades.
Yep, 9-yard gain right there. 2nd and 1. Honestly, I also like this position. He's got some time. Can maybe choose to go deep right now. And then, 3rd and 1 could be an easy conversion if you miss out on that. But this Butler defense, their pass coverage has been so good, it would be risky going deep downfield. Don't know what the play call is, but the setup looks good for it. He's got a man streaking up the middle. Oh, he had a man up the middle, but chooses to take the guaranteed quick play to the left and gets out of bounds to stop the clock again.
I don't mind this. I feel like if you are going to score, you want it to take as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to trade the ball over to Butler and have them have any time to regain the lead. You would like to tie it up with such little time left that you force the OT. Will we see the first overtime that we've seen this season? I haven't seen it yet. I don't know.
I haven't either.
So we're trending towards it, but Palisades has to get all the way to this end zone and get the extra points. Howard setting up here for the next play. 1st and 10, he's going wide right. Defender is not the one to choose as Butler will catch that, and that was too risky of a pass. They had to see that defender there.
Yeah, that was absolutely what we talked about. You need to make the play up the field, but there are risks associated with playing the ball through the air, and the Butler defense jumps on it. They've pretty much got all they need to ride this game out to victory. Going to take a quick timeout there. That's the Palisades. Palisades is now going to use all 3 of their timeouts to burn as much time as possible. You got to get a stop. A good stop on first down, though. That's a good start.
Good start indeed. But after these 3 timeouts are down, this could be the end of the road.
Hey, another good stop there. 1 yard gain. We've got a 3rd and 9 here from Butler. Do not think that this game is won just yet. You need to stay stoic. You need to stay composed. Beck in the backfield here for Butler, looking at his options. What will it be? Definitely got to be a pass if you want the first down. They fake the run. A lot of time in the pocket. Plenty of time up the middle. Caught on the 2-yard line. Butler answers most when they needed it most. And that might be all you need to run this game out.
Yeah, I mean, if they just score right here, that seals the deal, right? So, I mean.
Pretty much. You could also kneel them out right here. 1 minute and 2 seconds, 1 timeout.
Yeah, that's a great point. They're going to run it. They don't care. Yeah, that's going to be another timeout, though. So that will be the last opportunity for Palisades to pause this clock.
Here we go. Here come the kneels.
Seconds. Yeah. There's no reason to do much else. As that clock goes all the way to 0. They knew that's all they had to do. Congratulations to Butler, our CMS conference champion. They are going straight to the state championship.
Absolutely. Very much well played. It was an awesome grand finals. I really do feel like these were the 2 best teams in the league. They showed back and forth, chess, boxing, all the metaphors that I could possibly come up with I could apply to this game. They looked awesome, and I'm super excited to see what both Butler can do at the state championship and what Palisades can do potentially in this last chance qualifier we have coming up.
Yeah, Palisades can not leave too disappointed. They kept it very close. They had a lot of opportunities. They did that very last interception was really what sealed their fate, and they had a chance to at least tie it up. They also were very risky. You know, that 2-point conversion that they went for, they didn't have to go for it in that moment. They could have just tied up the game.
Yeah.
That changed a lot for them, and Butler sees the opportunity, and they're going to be rewarded for it.
Yes, congratulations to Butler. Like we said, Palisades, you showed some amazing stuff. There were some awesome highlights. That kickoff return, put that one on your resume. Send that to the colleges. I promise that'll get you in. That got me hyped, and I'm sure it would get them hyped. But at the end of the day, our ultimate congratulations go to Butler. They are your conference champions for CMS college football. Congratulations. I mean, that is nothing to I don't want to undersell what that means. There were tons of students competing, tons of really good football players in the CMS region, so feel good.
Yeah, for sure. CMS was one of the most competitive regions that we've had. Let's go ahead and take a look at the path that Butler had to take to get here, as in the first round they were able to defeat East Mecklenburg A into Palisades B and then Palisades A, so able to defeat 2 players from, I think, one of the biggest schools in CMS, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. Palisades, one of our biggest schools. They compete in all the games that we have, and it was a great route for Butler. We saw them in the quarterfinal taking on East Mech, winning that match to start off our day. Then we lost them for a while. They had a tough match against Palisades B, and then the grand finals that you obviously just saw. Also, we'll take a second and we'll give big congratulations to all the other teams in this bracket, the teams who made it and maybe didn't make it all the way to the grand finals and stuff. We've got Palisades, Providence High School, and the Palisades B team bringing in those last chance qualifier positions for CMS. If you're one of those 3 teams, pay attention to the other games, because you're going to be looking at the other semifinalists, the other losing finalists, and those will be your potential opponents in wildcard weekend.
Yeah, so wildcard weekend, December 7th, all of these players, well, the top 3 players that did not get first place will play against the other top 3 competitors from the other conferences, like he said. So go do your research, study. There's a lot of footage to look at. If you're one of those other competitors, there's a lot to learn from. So don't hang your head in defeat. You know, there's still a lot to be played for. And you could come back and maybe even get the rematch against Butler at the state championship. So don't give up. But, wow, what an impressive day of football it has been already. I believe we have 1 more college football finals for another one of our conferences. So we're going to jump into that here in a moment. Let's go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more football.
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished the finals for the CMS Conference Championship. We've got a little bit of an update for you guys. There was some production errors during that last game. We actually had the teams switch. So we do want to let you know that it was not Butler who is the champions. It was Palisades A taking the victory in that last match.
Yeah, so unfortunately unable to do that match the justice it deserved, but we can now say congratulations to Palisades A, who are going to be making it through, and it's going to be Butler instead that has to play their way through the wild card weekend with the other player from Palisades and Providence High School. So congratulations again to Palisades A. It was a little confusing because Butler and Georgia Bulldogs both, I don't know, it felt like it was right, but we should have known better, so we do apologize about that.
Yep, but still, congratulations once again. At the end of the day, the play matters. We know who won. We know who advanced. So we will see you Palisades at the state championship, and hopefully Butler, you'll get your shot in the last chance qualifiers. Though, moving on now, we're going to stick with college football, but we're leaving Charlotte and we're heading off to the west. We're heading up to the mountains, my home, and we're going to get to see the finals for the Western Conference Championship. We've got the reigning Madden state champion, TBK Sincere Pettis from Shelby High taking on King Mode from Kearns Academy. This is actually a rematch of last year's Madden state championship, and we get it just within the West.
Wow, so impressive. We saw that they had already had each other added to their list, so I'm assuming that these two players have probably played against each other, not just in the state championship, but probably against each other outside of these competitions. They probably know each other very well, which will be interesting to see. Do they try to play some mind games against each other? Are we going to see some fake outs? Will we see TBK go for things he doesn't normally go for? But we do know that TBK is one of the most offensively oriented players. He has been averaging over 100 points per game, but King Mode's a different player.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the bracket before we get into game, see what the path was like for both these players. A little bit of just a blank bit there on the left. We'll focus on the semifinals. TBK took down Forbush High A to get their way into the finals, and Kearns Academy took down K3 is him, the Shelby High B team, to get into the finals from the other side. So potentially TBK looking to get revenge for his fallen comrade.
Yeah, this is his chance. I mean, he's been playing against both of these players, Shelby High B and Kearns Academy, quite a bit, but looks like we have the match loading up for us. It's going to be on your screen very soon here, but I can't wait to see this. I keep hearing all about TBK. You know, this is my first VESL season, so I haven't been able to see what he did last season, and obviously I work in Sandhills, so I haven't been able to see all of his prowess, and this will be my first time watching him play.
You're a long way from home. We're going to teach you what it's like in the West, in the college football. A big kickoff from TBK. It's going to go to King Mode. King Mode playing the Texas side of things, and TBK on his patented Miami Hurricanes. Love seeing this player. He's never deviated. I've never seen him play anything different. The offense is exactly the way he wants. He runs a lot of plays through Cam Ward, through that hyper-mobile quarterback.
Yeah, and it looks like the early swap around of the players going to be coming in from Kearns Academy. We are watching live from TBK's stream, so this is going to be interesting. I think that should be Kearns starting with the ball here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, TBK definitely did just kick it off right there. We're going to take a quick look and see what is going on right here. The crowd's getting loud in the background, but I don't know if any action is happening. We're going to give the players plenty of time to get settled in. No need to rush into things here in the grand finals. Obviously, we want to make sure that the settings are right, that both players are ready to go.
Indeed. So King Mode has fought his way through. Now, was King Mode, was he second place on the leaderboard behind TBK going in, or did he have to upset his way through?
He was 5-1. His only loss was to TBK, so he is the second place. We do get to see 1 versus 2. The bracket went the way it was expected. Obviously, we haven't been able to watch every single match, so maybe there were some upsets that happened, but at the end of the day, it is the two big dogs. And we're not talking Butler and we're not talking Georgia who end up in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, these two players very likely to be the two best players in the entire league, not just in this conference. So a lot of stuff on the line here. Second place finisher will be able to fight their way through wild card weekend, and likely to be, I think the loser of this match will probably go into wild card weekend as the favorite in almost either scenario. So Offensive drive starting off here from Kearns Academy. Only a pickup of 3 yards. TBK trying to show off what he can do on defense.
Yeah, TBK is the role model example for what a very skilled player is. Hole opens up in the middle. Deep pass. It's caught. Some extra yardage available. Kearns start things off quick. I guess when you've played TBK this amount of times, you stop becoming intimidated by him. You know that you can hang with him in grand finals. You did it in states last year. Maybe in the fall, this is your time to do it again.
You have to imagine he has studied the tape of those matches many times. This is a different game, though. We're not playing Madden. We're playing college football. So maybe King Mode can't find the answer. And that is a great way to start this grand final with a touchdown in just 2 plays from Kearns Academy.
2 quick pass chances. Finds the end zone early. And the kick, the extra point is going to be good as well. 7 points on the board for Kearns. Now, Eli, I'm going to let you in on a little bit of knowledge about TBK. While he is a very skilled player, we're going to try not glaze him too much here. He does tend to be a little slow starting out. We've seen multiple matches both in this tournament and in the regular season where a lower-tiered opponent can keep it close with him in the beginning. Eventually, he'll kick on the afterburners and leave him in the dust, but maybe King Mode is too skilled of an opponent to do that. Let's see how his first drive goes.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, yeah, we talk about him being the favorite, but a player like King Mode could certainly take advantage of a lazy TBK here in the early going. Have to imagine that he's got to be firing on all cylinders from the get-go here. Let's see what he has for us on offense. Looks like great throw off to the right side and a huge pickup in the opening play here, starting with a 1st and 10 on the 41-yard line.
Yeah, great choice there, electing to stay in the pocket, takes the quick pass, and it is good. 1st and 10 from the 40, optioning things around right here. He's got a wide receiver potentially going way deep downfield, scrambling to the side, gets it out of his hands over to the sideline, gets him a bit of safety there. The Texas defense wasted no time getting back there. They did not want to give TBK a lot of time to look downfield.
Yeah, immediate pressure. That defender just gets right through the offensive line, able to force the incomplete pass out. Now, 2nd and 10. Similar play coming through, but a great catch once again. Seems like the bread and butter for TBK here.
He really is. He's honestly, from what I've seen throughout this season, this is abnormal amounts of staying in the pocket. He really loves to scramble to the sidelines with his quarterback. So early on, he's not feeling much pressure. Gets it off just in time. TBK is really, in our last match, I talked about how it's a little bit of a skill gap between who can get those passes off to avoid the sacks. TBK is the one who put that in my brain. I watched him avoid sacks all season long. So if King Mode can find his way into the back line, kudos to him. Quick pass, wide open, catch and run to the end zone. Shelby High equalizes the early Kearns goal, potentially 7-7. Let's see. And it's good.
Wow. 3 very successful slant plays in a row, but Kearns, I mean, it took them 2 throws to get to the end zone. Takes TBK just 3. Obviously, there was a couple missed downs along the way.
Beautiful kickoff.
Yeah, great position for the ball to land, but ultimately because it bounces out into the end zone, still going to be at the 25-yard line. But it was a good attempt, like you said.
Yep, smart play by King Mode, electing to just progress past the ball, let it bounce out of the back of the end zone. If he had caught that, it would have been a tough position there. Run play to the right side. Small gain of 4 yards. I like seeing Texas run the ball. They've got a good running back, and it opens up a lot of things. Potentially airing it out deep. No, scrambling up the middle. Illegal forward pass. Not going to be allowed here.
Interesting there. That's the first time I have seen that. Maybe the pressure getting to King Mode here just a little bit.
It's actually the second of the day that I've seen here.
Very interesting. I have not seen one of those all season long. Now, needs to make up some of the yardage here. 3rd and 9. Finds the receiver, but gets pushed backwards. Not going to matter, though. Still going to count as some forward progress. 4th and 4, though. This is kind of a sticky situation.
Yeah, impressive snag on that play. He had a lot of defenders around him, but back against the wall here. Got to make this. You do not want to turn the ball over to TBK with this type of field position. This would be a huge first down for King Mode. He's looking at all his options. Got plenty of time here. Pressure coming. Quick pass. It's broken up. Miami, the defense is going to get it done. They're going to turn it over to their offense on the 31-yard line. That's a That's a bad way to start off the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's does not feel good. You have to imagine this is very likely to find the end zone eventually. But, man, I tell you what, these blitz plays coming in from Kearns have been so fast and so effective, has not allowed the comfort zone to be found on offense here for the Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah,
but you can only do that so long.
Yeah, that one was so fast. I'm surprised he got it off. Another one coming.
Oh,
Cam Ward shrugs the tackle. Got a lot of space to work with in front of him. Slides through the danger zone. What athletic play, what stability, what balance to not fall to that defender in the backfield. Gained about 20 yards after that.
That was impressive. It's not often you see the QB just shrug off that incoming player. And that's going to be an interception, though. You don't often see that. Now, we see him take a fair amount of distance off of it, and that's a massive turnaround. After failing on the previous drive, they earned the ball right back.
Absolutely. Normally, it is a complete death sentence. The executioner standing above you when you turn the ball over to Shelby in that position. But Kearns, their defense gets it done, brings it back. Can their offense make the most of this second opportunity?
And it looks like another open pocket noticed and a quick first down scramble here. And Kearns seemingly not shaken at all by that last turnover. They now have this game in their hands in the first quarter.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I've watched a lot of TBK streams. I've heard a lot of his method. He is a player who locks in when things get rough, but when things aren't going his way, he is an emotional guy. He can get a little too fired up, a little bit mad at the game, that kind of thing. So can he stay composed right here? Just over 90 seconds left in the first quarter. King mode, a lot of time in the pocket.
Oh, no.
Ooh, scary, scary position right there. Quarterback almost broke his arm trying to throw the ball over the defender, but it is incomplete. 2nd and 10.
Probably could have just kept running that, to be honest, at least get some forward progress, but there is certainly a method to the madness, and like you said, that passion that comes out of TBK, it's two sides of that coin. That was another very close situation. Look how close that defender was to grabbing that. Great replay in slow motion there.
Shout out to the camera guys up in the top deck. They're getting it done for us. Virtual prod, real prod. We love you all. 3rd and 1, King mode. Lot of opportunities here. Honestly, a run play should be almost guaranteed. They're going to give it. Oh, pitch it to the running back.
Oh, no.
Not going to get there. Actually loses a couple yards. 4th and 3. That was a little bit too fancy for my taste.
And my thoughts exactly. Why go for that when you have other options available to you? Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit. Now,
that's right.
4th and 3. This is a big moment.
Lot of momentum on the line right now. Your big defensive play might feel, oh no, the big defensive play does not result in any points on the board. They're going to turn it over on downs back to Shelby. So this, while our last match was a big offensive powerhouse, Butler and Palisades duking it out, this could be a defensive matchup. We thought we had two high-powered offense coming in, but the defenses are doing a great job of stopping them. Number 6 gets around one, sidesteps to the other, points to number 7, says, bye-bye, I'm going all the way to the 10, to the touchdown. TBK finds the 3rd goal of the match, the 2nd for Shelby. And right when I say it's a defensive game, the offense comes out of nowhere and socks him in the mouth.
Blinking, you might have missed it as that looked a little bit too easy for Shelby High. Kearns have to be reeling after that one, especially after multiple turnovers in a row. It's going to start on the 25-yard line with another chance to tie things up. Still a one-touchdown game. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility for either of these players just yet. But your connection is currently experiencing network issues, by the way. Please wait while we try to reconnect you.
Yeah, just so we're clear, that's not our connection. That's TBK's connection. But he's working on that. We're right back into it. Got to say, TBK makes it look easy, man. He goes to the air, throws an interception, and then gets the ball back on the defense, runs the ball in the first play, makes it all the way to the end zone. I wish it was that easy for me. A lot of time over here. Takes the easy way out, passing it to the sideline. We're going to get another look at that play here for King Mode. 2nd and 10 this time.
Spectator looking like a good receiver there in that play.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 2nd and 10 has more chances to work with here. Both these players really rising to the occasion. Like we should expect from two veterans of the game. Great first down pass right down the center. Now earned themselves a spot on that 50-yard line.
Yeah, great choice right there. The center is looking like a very good option. I don't know if TBK is calling specific defensive plays to kind of crowd the sidelines. That's generally the type of play call that we see from players. But King Mode's going up the middle.
Ooh.
Avoids the defensive pressure. Man, these quarterbacks are both 100% feeling the pressure. They're sweating. They're going to be looking for more from their offensive line to give them time, to give their receivers a bit of time to make some space, and they can make these passes.
Exactly right. The blitz game has been strong on both sides here. Looks like the offensive lineman able to hold off one defender. That receiver not quite ready to slow down and catch that one. Moving a little bit too fast.
Yep. The play call was solid. There definitely was potential there for them to make that pass and to get the yardage they needed. 3rd and 10 here. Staying in the pocket, firing up the middle. He's got his man. He gets past the first one, runs into 3 defenders. The first quarter ends, but King Mode, Kearns, their drive will continue here into the second quarter. They're on the 35-yard line. Let's look at TBK's adjustments here. He was too fast. I didn't even see what he did.
He's picking.
He changed something from 30 to 20. That's all I know.
These options are flipping back and forth faster than we can keep up. This player certainly knows exactly what they're doing, though, on defense.
I'll fake.
And this will be caught or no, not caught. Incomplete. Just barely. That one faked me out.
Yeah, he had a good hold on the ball. I'm not sure if the defender reached it. Can we see? No. Highlight ends just shortly. Not sure if the defender swatted it out of his hands or if he just dropped it. Either way, the result is the same. It's 2nd and 10. A lot of time in the pocket. Fires up the middle. The tight end's got it. Wraps it up. Not going to fumble that ball. Gets over the first down line. Progression continuing.
A little bit of awkward moment there. Catches it and like, wait a second, I got to turn around.
Wait, they haven't tackled me yet. We've got time to run. Man, to be a large tight end with open space to run in front of you. They go for him again.
Wow.
2 defenders there, though. Number 2 goes way up and disrupts the pass.
That could have been ugly for Kearns. Almost a interception situation now. 2nd and 10. What's the play? They see an open lane. They're going to take it and scramble all the way across that first down. And looking quite good to score this here. Not too much work left on the bone.
Yeah, very good choice right there. I feel like TBK is leaving that open. He's drawing his defense back. He's looking to cover the pass. So the sneak is there. But as soon as I say that, you see him going in there. He's option. He's changing his defensive setups. I think as soon as he sees it, as soon as I see it, he's going to make an adjustment. Here we go. King Mode, pressure coming, passing it to the right.
Oh, no.
Almost pulls it down, had a look at it, but a second defender came out of nowhere, really mixed him up there. The first man was beat. The second man was ready.
Second man definitely shook that ball loose with the hit from the backside there. Now, where does this next pass go? You have to think there's a lot of open space over to the right side, but you can tell the defense recognizes that as well. What's the play here? QB going out to the right, barely gets the pass off, and a lot of forward progress made, 7 yards, and not too far from the end zone either.
Yeah, actually a little bit off target. The tight end had to reach behind him to catch that, but beautiful display of skill. Running the ball, gets past one, gets the first down, gets to the 3-yard line, and we're in a goal line opportunity. King Mode, hurry up offense right here. Not trying to give TBK any time to make substitutions, to make play changes. What are we going to see?
Okay. Taking their time here with the decision. Maybe a little bit of mind game being played here. Don't want to make it obvious, and it's going to be straight down the center as they somersault their way into the touchdown. Have to imagine it's going to be the extra point to tie up the game. We've got ourselves a game here.
Absolutely. These two Titans in the West are delivering upon what was promised, a closely contested match between 2 state championship finalists. They're firing back and forth. The defenses are looking good. The offenses are looking good. Can the special teams do something here? TBK tries to run it back, runs directly into a pile of Longhorns.
It's not the pile you want to run into,
Nope.
That is for sure.
The only pile of Angus beef I want is on my plate, not on the field.
That's right. He's going to get taken down in a hurry, but sure, not too worried about it. 14-yard line, pretty far back, but we've seen very long passes erase that field position in a heartbeat. Let's see what he opts for here. Will he take a slow and steady pace across the field or put the pressure on right away?
He loves his pass plays. I feel like even his short plays have the threat to go deep. Time in the center. Caught. Gets around one. Sidestep. Spin
Ooh.
move. Got one. Oh, but sidesteps into the third defender. He got 2 for 1. Like he's shopping at the Dollar General with that first spin move.
We're starting to see why he is so good on offense. First of all, he juked me out. I thought he was going to go for that slant play down the middle, but instead goes for the short pass into the juke spin move, finds his way up the field. First down. What's the play now?
Definitely another pass. Running back blocks that blitz. It's coming. Oh, the diving catch is not going to be there. I feel like the defense threw a good blitz at him. Cam Ward seems to be wanting that wide receiver to go way deep downfield, but I guess he cut it off a little short there.
Cut it off short indeed. Looks like multiple slant opportunities coming out here. Multiple audibles being called. Now finds the play.
Flag on the play. Past 1 to the 20 to the 10 into the end zone. Who will the flag be on? It's on Kern's illegal contact. They're going to deny that. They're going to keep the touchdown. They're going to keep the 6 points, and they're going to feel good about it.
Wow. That is the play that found the first touchdown for Shelby High, if you recall, in that first quarter. It was multiple long slant passes that found the end zone, and we see why he opts for that play so frequently. Such a high success rate.
Yeah, the timing so good on that. Able to get it to his wide receiver in full stride. No speed lost on the catch. No speed available to be made up by the defender. And once you make the catch, you're there. And also, I don't know, if he saw that penalty on the play, knew that he had the free option? Obviously, that's just some conjecture on my part. But if he did, kudos.
Yeah, I mean, it shows the arrow pointing to the side that the flag is thrown, I believe. So, yeah, we can see that it was on the side of Kearns Academy while he ran it in. Now, the ball is going long, and this one could very well find the end zone as well. But look at the giddy up from this defender. He sped up in a heartbeat and was able to shut him down.
Yeah, Kearns, King Mode, likes going deep to his tight end, who is a great target for the short ones and clearly a great target for the long ones, but he doesn't have that raw speed to beat the defender in the one-on-one sprint. Once you catch it, you got to be able to outrun. But nothing to complain about with a 60-yard pass. Sitting in the pocket, scrambling to the right, tries to get around one, brought down, a 6-yard gain. Would prefer to make it to the sideline, would prefer to keep your quarterback nice and healthy, but wasn't a terrible hit to take.
Yeah, I mean, forward progress.
Oh, we're zoomed in.
Is always a big thing here. 2nd and 4, not too much left on the plate. 11-yard line. What's the play here? Doesn't see an open receiver, but he does. He saw it.
He saw it and you didn't.
I didn't see it. That's why he's on the sticks and I'm on the cast, but very impressive find there. And now, once again, we're tied up as the extra point is good. 21 all, 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
Man, these two rivals from the West are putting on a show for us. We always, every time TBK makes one of those amazing goals, I feel like it's the beginning of the gap that's about to happen. But King Mode takes no time answering it back. TBK, oh, there was a line down there. I saw a big line of green lead into the end zone. If he could have made it past those Longhorns, he would have been home free. But they're going to wrap him up. They're going to stop him at the 18-yard line. We're going to get to see a full TBK drive. Will he make it the whole way? What's going to be the play calls? He's staying in the pocket a lot. I sold you a lot on how much he was going to scramble with Cam Ward, and he's not going for it.
I think it's this situation of two players that know each other very well, trying to switch up the game plan, do something your opponent doesn't expect as a handoff and a clear entry point past that first down plus an extra 5 yards, and that's 85 rushing yards for that player now.
Yep, relying on the pure speed of number 6 there. Both players leaning so heavily into the pass game. I didn't get the exact numbers out there, but it looked very similar to Kearns the same way it did for Miami. This game is being played through the air. Can the defenses adjust? Can they? Oh, as soon as I say that, he runs it, gets a solid gain there. 9 and some change. Got to feel good about that.
I mean, he's faking us out. Must be faking his opponent out as well.
Oh.
But you see the long passes coming out. You don't typically expect that when the ball is so close to the first down. Going to actually just pick the one player close to him, so those players going long were just a distraction. First down going to be the play here for Shelby.
Yeah, a little bit of a red herring. Obviously, King Mode can't see these routes. These are purely for TBK's view, but players of this skill, they don't need to see it. They see the formation, they see the lineups, and they know what kind of play is being thrown. This one looks to be a big pass play. He could choose to get it to that running back over to the right. Actually, at this point, with all these audibles, there's no telling what TBK is going to throw at him. All that King Mode knows is it's going to be dangerous. Hikes the ball. Pressure coming. Intentional. Oh, hang on. A flag on both sides. I guess they're not even going to tell us what it is. They just cancel each other out, and I assume we'll be back at second down. Oh, no, second 22.
Wow, what is the offensive issue there? Unfortunately, we're not able to see it.
I assumed it was holding and then something on the defense, but was that intentional grounding? I don't know. Number 4.
He could have backed up and caught that, you feel, but
a human with a human brain definitely would have. But these AIs, sometimes they just don't see the opportunity. The highlight's going to get cut off just shortly. We've got a little bit over a minute remaining in the first half here. 3rd and 22. Can TBK answer with his back against the wall? Pressure. Steps into the pocket. Diving breakup from the defender. Shows us the abs. Shows us the acrobatic plays. TBK electing to punt the ball. That's how you know you're dealing with a high-level player.
Yes, we rarely see the 4th down punts, but I mean 22 yards to go against a good opponent. You've got to just give them the credit that they could stop it. Might as well make them start with the ball much further down the field instead.
Also, in the final straight of the first half, that makes a ton of sense too, because you give him the ball up at the 30, he's in range for a field goal right away. You give him here a couple stops, the clock runs down, maybe something can happen. Scrambling out, running around, gets around 1. Finds his way into 4-7. Be careful with your hamstring there. A full padded player flying into it. That's got to be a little dangerous.
Absolutely. Clock is now moving. A wide pass to the left. Should run this out of bounds to stop the clock. And perfect efficiency there. Quick pass, quick run out of bounds. Not much time burned off the clock. First down achieved. And this is the path to Kearns potentially scoring here in this first half.
Still got 3 timeouts to work with. 2. Passes it quick up the middle. We need to see a timeout. Where's the timeout? Okay, just going to elect for the quick play call. Guess we're not using the timeout.
Very surprising there.
All right, King Mode. Let me see what you're cooking on. If you're not going to call the timeouts, you better get into there. Passing to the left. And it's good.
It is. Look at the toes sliding onto the field.
Drag both. I'm not sure. Actually, you can't really see his hands on the ball, so technically those could have been before he caught it.
Yeah, could have been.
They're going to definitely give him credit for it, though.
Yeah, could have been a potential challenge, but it's going to instead be an interception.
Wait.
Oh, my.
What was TBK? What are you doing getting out of the end zone like that? I guess 14 seconds left on the half. You don't really care, but now you got to make a play call from the 1. You can't kneel it right here. You can't run it. The threat of this safety is kind of scary. Yeah, he's just going to, I think we're going to see TBK just run this out with a few quick passes or something just to avoid. But, man, that was a big mistake right here. It's going to take some finagling to make it out of this half unscathed.
Yeah, this is a scary situation. You're exactly right, but only burning off a couple seconds each time.
You
can only do that.
safely get the punt, though, afterwards. So,
yeah.
1 more and then a punt on 4th down. Is this the same? This might be a different setup. He might be going for a different play right here. Let's see. Oh, no.
That could have been real bad.
That was so scary.
Yeah. A 4th and 7, though.
Yeah, but definitely going to take the punt right here.
Yeah,
Gave himself a little bit more space. You see he actually has 3 blockers here because of how dangerous it is in his own end zone. Oh, that was – I'm so nervous right now. Gets the punt off. Is he going to call a fair catch? No? Okay. You would never see a real player not do that. But that's going to be the end of the first half. We're tied up 21-21. Shelby High and Kearns Academy. They're matched blow for blow extremely evenly here in the first half.
Only difference now is TBK gets to start with the ball in the second half. This could be a difference maker here, but needs to score on this drive. We'll start with the run and some solid movement forward, starting on the 23-yard line.
Yeah, even after that, doesn't even make it to the 25. That's why I feel like those touchbacks are so valuable. Ever since they moved it from the 20 to the 25, I do feel like touchbacks are a little OP. But we'll get that balanced. We'll get that patched. I'll talk with Commissioner Nick. He'll get old Johnny Madden on the phone, and we'll get that rule changed.
That's right. We have that level of power here at VESL, of course. But okay, it's going to be a handoff going wide. This play was very effective earlier in this game. It's going to be enough for a first down, and that's exactly what you want to see the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, that was a scary run. In that earlier match, we saw some massive, massive plays off of those long sideways runs, but Kearns is there to stop it. Not before it gets the first down, but still able to stop it. Handing off, finds a spot in the middle, but 46 wraps him up. 6-yard gain here, 2nd and 4. TBK definitely starting to vary up his play calls here. He's not passing it every time. He's running it. I feel like he's starting to adapt. Second half, Sincere Pettis can be a different beast than in the first half.
What's he go for here? Looks like he might be setting up a long pass. Yes, it is, and it's going to be good. That is his bread and butter, those long slant passes, and that is a huge pickup. Number 7 with a great catch.
Absolutely, and Cam Ward with a great pass with great timing to scramble out of the pocket just as it collapses. Looks really good right there. Hands it off to number 5. He's going to get wrapped up pretty much as soon as the ball's in his hand. First good stop here on the drive. 2nd and 9. It's a reasonable spot to work with. King mode loading up defenders on the right here. Will TBK go back to his running back on the left side, or will he look to make a deep pass?
This is really interesting. There is a huge gap. X looks very free, but it's
intercepted.
Not free enough as it is intercepted, and he's going to go down in the end zone like TBK probably should have in the previous quarter. But, wow, that is a clutch turnover for Kearns. This is a hell of a game so far.
Absolutely. The 2nd interception of the game. 2 more than you would expect. Wait, fumble right away. Who's going to get it? Recovered by Texas, I think. I think that's what happened right there. Yeah, okay. Texas is going to maintain control, but both teams are feeling the pressure of this conference championship. Things are not clean. The skill, I think, is obvious for these teams, but the pressure is also there.
Okay, QB seeing opportunity for a clean pickup of yards. Would have been a little bit too risky to throw it downfield. I feel like Kearns wants to take advantage of this. Do not want to turn it over as they have multiple times already. Now,
sacked in the backfield.
Loss of 8 yards. That is massive. 4th and 12 already. I thought this was a great drive, and all of a sudden it has gone so poorly so fast.
Yep, I feel like King mode is a little bit too much pressured right now. He's calling plays a little fast. Needs to take in a second to breathe. He's got that second to breathe in the pocket right here. Got some space in front of him, but he wants to go deep. Wait, that's a defender. Smart play right there by that defender. Even if you have the chance to intercept it, swat it down, you're going to pick it back up about 50 yards back. So an interception would have actually been a mistake.
That's a great point you make there. Swat it down, pick it up here. TBK running backwards so he can go forwards. Tries to juke left. Gets pushed all the way back. But 2nd and 10 now. Ultimately, after all that drama, no yards gained or lost.
Yeah, I do feel like we are seeing the effects of the 2 Kearns interceptions on the Shelby play calling. He seems to be a little bit hesitant to go deep downfield now that his opponent has shown that he has the ability to break up those passes. Sending his wide receiver over to the left. This has got to be the setup. 15 seconds. Dropping back. Tons of time. Passes it to the right. It's caught. Pushed out of bounds at the 13-yard line. You've got a 3rd down opportunity right here. I have to feel like if he's not successful on this conversion, we might see a field goal, which gets me pumped.
Well, old man J-Dog rooting for some old man football. I think you're right, though. With the way this has gone back and forth so much, it seems obvious, but what's more obvious is how wide open this receiver is. TBK not going to go for the 3 points. He said he wants 7, because he's going to take the touchdown and the extra point just like that.
Yeah, beautiful route, beautiful move. Somehow he got his defender to be deeper in the end zone than him, which is never where you want to be as a cornerback, behind the wide receiver. Well played there on that route. Well played on the move. We're going to kick it back off to King mode, signaling for the fair catch. It's going to be a touchback. Pick it up on the 25. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Now, can we, as commentators, as observers, learn from what has happened? Usually, the first play after TBK makes a big move is another big move from King mode. Quick pass through 2 defenders, wrapped up, but a first down. Not the big one I was dreaming of, but still a very solid one.
First down nonetheless. That's all that really matters here. Kearns would like to tie this up. 1 minute, 30 seconds left in the third quarter. Still plenty of game to be played. But when you're down by a touchdown against the best player in the league, you really need to make some progress. That pass was not even close. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, got to make sure that your wide receivers know that you're throwing it to them, or your running backs, whoever. The knowledge was not there. The choice was not great for King Mode. On the bright side, though, it was first down. You do have some time to work with here. Passing it up the middle. The first down is good. He's going to drop. Not looking for much more. Not looking to take a big hit. But a first down, progression, moving up. Basically, I think what I'm realizing is everything that I expect to see will be wrong. You expect the deep play. It goes short. Here's the deep one. It's caught. Progressing up the field. Beautiful. Wow.
156 yards, it said. Now 331 just for that one player. I mean, look at this pass. Perfectly thrown through the center. Look at the turnaround into the catch. Met with the loving arms of the defense, but I mean, you cannot be upset with this catch. Finally getting to see some of these replays. Typically, these players do not let us watch them as they play so fast. But look how quickly he turns around. The awareness of that AI. You talk about human brains, but that AI brain looked kind of smart there.
Yeah, it looked really good right there. And the zone defense for TBK. The run is good. Through one. Can he make it? Oh, makes it all the way to the 1 yard line. The run. Very, very productive right there. And the hurry-up offense is coming. King Mode wants to keep this pressure on. A lot of time. Scrambling through the pocket. Not going to make it into the end zone. The defense well aware of what the QB was looking for.
That was a sketchy situation there as we see TBK cycling through his defensive
he had that ball
options.
not even in the pocket either. He had it just in his hand way out there. That's scary.
Yeah, I thought that was a potential fumble situation, but will be a very slight loss of yards, maybe a half of a yard. Now ending the third quarter, we will pick up in the exact same spot, 2 yards to go into the end zone.
Yeah, and we're picking it up in such a precarious position right here. 2nd and goal. You are down 7 points to the reigning state champion. This, while it's absolutely not do or die, you got to get in the end zone here. Looks to make the run. Gets around the defender. The tackle is good, but it's not going to deny the quarterback. He's going to find his way into the end zone. King Mode evens it up, potentially after the extra point. Oh, the Miami defender came flying in, but just a few inches short. We're tied up 28-28 in the start of the fourth quarter. This conference championship map is delivering upon everything that was promised.
Might as well have just started the game. It is a even playing field. Only thing is TBK with the ball first.
I'd be down. We can start this thing over, run it back. I'm totally down for 4 more quarters of amazing play like this. Maybe that's the Western in me coming out, but I'm absolutely loving this. TBK picks it up on the 15. 3 receivers over to the left. Chooses to run it to the left. Sorry, wrong. Gets around one, sidestepped, runs over both the defender and his teammate, gets the first down, progressing up to the 33-yard line.
That player did not want to fall over. Somehow standing strong through multiple defenders. So much progress down the field. 1st and 10 now.
Will he go back to the right? He does. Find some space. Get out of the way, brother. You're in my way, teammate.
Oh, no. Number 54 making a better door than a window, that's for sure, as he is just awkwardly standing there where the running back wants to go. Got to be careful where you place those offensive linemen.
Yep, we do see TBK adjust his tempo. He's no longer looking to chew the clock. He's looking to get back to normal. Pressure coming. Nice pass. Dumps it to his wide receiver right as 2 defenders start surrounding him like bread on a sandwich. Gets it out there, though. That was a delicious play.
I'm hungry now after that call. An Italian sandwich waiting for me on my desk after this, but I'll try to focus as another great run comes through.
Oh, spin move.
Spin move coming out. That's
another sidestep, gets around one more, but the defenders wrap him up from behind.
Wow.
2 amazing moves. TBK switches back to the chew clock. Just how quickly 2 plays can change the way he's playing this quarter.
TBK more willing to go backwards for his chance to go forwards than I've seen from any other player. It's been so impressive each and every time. Now, huge play here. 1st and 10. Going Going to be handed off to the running back. He is going to make it all the way through, 6-yard pickup, and he is ever so closely inching his way to the end zone.
Okay, TBK has found something he's working with here. He's continually calling this inside zone play. Actually, as soon as I say it, he's not. This is a new one. He's gone to that inside zone, running it to the side a few different times, but now it's different. Pressure coming. The defender misses the sack. The pass is good. The defender has been beat, and Shelby scores once again their 5th touchdown of the game, and they look to extend the gap. Yes, a 7-point lead, 35-28. 2 minutes left for King Mode to even this back up.
The pressure all on King Mode now. Have 2 minutes to score. Would like to score with just about no time left on the clock once they find their way to the end zone. I like this. Start on the 25. No reason to get fancy with the run play. Need to find a way down the field safely, though. Do not turn this ball over. You must score in this moment.
Yes, King Mode. Kearns, we're in the position that every football player has practiced hundreds of times. A 2-minute drill. Catch the field goal. You got 2 minutes left. This first play will be free. The time will be stopped by the 2-minute warning. Passes, finds his man, looks to make a move. Oh, makes it a little bit backwards when it should have been forwards, but still a very solid progression. Gets him a little bit of space behind to work with. We're at the 36-yard line.
Really not too bad, all things considered. First down achieved as that 2 minutes expired, like you said. Very easily sees an opening and actually gets past one defender, loses their footwork just a little bit. As that player looked like he shoved him from behind a little bit.
I thought that this Texas quarterback, Quinn, was about to lose his head. That defender was on a mission, but so is this offense sitting in the pocket. Here comes the pressure. Misses one. Fumbles it. No! Tragedy. Kearns fumbles it when they needed to hold on to it most, and it's Miami. It's Shelby High coming up with the ball with 95 seconds left. Tragedy in the final straights here of the championship match.
And you know he's going to chew the rest of this time as much as possible. Kearns going to have to burn through all 3 of these timeouts. But I don't know if it's going to be enough here.
Yes, Eli, I promise you, King Mode, he's not calling you a choker. He just has a little bit of something in his throat. This match has been so close, and really just that last play. Man, the game has been so solid for King Mode. He got 2 interceptions. It seemed like he was winning the turnover game, but the one that TBK ends up pulling out is at the most clutch moment. 3rd and 13 here. Now, he has not burned a lot of time. A big stop could be huge. A sack deep in the backfield. 4th and 25. This is not over. This is not over at all.
It is not at all, but we do see the last timeout burned by Kearns. That means he will not have the opportunity to utilize those as they run down the field. He's going to be forced to play towards that out-of-bounds line in this last drive down the field. 1 minute, 12 seconds left. Gets taken down on the 20-yard line, but no timeouts remain and kind of limits his options here on this drive.
Yes, but I will throw it back about 40 seconds of in-game time, about a couple minutes of real-life time. We had Kearns, 28-35. He had 2 minutes and 2 seconds to look all the way down the field. He missed up that chance, but only 50 seconds were burned. 1 minute and 12 left. This is not out of reach. What do you have, Kearns? You've got to scramble. Do you have anybody to pass it to? No. It's a run out of bounds, 2nd and 4. Good progression and good stop of the clock.
I mean, if he just does that about 6 more times, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
So you can't imagine that.
I don't know about that
let
math,
it happen.
but something like that.
Yeah, 6. I don't know. Maybe not.
Either way, it looked good. The progression coming forward. King Mode has a little something to work with here. I think he's threatening these deep passes, which TBK has to respect because the touchdown would be so big, and then he's getting these small run games afterwards. 55 seconds, sitting in the pocket, passing to the left. It's caught. Big gain there. Does not make it to the sideline, though. The clock will stop shortly while they move the chains, but it will resume once the play selections have been made.
Okay, clock back, moving. 45 seconds left to go. King Mode needs to find his way down the field. That last play was massive. What's he going to look for here? He does find a player to the left side, and it is a good catch as it goes out. That's going to pause the timer. 2nd and 5. Exactly the play he needed in that moment.
There we go. TBK once again adjusting those zone drops. I think that's how far his defense is dropping back. He's constantly adjusting that. 2nd and 5 here. Kearns, I don't know if you can feel the pressure, King Mode, but I am feeling it. Time on his favor. Passing. It's caught. Oh, he's got space in front of him. Oh, but the defender actually was able to cut it off. He's going to take the option out of bounds, stopping the clock with 33 seconds remaining.
I like that. It was a little bit risky to try to run it if he could maybe burn more time off the clock if he had done that, but stepping out of bounds gives him more time to find the end zone here.
So close. On the 12-yard line, the pass is good. No, he's dropped.
No way.
No.
No way. It passes back to Shelby,
no.
and I think that's the end, is it not?
It might be. It definitely feels like it. Shelby. Oh, wow. Everything was so close. He had progressed so far up the field, King Mo did, and the ball just falls out of his hands in the last second. Gosh, that is just absolutely unfortunate.
Wow. Unbelievable into this game.
I don't even know what to say.
2 fumbles. So close to the end zone.
Didn't even look like he deserved to fumble it, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have maybe challenged. I think that he did challenge it because that opponent had paused.
Oh, okay. Well, he might not have had any timeouts. Wait.
What?
Oh, my gosh. We weren't even looking at the screen, and TBK fumbled it, but somebody jumps back on it from the Miami side. Hang on. Okay.
Trying to give us
Obviously, 15 seconds left. We felt like the game was over. Let's stay locked in here. But to be fair, 25 seconds on the clock. Shelby has the ball. He's going to let this time run out. That is going to be a victory in the conference championship final. Sincere Pettis retains his throne on the top of the Western Conference.
I tell you what, though, King Mode put up a heck of a fight throughout that game. That was an impressive display. He did not back down. It was just 2 fumbles toward the end game that sealed his fate. I mean, it was such a measured back and forth game throughout, and then all of a sudden it is just erased in an instant with 2 untimely fumbles as we look at a few of the replays here. So many great plays on both sides throughout this entire game.
It really was. I feel like the finals absolutely delivered everything that we were expecting. King Mode, Kearns, absolutely keep your head up. Don't let that head down. Keep the crown on your head, King. You did everything good. Obviously, King Mode is no. We don't need to explain to him the quality of the opponent that he faced. They've been duking it out throughout their whole high school careers. So, absolutely amazing stuff there. I'm so pumped with adrenaline right now from that match, man. I'm about to go run a 5K before the Overwatch finals.
I mean, we saved the best for last, and we knew it would probably be the best. These 2 players have a storied rivalry between them, and I think King Mode's going to be that guy to beat in that wild card weekend on December 7th. Everybody else should be put on notice after putting on such an impressive display against our top competitor who has proven time and time again that it's no fluke that he belongs here at the state championship.
Yeah, very, very well played. Let me ask you a question, Eli. Now, you've seen TBK play. You've heard us talking about him throughout the season. Did it live up to it? Obviously, this was a close match. It wasn't as dominant as what we've been saying, but how'd you feel?
No, definitely an impressive player. I mean, it's the nuances, the very little things that he does differently than a lot of these other players. He is so tight around the runs. He is so good with the spin moves to juke in just the right spots. There's spots that other players would have caught the ball and then walked out of bounds that he's finding the end zone because he just sees the opening a little bit differently. You could see the measured approach to every single defensive play. Every single thing has a rhyme or reason behind it, and that's why he's been so impressive.
Very much so. I feel like those things that you see are 100%. It's also the intangibles that you don't see. It's those play switches, the switches in tempo, all of those things that just happen so quick for us. We can't even see it happening. He's calculating, he's reading, he's making predictions, and it's coming out in his favor. Amazing, amazing stuff from the Shelby High player. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how things fully ended up turning out here in the West. And there it is, Shelby High ending things as your conference championship victory. Conference champions.
I mean, he was certainly the favorite going into it and proving to everyone why with a very clutch victory. He had to earn it, though. I mean, what an insane final match that was. Hats off to King Mode, who we can't wait to watch in that wildcard weekend. Like we said, December 7th, he'll be going up against Forbush High and Shelby High B, as well as the final competitors in the other regions as well. So lots of amazing action left for you. Lots of amazing action left today. I think there might be one more Overwatch Grand Final coming up soon. I'm excited for this one. This is from my region. We're going to get to see my favorite player, Mr. Swagboy123, the most impressive hamster wheel in all of North Carolina, in my opinion. So this is going to be an exciting one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. J-Dog.
Welcome back, everybody. That was an amazing college football match. I loved seeing Shelby and Kearns duke it out there. It was a great way to end the college football regular season, the conference championship. Congratulations once again. We are going to be moving on to the final match of the day, our Sandhills Overwatch Conference Championship, the grand finals. Eli, I know this is your region. Tell me a little bit about these teams.
We've seen Durham School of the Arts, which features Swag Boy, the most impressive tank player that we have seen on our broadcast. I mean, we witnessed this man go on 40 kill streaks as the tank. He's not a DPS player, but he's very frequently dropping 40 plus. This guy is unreal. His team, of course, is enabling him to do so, right? He's got some great support players behind him and DPS players that are finishing the job when he's unable to do so. So he's really exciting. Let's talk about Westover, though. So Westover, we actually didn't get a chance to see on the broadcast, but they're also undefeated. Yep. So this will actually be one of my first chances to get to watch them play live. I didn't get to record any of their matches either. So this is going to be very interesting to me. Both these teams coming in undefeated, the only two undefeated teams in Sandhills overall. So it could be a very close match.
Yeah, definitely excited. We got to check out Swag Boy and those Durham cats. They're dogs, actually, not cats. Wait, no, that's Butler that are the dogs. Cata. I don't know. There's too many animals, too many schools in my brain. We got to see Swag Boy and his crew show off in the beginning. Getting to see Westover, though, I'm super excited about. We talked about how awesome Durham is, but Westover, that's the #1 seed. Both these teams were undefeated, but Westover was the one who remained undefeated across all individual games throughout the season. They maintain that advantage, and they're technically going to be the first seed, which means they're going to get their map choice for control of Game 1. That's going to be pretty big. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how things have sorted out here, and how we made it to this position. You see Westover High up at the top. They took down the Virtual Academy. They took down New Bern High School. And then Durham, we were on board to see them take on the Cyber Academy. They were victorious over JP Knapp in the semifinals, and that's where we make it to our grand finals.
And I tell you what, you bring up a good point. Yes, Westover didn't drop a single map, but the one map that Durham dropped was because Swag Boy wasn't there. He had to show up late. And
so
then
Swag Boy's undefeated.
Yes, exactly. So when he showed up late, one of the other players had to go. So they actually played a 4v5 with Swag Boy, and they still came back and won that series. So that is just the level of, I guess, oomph that he brings to this team. Is like, if he's on the roster, they have not dropped a map. So now that we know he is in the lobby, can Westover overcome this demon that has been absolutely causing a ruckus in this area? I can't wait to get into this one. He's played a few different champions. He's been on the hamster ball. I feel like that's his go-to, but also very strong on Winston. We've seen him switch to Reinhardt as well. So very curious to see what he goes with. We should almost certainly see the hamster ball come out, but it does depend on the map. It seems to be on maps that he can kind of go in and out that he chooses to choose that champion.
True, and this is going to be the first time of the day when we're not going to get to see Durham make their pick on control. It is going to be Westover getting to decide what they pick. So maybe picking a map where Swag Boy can't do something like that. I actually don't fully know if there are any maps that you can't play Winston or Wrecking Ball on. If they are, I'm sure they will pick it. And we do have the map pick in. Westover, they're picking Nepal for the very first map here for control. So that's an exciting one. It's a beautiful map. There's that big isolated point around the middle, but I do know that there's a lot of hazards on that map. A character like Winston in that Primal Rage could really throw a team fight on its head just by knocking somebody into the abyss.
Yeah, I think that we're likely going to see champions that can move their opposition because you want to send them off the map. Obviously, these champions are incredibly talented and have lots of skills. Unfortunately, one of them is not swimming. Swimming is not one of their skills. If they end up in the water, they will be KO'd instantly. So we're going to see a lot of champions that can boop each other off the map on both the tank players and support as well. I know there's a few support champions that I think can also dislocate their opponent.
Definitely.
So
those support picks as well I think will be big for Westover. In that first match of the day, we saw that backline diving combination from Durham. We saw Swag Boy on the aggressive tank, whether it was Winston or Wrecking Ball, Sal on the Sombra every single game, and May from way downfield giving some poke was deadly to the opponent supports. So I think Westover picking some supports that have peel, have the ability to survive that dive will be super big for them. If you're healing, if that sustain that keeps you in the fight gets cut out from underneath you, you really have no legs to stand upon.
Right. They've got to be keeping track of what each other are up to, be able to be in the right positions to support one another. Communication, a big part of that as well. I'm going in now, so the players behind them know when to follow up on it. And so far, we've seen great communication from both of these teams, but only one team can come out victorious. Like we said, this is the first time that they've played against each other since the season began, and in the most important moment to do so. We're going to go ahead and jump into Nepal and take a look at this beautiful map. Looks like we got some snow going on. Seems to be rightfully so as we get into the colder months of North Carolina.
Yes, the cold snap has came in, and it is a beautiful map to start our grand finals with. For Westover, we've got Frost, we've got Buddha Dog, we've got Crazy Beowulf, Xbox, and Kalani. For the Durham side of things, we know them. I'll introduce it to you just so you know. It's Sal, it's Truly, it's Swag Boy, it's Vaughn, and it's Philby.
Yeah, Vaughn, one of the subs, by the way. No slouch, though. Don't let that fool you, but able to step in here. There's actually a couple more members of this roster that all have a lot of talent and ability, so love to see. This is the trio. Looks like a Maga start from Swag Boy. We've also seen him on that champion. Didn't mention it before, but on the other side, we've seen the Reaper. I feel like I've seen Reaper in almost every single game.
Reaper does run the VESL Overwatch League.
Yeah, he is so potent, especially with that ultimate Death Lotus ability. We see the Cassidy come out as well. So,
oh, and a switch. I talked about Sal had played that Sombra the whole time. He actually started off with Symmetra and now switches to the Reaper. The rollout. Frost makes it to the point very first on Doomfist, looking to get aggressive, but here's Swag Boy charging in, looking to control this middle point here on Nepal. Valga, so good at that. Samoan tank in space, laying the damage down. Doomfist gets stunned. Is he getting healed? He's getting healed. Oh, he's going back in.
And the great melee there, but I think Swag Boy probably going to go down here. Yes, in the middle of everything, doesn't have any support, and a quick emote coming out from Frost. They said, okay, you want to talk about that team? Let's show you what we've been doing in the shadows this whole time. Like we said, these players have not been on our broadcast yet, but here to show us exactly what they're made of.
Frost says, I heard that there is an aggro tank. I am not afraid of playing one back, getting aggressive, matching it up. This Doomfist play, he's dominating the front line. He's looking to maybe ignore Swag Boy and look to the back, punches the Brigitte back, dashes away though. Xbox finds a quick pick onto Phillip. The Cassidy seems to be making every opportunity available here for Westover. Wraith gets to the point. Beowulf finds a pick on the Sal though.
Wow, this is a huge fight going down. Multiple picks, multiple players down for Durham. Only one goes down on the side of Westover. Now, unfortunately, Swag Boy has nowhere to go. He's also going to be, oh no, he's not taken down. So he's taken down to low HP, able to survive somehow. But look at the progress already made from Westover, 33% after they've taken control. Now, Durham in a situation they have to regroup, they have to refocus. They cannot go down early in this fight. This is a big moment here.
Yeah, they are fighting back and forth, 40% in counting for Westover. Frost looking to get aggressive. Swag Boy, he's sitting tanky. No issue on the point right now. Dropping the traps. Buddha Dog threw his ult down. Swag Boy crashing it down as well. Here we go. Beowulf, he's got the Death Blossom. Pops it. Is he going to get them all? Gets just one. Vaughn falls, but the CC is strong. Is Juno going to fall as well? It is. Everything looks like it's coming Westover's way unless Swag Boy has something to say about it.
He typically does have something to say about it, but without the support of his teammates, should be taken down quickly. So far, Durham unable to have that level of teamwork. We've gotten used to seeing another emote coming out from Frost, a bit feeling himself here. Doomfist has that very strong right hook, but this is kind of feeling like it is an important moment for Durham. They need to make this next push work, and they spot a low HP player. Swag Boy going straight into the front line. You know his confidence is booming here. Needs to hit support from the rest of the team. Rest of support behind him now. Taking the front line and taking out this player in a hurry now. 2 dead on both sides. Make it 3 for Westover. Ooh. And it is finally a team kill if Frost goes down. No, Frost will scurry away, tail between the legs, wait for his teammates to respawn. Great push from Durham.
Very much so. They used the Blizzard. We didn't get to see it because it was actually behind Swag Boy. Of course, how aggressive he is. You can't even see it because they're casting the ults behind him. But they are able to use that May ult to create the opening. Can Westover regroup? Durham at 60%. Westover stuck at 75 for right now, but they are close on the Doomfist ult. They have the Deadeye here from Xbox. needs to see some work in front of him. You can't just raw pull this ultimate out. Doesn't need the ultimate. Finds the pick on the Phillip. Juno, you're in the wrong spot right there. Frost finds a kill as well. Swagboy gets one. Is he going to pull the Deadeye? Is he even going to need to?
No one's looking at this man. He has done so much damage. Now the Deadeye is out, but I don't know if this was the right time to do it. He's just going to get taken down immediately. 1v1 against a tank. That is not a very effective ultimate, so maybe wishing he didn't burn it in that moment, but could have done enough work without it anyways. Oh, Swagboy going to take out Xbox. 5-player kill streak on board for him. Now, this is kind of their last chance to regain control of the point. Need to do so while there's a couple members dead for Westover.
Yep, Kalani has their ultimate on this Mercy. Can they keep it alive? Sal has switched to his patented Sombra, and it's going to be what Durham needs.
Wow.
They're going to get the first capture. It was back and forth. It was not an easy accomplishment there by any means. It was a back and forth battle, but Durham clutches up when they need to the most.
That was so clutch from Durham. I mean, Frost emoted multiple times, clearly feeling confident that they would come out on top in that play, but ultimately Durham said, we don't need to emote, we're just going to play our game. But Westover sending a message. They said that we are not going to roll over easy. This looks like it is bound to go the distance here.
I think they're doing a very good job of pressuring this backline. Phillip and Vaughn are feeling more pressure in this game one than they felt in the entire game, in the entire match earlier. We do see Swagboy. The wrecking ball is out. The little furry hamster is on the field. I think Westover is quaking in their boots right now. I'm sure they would have something to disagree about that, but I certainly am. Early scout, they spot him over there on the right side, though. They know where he is.
Yeah, it looks like the Junker Queen going to come out now for Frost. I think that the idea behind the hamster here is this open space. He can roll in and out of this little cathedral here and do so much damage, just displacing multiple members, slamming down to knock them into the sky. Kind of isolated, though. I expect him to reposition. I like this. Very smart play here. Going to still apply pressure, but do so in a more safe fashion. Needs to regroup with the teammates as his health bar is depleting. Will find the health pack over here on the outside. Will now roll back into safety. This is what makes this player so difficult to play against. He is in and out of the fight. You cannot keep track of him.
Yeah, he's claiming so much space, so much attention. Durham actually lost the initial pick on that fight. Cassidy, Xbox, he found the pick onto Sal's Sombra, but the hamster caused too much chaos. They were not able to chain those kills into anything significant. And Durham able to get control. Swagboy, he's making things work right there. And also Truly on this May is kind of firing away right here. Beowulf goes in, gets the kill onto Truly. Swagboy answers back onto Cassidy. The Wraith form comes out. How are we looking on our ultimates? A bunch of people are getting close. At this point, slowly progressing up for Durham, and the kills are going in their favor. Seems like they might just keep this capture rolling.
Yeah, Frost forced the back all the way up as he loses multiple teammates, but Swagboy does not care. Moving forward, takes out another one. Saul takes out Frost. Last player, Xbox, has to scurry away. Time ticking up for Durham School of the Arts. Westover has to regroup here. They need this next first pick or things will get ugly, and he loves to do that. Sit on top of a pillar and just roll the ball around until the opposition arrives. Now, Xbox are going through the side here. They catch Swagboy a little bit off guard. Doesn't matter, though. That guy has a huge health bar. But how do they approach the situation? Some good shots coming in quickly from Xbox. Where do they take it from here?
Frost jumping in. The minefield is used. Blizzard goes down as well. Everybody's using their ultimates. They're trying to make it happen right here. Will Xbox use the Deadeye? He doesn't. All the kills are going the way of Durham. Could this be the second point?
And here he is. He is holding so much attention in space. It technically wouldn't even matter if he wasn't getting kills here just by the sheer level of pressure that he applies to the opposition. But after taking out Buddha Dog, now going to push into the point here, 93%.
The res.
And what does Saul have here?
Trying to find the hack, throws it out, but the Death Blossom is there, and Cassidy finds the kill. Can this be Westover's way back into the point? Buddha Dog on the Life Weaver, trying to keep everybody alive. He's up in the sky. The kills are not going their way. Bilby pops that res. Truly came online here in the second point. The May is finding the way. I really feel like having that hamster in front of them, really breathing life back into their comp.
Yeah, I mean, he did not have it out in the first point, but he said, this is what everyone's been talking about. You are reaching my final form, going in and out, and this point has been contested for so long now. The knockup comes through. multiple members swarming in from Durham. Arts pushing this player out and tries to use the teleport to get to safety, but cannot go very far. And
they're actually making it happen a little bit.
Somehow staying alive longer than I expected.
Yep, Durham fighting control. Westover somehow staying alive. Crazy Beowulf, he's found multiple picks. He just found Truly, but nobody is even close to killing the Wrecking Ball. Can they make any progress on the point? Overtime has been ticking for so long. If they are not able to get back on through this blizzard, that could be the game. Wait, they touch. Reaper gets in, finds 2 picks.
3 dead, 4.
Swagboy once again versus the world. Will he go back in or will he yield and look to regroup? 99% to 0, and Westover establishes himself on the point at the last possible millisecond.
And the good news for them, they still have 2 ultimates online. Durham, no ultimates to be had. Now, they have to be very careful in their approach here. Looks like Durham taking the other side. Frost still emoting in his own way here as he just taking some free damage, gets the heal off, didn't matter at all. So maybe a little bit of taunting tactic here, saying, I'm not scared of you, come on in.
Here we go. Frost has the Doomfist ult. Cassidy has the Deadeye as well. What can we see happen? Swagboy used his minefield earlier. Lots of mines on the point, and the kills are going their way.
Yeah, I mean, Doomfist jumped all the way behind, and as they sent out their ult, got stunned. So ultimately did not have nearly the value they wanted, and that should be it for Durham as overtime will expire. Nobody in position to stop it, and wow, Durham School of the Arts with a statement first game win.
Absolutely, 2-0 victory. I won't say that they were in control the whole time, but the results are very good. Consolation victory, the play of the game, going the way of Cassidy here for the Xbox, or for Xbox. I assume he's not an actual Xbox. Off of the Blizzard right here. Is this his opponent's or is this his? Nice. Either way, very good play. The Cassidy looked very solid right there, was finding more picks on that Durham team than I've seen any team put up throughout this day.
That's a great point. Yeah, they looked stronger against Durham than any other team has, but still did not have an answer for Mr. Swagboy himself. Nobody has had an answer for him yet. It might have to come from another conference, but this is not over yet. This is a best-of-5 format now, so Westover have a lot of chances to pull back into this. We saw moments of brilliance from them. We saw them win multiple team fights, but ultimately it was Durham that had the slight edge, and it wasn't until the hamster ball came out that they really improved or showed their dominance in that second point.
Yeah, I feel like they were toe-to-toe, duking it out back and forth. Obviously, 2-0 doesn't show how close that was, but these teams very evenly matched. Aggressive tanks on both sides. We had good support play on both. I do have to kind of question that play we saw at the end there from Frost, where when they finally made control and he just stayed emoting on the point. That's not what you would see Swagboy do. Swagboy would get out there, he would zone, he would take space, he would make that retake distance so difficult for the other team. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's some difference in the way Doomfist plays versus Wrecking Ball, but at the end of the day, standing on the point and taunting, probably not the best way to do it.
J-Dog and I will admit we don't play this game that much, but we play a lot of games, and there's one thing that is constant in all FPS games. Space is important, right? You have to control not just the space of the objective, but the space around the objective. And like you said, just sitting in the zone, you're just allowing Durham to formulate the best strategy to get around and surround you. They took advantage of that situation, and ultimately Westover paid the price. And you're exactly right. I think that every time I've seen Swagboy in a position where they just want a team kill, he's pushing forward so those next set of spawners don't have an easy route to the objective.
Yeah, very much so. The play looking super good. We do have our potential next map pick, so we are going to be going to Flashpoint. That's our mode, and Suravasa will be the map. There's not a lot of Flashpoint maps, so you've probably seen Suravasa today. Going to be super exciting. I know that that Durham has played this map a bunch, but it is Westover's choice, so let's see how that goes.
Interesting when they lose the control and then go straight to Flashpoint, which is basically just faster control.
Yeah.
So really the main difference in strategy is you have to be able to go from one point to the next. In some cases, you have to decide, okay, let's give up on this point so that we can position ourselves better for the next. A little bit more opportunity for thinking things through in those type of situations, but we'll have to see what maps are or what characters are chosen. Are we going to see a lot of the same picks, or are we going to see some switch-ups?
I think we'll see similar stuff from Durham. Let's jump into the game and see what they are working with. All right, and we are here for Map 2 of the Grand Finals of the Sandhills Overwatch Conference Championship. Westover, they're down 1, but certainly not out of it. All the players seem to be the same. I know we talked briefly about how Durham has a deep roster and they can sub some people. We saw that in the first match of the day. We'll see if they need to pull that out in the Grand Finals at any point. I assume we're going to need to see Westover take some maps off them to really push them in that regard and see if that happens.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see Xbox step it up here, the DPS player on the side of Westover. That gamer tag makes me wonder, are they a Halo player? I mean, you guys know how much I like Halo, and he's got some good aim.
I think that's the only Xbox game, so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the only
one
of the
that
only
matters.
exclusives, right?
Yeah.
So, not for long, though. There's talk of it coming to PlayStation, but we won't talk about that. Let's see how they opt into this one as we take a quick look around this beautiful map, man.
Very similar composition from Westover as opposed to the last game. No changes, but they do switch their roles. Xbox no longer going to be on the Cassidy. It's going to be Frost on the Cassidy and Xbox on the Doomfist. So they switch roles but keep their character, and very similar stuff over here from Durham, except from maybe no Juno from Phillip. He's going to start with the Mercy this time.
Yeah, so Phil B, I know their name is Rachel, so I don't know I don't want to mess up here how they prefer to be called, but this team is so. Oh, it looks like a player was unfortunately lagged out, so we will start it over. So just bear with us during that. But yeah, Durham. One thing about this team is they have stuck to their roles very consistently throughout the entire season. I have never seen them switch roles. So I think there's good reason for that. You know, stick to what you're good at. We've seen in other regions, though, like from your neck of the woods in Northwest Guilford, they were switching. In the 3-game series that I watched, they had 3 different tank players. It's like they're just flip-flopping all over the place, but you won't see that from Durham. They know who their tank guy is, and that's Swag Boy.
Yeah, and I also think that their commitment to that strategy goes beyond just the roles. They're going to play the same strategy, whatever the map is. They have Sal diving in the back line. I'm going to be honest. He needs to stick with Sombra. The other ones that he started that game off with, that they started the game off with, did not look as effective as the Sombra, and I really, really feel like Swag Boy needs someone diving. He needs a buddy. I mean, and I mean, of course, a cute little hamster needs a buddy. He's got his big neck, but he needs some human counterparts out there. And the Sombra does a really interesting thing of causing chaos in the backline, hacking those little health deployables, causing issues, also able to give Swag Boy the information about, hey, this one's hacked. This is the one they're going for. This is the healing you need. Because with how aggressive he plays, you're not always going to get healing from your supports. Sometimes you got to go and find it on your own. So I definitely feel like the switch back to that Sombra that we saw, I assume we'll stick with that through once we come back from the pause. But I think that's a very positive change. And if Durham wants to keep rolling and potentially win this in 3, I think they want to stick with that.
Yeah, that's a good point. You've seen it all day. You know what these players are good with, but looks like we still do not have that player in the lobby. Bear with us here. So we try to get them in, but yeah, Key Signature, by the way, I think one of their other players, so they're actually observing, maybe a little bit of coaching going on. We got Tumbleweed on the side of Westover, so love to see that too. I mean, coaches play a big factor in character picks, so maybe that's part of what we're seeing here.
True, and if there is any concerns from the audience, just know you can absolutely limit who spectates what. So Key Signature being in this lobby, they can only see things from the Durham side of things. So no issue about fair play and stuff right there. That's a big focus for us as regional directors here. Definitely going to make sure we get everybody in the lobby. If there's any match where we're going to take our time and make sure things are good, it's going to be Grand Finals. And I think the players appreciate that. Hopefully you guys as the audience appreciate that. Looks like we are very close to getting back in the game. I'm super excited. What's your bet? Who's going to win this first point, Eli?
I mean...
Oh, and we're back in.
Westover really actually did start that first game a little bit stronger than Durham.
They started hot.
Yeah, they started very hot. So if they have a similar rollout here, they also chose this map. So you have to imagine that this is one of their comfort zones. And, I mean, I would have to imagine this has to be their best game type. You have to make a statement here. You cannot go down 2-0 in a best of 5 and give Durham 3 chances to pick the best mode to come back. So this is
okay.
I'm kind of giving this one maybe to Westover because the cards are stacked in their favor in this case.
I was leaning that way, and I do agree that a team that can make such a hot start would be very well in like a nice warm climate here, like in Suravasa. But I'll be honest, I have a little bit of doubts around this player switch. Switching Xbox, he looked really good on the Cassidy. I thought Frost looked really good on the Doomfist. So to switch their roles completely and now switch what characters they're playing from that pre-pause, now they're on a Roadhog and a Pharah. This is a big, big difference right here. Maybe the Roadhog is a little bit of anti-Swag Boy strategy. Hook him in, burst down this super, super big target. They don't know he's there. He's so sneaky right now.
Wow, lurking in the shadows is Swag Boy to just cause
there he
the
is.
ruckus.
Oh.
Okay, gets pulled in though by Xbox, and maybe starting to see why Xbox went to this champion here, as they have already landed a hook. But Von Scallywag, the first to drop. Kalani drops low in HP, but will get their health back. And so far, it is Durham with the early, or sorry, Westover with the early opening.
Oh, Von actually got revived right there and is immediately dropped back. Frost heard my doubts and is having no issues answering them. Sal answers back with that pick on a Sombra. The hook does land. Durham, they're falling low. Beowulf also low on the Reaper. Who's going to fall? First, it's Sal. Next, it's Beowulf. Ult online truly has the Blizzard, but is not going to use it. Man, Frost is looking dialed in on this Pharah. I love projectile characters. That's my bread and butter. And man, he's looking hot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, very impressive stuff already. We saw them on the Doomfist tank last time, now on the projectile DPS. Ult almost online as well. Same could be said for Swag Boy, though. We've seen how effective he is with the minefield. Looks like player will get frozen by May.
And that is such a deadly combo, the Blizzard and the minefield. This morning we saw some teams get absolutely decimated. The minefield goes down. They're not going to use the Blizzard, though. Interesting play here. Roadhog falling low, truly drops. No tank online for Westover. Can they fight back? It's Pharah from above, finding the picks. Truly gets rezzed. So many characters up in the air right now, both Mercies and a Pharah. I don't even know who's winning.
It's so difficult to win the fight when your tank is the first to drop. So this is a very interesting fight here until Xbox gets back into the mix. This is kind of in Durham's favor, I think. Saul goes down, though. Xbox going to find a KO on the outside.
Careful. Xbox finding the picks they need. Getting that Mercy is big. The Blizzard goes down. What can they do right here? Xbox, he gets froze. The headshots are too good. Frost is in the sky, though. Can he do it? 1v3. So hard for a hamster to get up there.
He needs to contest the point as well. Does not have any room for error here. Team is showing up, though, and will be displacing these players. The Blossom comes out to take to the high ground. But look how much pressure Swag Boy is putting on. He's just harassing the enemies of Westover. They do not have many options. It's so hard to deal with this crazed hamster, over-caffeinated, flying in their face. And now
drops the minefield. The pressure coming in super strong. He's looking to chain this through. Reaper falls to the mines. The point steadily ticking up 70% to Westover's 99. Buddha falls as well. The hamster leading the charge, fighting his way back into the match.
Oh my God, 10-player streak from Swag Boy. They've brought this all the way back. They've got 88% already, chasing Xbox out of the fight. Player has nowhere to go.
Careful.
And finally, Swag Boy takes so much damage in that corner, but was his effort enough? Yes, it was. Durham do score that first point, and what a comeback. It was 99-0 in favor of Westover.
That zoning was absolutely dominant. They're not even able to make it back. 99% was what Westover made it to, but they weren't able to get the final steps there. Swag Boy putting on an off-tank masterclass here for all of the Overwatch students, regardless of the region, to potentially learn from.
That was so impressive. I mean, just fighting so hard away from the point, it just lets your team protect the point so much easier. I mean, he's getting KOs in 1v3 situations so impressively. Looks like teleport
Death
out.
Blossom.
Crazy Beowulf does Death Blossom in the middle. Only gets one KO onto Phil B. Now, taking to the sky here, Frost trying to land into the fight here. Will get the artillery cannon off. Now, trying to get into a situation where they can take control. Durham has been so strong here, but can't tell which way this one's going here.
It was a huge hack from Sal on the Sombra. Found 4 should be enough for Durham to chain this through, but Frost does make it back up into the sky. It's barely staying alive right here. Vaughn fell. Can Westover find their way back to the match? Swag Boy gets the minefield pick onto the Mercy. Man, it's hard not to say this guy's name on every single play. He's all over the place. He's making it happen.
It's unbelievable. He's taken to the sky. He's so ambiguous with when he's going to enter or exit the fight. You never know where this guy's going to show up next. You have to have your head on a swivel, and he is swinging around all of the different items on the map, somehow finding a way behind the enemy lines. Now 60%. Durham School of the Arts look to take their second. Westover, though, all alive right now. Next ultimate up is going to be on the Reaper of Crazy Beowulf. He's like to find some value once he finally earns it.
Yeah, he's looking pretty solid on those Death Blossoms. Mauga charging in. Xbox switches it up. Almost finds the pick onto May. She gets the ice block off, though. Self-sustains back up, and Swagboy unattended in the back line. Finds exactly what he was looking for. Truly knocks him down with the support of his team. Can he find a third?
Truly landing so many headshots on this May. I mean, we talk about Swagboy a lot, but I feel like Truly deserves some flowers as well. They've been absolutely on fire these first two games. Multiple headshots, multiple Blizzard freezes, completely controlling time and space for Swagboy to swag on the opposition. Now we're seeing the answer back from Westover, but not answering enough. 2 points now, the lead for Durham. Would like to take this 2-0 lead in the series as well.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball is getting most of the credit, but I'll be honest, I very rarely see him 100-0 someone. They're usually softened up by an Icicle, by a Sombra hack from the back line, and then Swagboy comes in at the time when they least expect it, when they least are prepared to handle it, and finishes them off. The flashpoint does spawn right here. Durham, they've got a 2-point lead, and Crazy Beowulf falling to start is not a good look.
And look at the play by Saul, pulling the attention off of Swagboy, then quickly linking to safety. And yeah, that's a massive minefield combination with the Blizzard, and that is very hard to play against.
I'll be honest, though, that might have been overcommittal. That was the big three-piece wombo combo, Sombra hack, May Blizzard, Wrecking Ball minefield. So that is about as dominant as of ult usage as you can use. So Westover, they do have some of their own. 4 to work with. The only thing they're missing is the Symmetra. I don't know also about the Symmetra switch. That seems like a big change of plans from the Reaper for Beowulf.
Yeah, this is getting dicey for Westover. Durham has been so dominant throughout this game so far, feeling like their backs are against the wall in this game for sure. Right now, Durham just accumulating so much time on this point.
Oh, accidentally takes a teleporter, didn't even know it. Gotta use this ultimate, you're falling low. Gets the Mercy heal. Is he gonna throw these chains down? 80% on the final point for Durham School of the Arts. What can they make happen? It's hacked, charging in. They're gonna need to use some of these ults. They've got Farah, there it is. 2 picks, but they're not gonna get there to touch.
Wow. Durham pulled all of the attention and resources away from the flashpoint. They're going to earn the swift 3-0. First game, 2-0. Second, 3-0. And Westover losing the first 2 games that they have lost since the beginning of the season. Taking a look here, and it's Frost, though, with the play of the game. And, I mean, it's just not enough.
Yeah, he was looking pretty crisp on the Farah. I'll be honest, in both matches, we saw moments of brilliance from Westover, but eventually the aggressive, dominating dives are too much for them to handle. It seems like they are very, very close to winning almost all of these points, but Durham clutches it out, never letting them even get an objective capture. It's all nice and good to say it feels like we could have won, like it was close, but when you don't even get points, it's hard to stay motivated.
I mean, Westover, the only point that they were close to capturing was the very first one, and then Durham clutched it, and you almost feel like that sucked the air out of them, kind of peeled the momentum off of their side in such a massive way. You're already down by 1 game, and then you are on the brink of capturing a point, and then it gets stolen away. You have to imagine that hurts the morale a little bit, and then going on to lose 3-0. I mean, this is Durham Arts' series to lose at this point. They're up by so much, and Westover are kind of reeling. They've got to figure out what to do. I think what you talked about with the character selection is a big part of it as well. It seems like they keep switching off. They don't know exactly the answer to this crazy over-caffeinated hamster that is just causing a ruckus in their backline.
I do like that they're trying to come up with a new solution. They are throwing things different. When I initially heard that there was a dominant Wrecking Ball player, my first question to Andy was, how do you avoid that? Do you pick a character like Farah who can go up in the air? Obviously, the ball is so focused on slamming down that if you're in the air, you don't need to worry about it. It feels like they kind of had the same thought, and there was a little bit of something there, but it wasn't enough to get them a point win. I like that they're changing things up. I much prefer that to just keep running the same thing back and just keep butting your head against the wall when it's not working, but they got to figure it out.
The peel is what has been so strong. Swagboy constantly peeling players out of the objective. Teammates flooding in, and the teammates have great peel as well. They're taking attention off of Swagboy. As soon as the attention's on them, they bail out. Swagboy reappears. It's just a constant bait and switch, and it's such a difficult playstyle to play against. It's been so impressive. I wonder if they've been watching some of those Jake Overwatch videos because they're looking pretty clean. It's not just a one-man show. This whole team has been extremely impressive.
Absolutely. Overwatch is a team game. It does not matter how dominant of a single player you are. You can't do it without the team to back you up. Clearly, like we said, we saw how it was without Swagboy. We saw how earlier in the season, even without one of their players, they struggled to get the win. They managed to pull it out. So that team play is so important. We talked about how do you beat a superstar player like Swagboy. If you can't match his superstarness, you got to beat it with teamwork. You got to figure out a way to lock him down. And I think a lot of players after this week are going to be looking up the Google Trends results for how to counter Wrecking Ball are going to be at an all-time high.
Definitely in North Carolina at the very least. Those you guys got to watch those. Also watch the videos from Jake Overwatch like we talked about. But it looks like the Westover squad has decided we're going to push on Esperanza.
Yep.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup. Can they find a way to victory? I tell you what, though, I have a strong recollection of Swagboy dropping 40 kills in a row on this game type. So I don't know if
he looked dominant on this map and on this mode earlier today when we saw them play. It was one where it was not the first game. It was actually game 2, and it was kind of similar to this match where the opponents got their feet underneath them and they looked solid on the first point. It was actually he started off on Winston and then switched to the Wrecking Ball right afterwards. And then when we came into map 2 for push, I was like, this could be good. If they start off hot, they get the ball rolling, they get the bot moving forward, it might be hard for Durham to reestablish themselves. What actually ended up happening was Durham started hot, they won the first fight, and they literally rolled it all the way to the end without contention. So there is potential, but you got to start off strong.
Have to start off strong. And Westover have looked good on the rollouts, let's be honest. At least in game 1, they looked very strong, and in both rollouts of the points when it was reset. But you're exactly right. Facing a 2-0 deficit in the series, got to start out strong in game number 3 as we set our eyes on Esperanza. Let's take a look.
Very excited for this. Swagboy, he's on the Ramatra right now. If he does not switch to Wrecking Ball and puts the rollout that he used in the first game of the day on display, it will be very interesting. This could also be a very telling point in the series. If he does do that, was Westover watching in the beginning of the day? Have they done their research? Do they know what the optimal Wrecking Ball rollout is, and are they prepared to counter it? Because in the first match of the day that we saw, the other team had no idea. He got instant access to the back line, instantly eliminated both supports, and the game was pretty much over from that point. So definitely need to see how they handle that.
What I think is a big part of what makes Swagboy such an important or such an impressive player is the fact that he seems to know these maps so well. He knows all of his escape routes. He knows how quickly he can take a shortcut back into the action before his teammate needs him. He knows exactly how to get out and take an ambiguous escape route, and his character is so fast. I mean, how often do you see a tank that can move this fast in any game? It almost feels OP, at least when we watch Swagboy do it, but you know that this character is not even at the top of the tier list.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at this rollout. Oh, I thought he missed it, but we actually switched to the Mei. Swagboy, how clean will he be here? The first rollout I saw was absolutely perfect. This one's pretty good. He does take the chance to shoot, though, at Frost, so they are at least aware that he's back there.
It's a distraction tactic. From what I can tell, he's shooting the wall on purpose, I think. And it sends this player to the sky with the knock-up. And where are you going to go if you're crazy Beowulf? Xbox going to find a consolation prize in the KO onto Saul, but...
Oh, Saul actually got the pick on the Xbox with the trapped health pack after his death.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see that in the kill feed. Good pickup there, but I mean, look at this. Instantly in their face. And how do you play against this? I mean, what does the communication sound like? The hamster ball's here. Fight. Like,
Help, help. It's the support screaming help, and the tanks are saying, wait, I'm trying to get their back line. Frost back on the Doomfist, trying to regroup with his team. Big fight goes the way of Durham, but not a lot of progression on the point. They were really fighting far away from the bot there. So the progression does start moving forward. If you have not seen this mode, there's a neutral bot in the middle. When you have control of it, it will push towards the opponent's base. Your progress is saved, even though the robot might start backing up and going in the other direction.
Okay, Frost starting with some very strong plays here. Gets 1 KO. Tries to take out the Mei as well. Taking heavy damage, though. Has to be careful here. Ult coming out already. That's how
trying to trace him.
They've been. And it barely does not fully connect. I think they got the outside hitbox of it. Does a little bit of less damage there. Swagboy finds a KO onto Buddha though, all the while. And Frost not looking bad here, but it's just not been enough so far.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure, getting a lot of damage onto the Mercy, but not able to find the pick. In the meanwhile, Swagboy gets a triple kill on the other backline. Make sure we're watching that guy, because the second we take the camera off him, he drops a big bomb on the other team.
It's hard not to talk about this player. He's got all the swag in the world, and I love the way that he plays in these buildings as well. Look at this. He knows these players are here, using the third-person camera rather, to see around the corner and get all the way behind them. They are setting a trap for Westover, and Westover is falling right into it. He thought that the hamster was the one to go after the cheese on the mouse trap, but it is instead the hamster placing the mouse trap out for Westover. Swagboy is going to get out of dodge. Truly's going to take the front line. Huge blizzard. That's going to be 1 KO. He gets a headshot as well. Sol finds 2. And all of a sudden, this fight is not looking great for Westover.
Yeah, not close. They're at 95 meters, looking to get into the triple digits. Can Westover stop this push, or will it all come up in their way? This could be a deciding game 3 if Swagboy and the rest of their team can keep it rolling. He's got the minefield. He's deep. He's at that final goal for the bot. Can he get any of these picks? Scurries off into the alleyway, looking to get some safe. Regroups with his Sombra. They use the hack. They throw the, no, not the minefield. They're not going to need it, I guess.
Oh my goodness. Look at the timing, the coordination. You see him go. He was not even weak when he went into the building, right? But he's waiting for Sol to show up to get the hack for him so that he can then go in afterwards. The timing and teamwork from this squad so far insurmountable for the entire Sandhills region. This bot is almost to the finish line.
Minefield goes down 130 meters on the objective. Westover, they've got to get out of their base. They've got to make something happen. Xbox finds a kill on Devon with Kalani contributing, but Swagboy answers back. That's 2 supports down. Even 4v4. Wait, Phil pops the ultimate, revives Vaughn. The blade comes out. What can Buddha do?
Not much so far. He keeps hitting this shield, and a great shield it is. Truly finds one onto Booty Dog, and Swagboy gonna take down another. And this is looking bad. I don't know if there's much time for them to come back in this.
No, there's the Mercy ult, but this is so close to the Westover spawn. If they can find some kills, they can make something happen. And who knows? Blizzard goes down onto the point. Roadhog getting burned down. Juno falls as well. That's 4 kills. It's a 20-player kill streak for Swagboy, and that is going to be a 3-0 victory in Grand Finals. Durham, they're your champions.
Absolute domination from start to finish. There was not even a sliver of objective, as we have to take a look at this play of the game from Swagboy. Was it this one at the very end? No, this is toward the beginning.
Hard to pick.
Yeah, I mean, he ended with over a 20 kill streak at the end of that game. This kid is absolutely different.
Yeah, the hamster was frightening. So cute, but so intimidating when you see him on the other team. When you see that name lighting up the kill feed, you know it's Swagboy. You know it's Durham School of the Arts claiming the win. So impressive there, man. The hype was absolutely lived up to. You guys been talking about Swagboy, been talking about Durham this whole season. I see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, the level of just presence on the map. He's literally everywhere somehow. Yeah. He disappears for 1 second. He reappears from the other side. He's knocking players into the sky, landing every shot. This kid is an absolute monster. I cannot wait to see what else he does, especially at the state championship, which they have just qualified for. So we will see them traveling to Charlotte on December 14th. And everybody else has got to play for that wild card spot if they did not make it.
Absolutely. Swag Boy, also known as the Boogeyman. The play was so amazing. We got to also take a second to shout out the other teams, I think, or the other players on that team. Sal really played well on the Sombra. Truly also
so
super
many
good.
blizzards. I mean, how many players did Truly freeze to just leave free kills on the map for everybody else? I mean, the level of proficiency they had on the Mei ults was incredible. I mean, it's not often that every single blizzard someone uses captures at least 2 players in every single time.
Yeah, and also shout out to the supports there, the silent heroes. We saw Westover come in with a clear strategy. They were going to dive as well. Doomfist was going to get into that back line, and we were wondering how are the Durham supports going to hold up. They were struggling a little bit in the beginning, but once they got the rhythm of things, once they realized we just need to survive long enough to let Swag Boy do his thing, they did everything they needed to. So while we said so many times, I would love to get a ticker on screen for how many times we said Swag Boy that game, the rest of the team has to be commended for their performance as well.
Seriously, unbelievable play from every member of this team. You guys absolutely deserved your spot in the state championship. You guys proved it here today against the other undefeated team in the region. To 3-0 them with such dominant fashion is so impressive. So curious to see how they match off against some of the other regions. We got Northwest Guilford that looks really good in the West region. I believe it was it Palisades that finished first in CMS, either that or Ardrikel. Regardless,
might be happening right now.
Could be happening right now. There's a lot of stuff happening today, but this was so impressive. I think we might have the bracket to take a look at how Sandhills ended up here. So in the semifinals, we had Westover versus New Bern. Obviously, Westover the ones to win that, and it was Durham School of the Arts that beat JP Knapp. So those 3 teams will be eligible to compete in Wildcard Weekend on December 7th, and I kind of expect Westover to come out on top in that one, but JP Knapp and New Bern, no slouches themselves.
Honestly, all of the Sandhills teams, now that they are freed from the
wrath.
Insurmountable wrath of Swag Boy on that hamster, maybe they'll run it all. Maybe they'll get all the wins. Maybe Sandhills will be the best team in all regards. Who knows? It'll be super exciting. Let's also take a second, while we're talking about all these conference matchups, let's look at the other brackets from the other conferences, maybe get a little idea of how things looked. So here we are looking at the CMS Overwatch bracket. It was Ardrikel and Palisades working their way through the top and the bottom, the 1 and the 2 seed. They are potentially happening right now, this finals.
Oh, we just got word that Ardrikel did finish in first place, so congrats to them. They will end up at the state championship. Palisades, Sun Valley, or both Palisades teams and Sun Valley will have to fight their way in through the last chance qualifier. By the way, friendly fire in the first bracket. That feels bad. Ardrikel A defeating Ardrikel B. But, hey, that's just how the bracket works. These were fair brackets based on everyone's performance. But let's take a look in the West region, see how that one shook out. This grand final hasn't happened yet. I believe it's actually going to happen on the other stream. So make sure you guys do tab over to the VESL stream number 2. And that's where you can watch Gaston Early College face off against Northwest Guilford. I'll tell you what, Northwest Guilford looked really good when I was casting them earlier.
Yeah, same deal that we had here in Sandhills. 2 undefeated teams duking it out for that final spot in the state championship. I think that they will be super awesome. Got a little note here. We're going to throw it back to the Sandhills. We're not done talking about Swag Boy. He's actually top 200 in the world last season in Overwatch ranked. So we're talking about North Carolina high school students. Swag Boy can stand regardless of that against anybody in the world.
There's a lot of Overwatch players in the world. To be top 200 in the world in anything is impressive, but you're starting to see why he is such a monumental factor for this team. And it's more than just his mechanical skill. It's his general map awareness that has such a massive impact on the map. If I'm playing against it, I really don't know how I'm supposed to counter that because he's playing so proficiently. He's in and out of the fight. He knows his limits, which is so important. You know exactly how long you can survive in an engagement and then escape with a little bit of HP, trust that your healer will heal you back up and then re-enter. Like, he is so good and proficient at that. Obviously, like we said, the team around him supports him in doing so. But it's undeniable what an impact he makes on the map.
Yeah, the mechanics, the decision-making, it's all there. He's a complete package, and when you have someone like that on your team, it's no surprise that, 1, you make it all the way to the finals, and 2, that you win in dominant fashion like we saw they did. That's going to be it, man. So many great games today. It's been absolutely electric. I mean, I've been here all day. Eli, you've been here all day. Hopefully the viewers have been here all day. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. That's going to be it for today. Tomorrow, we will be back, same place, same time, but different games. We're doing Smash Brothers and Rocket League. Super, super excited.
I'm so excited. We've got some killers in the Smash bracket that are here from last season as well. Got to shout out Crowned from the CMS region. Certainly, I think the favorite to win on the CMS side of things. We've got Misty Bot from Jack Britt High School. Me Gunner player, as well as Steve. He has a pocket Steve and didn't drop a single game the entire season, and I don't think he's going to start in the first round. There are a couple players that might give him a run for his money later on, but I absolutely expect those two to win their region. Is there anybody in the Western side that you think is a shoo-in to take the spot in the state championship?
I actually don't think so. Before this, I would have mentioned Microwave, who you might have seen on broadcast for Gaston Early College. Microbolt, the Tracer player,
Yes,
is also one of the best players. They were undefeated, but actually had an unfortunate loss to a sub from another team who has moved up into the second place. So in terms of Smash for Western, everything's up in the air. The 1 seed, who we thought was untouchable, is now down in the 3 seed. So there's a lot. And also in Rocket League, a lot of fun stuff. I know you managed to see one of our Western teams won a 2v3 in the Game 5 to qualify into the conference championship. That team, now that they have their third player, could be a real threat to potentially upset the number 1 seed. They only just barely snuck in and got the 8. So keep an eye out for Franklin High tomorrow.
Yeah, we have had so many phenomenal players across all the different games here. There's definitely some great Rocket League teams in Sandhills as well, so make sure you guys don't miss any of the action. Tomorrow is going to be a crazy day from start to finish, so just want to say thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to all the competitors for showing up today. You guys put on an absolute show for us. It was a blast to watch and cast, and we're just getting started. There's more action tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. You guys enjoy the rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.